welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech G PLAYDAYS PUBG $10,000 Duos Tournament. We're happy all of you could join us here today. We're sure there's going to be a lot of exciting matches for you guys to watch. But before we get into those matches, we of course want to let you guys know what you're watching here today. Now, the path to this grand final that you are about to witness featured an open tournament with over 300 teams in each region. There was qualifiers in EMEA and NA, and all of those led into this 40-team grand final where all of these players are going to be duking it out for some amazing prizes and cash also on the line. Now, when we talk about those prizes, you see it on your screen now. First place going to be taking home $2,000, $20,000 in G-Coin. And the real special treat here today is celebrating that Logitech G G502 10-year anniversary, where our top two teams are going to be walking away with one of those limited edition mice as well. And just so you guys know, looking at that rule set, we're going to have a 4-game series. It's going to be in first person, 40 teams per match, and only one pro is allowed per team. So 50% of that duo roster is only allowed to be at that professional level. So should lead to some interesting matches. Of course, second place also going to be walking away with one of those limited edition mice, $1,300, $10,000 in G-Coin. And as you go down, 7th and 8th, only going to be walking away with $1,000 in that G-Coin, but still something just for making that top 8. So a lot of awesome prizes, cash, and G-Coin being given away today to our competitors. And if you guys tuning in right now want to win as well, we're also giving away a G502 X Anniversary Edition. You can enter by scanning that QR code. And I also believe there will be some links in the chat if you prefer that method of entry. But an awesome opportunity to win one of these very limited edition G502 X's. So be sure you enter that here. Now, we've also got some amazing talent joining us here today from the virtual casting booth. We have Kowo and Ben joining us. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Hey, great to be here, Frank.
Kowo doing good too? Yeah, good.
Excited.
Yeah, excited. Glad to hear it. I know, a little bit of a different format from your typical kind of, standard PUBG event, the duos. Talk to me a little bit about that. Do you guys have any predictions? Is it going to be more chaotic? Is it going to be slower? We've only got one pro per team. There's going to be some wild cards in there. I'll start with Kowo. Kowo, do you have anything that you're going to be looking forward to here today?
I think it's super exciting because duos bring a really new twist to PUBG. We are used to seeing a lot of the tournaments being in the squad format, right? And it's a little bit more structured, it's a little bit more rigid, a little bit more predictable. Duos are completely crazy. You get one knock, you've already taken down half of the team. So these fights, they got dynamic, they explode just like that. And it's a super new, I don't want to say new, but it's a super different take on PUBG, and I'm super excited to see what the players can bring tonight.
Ben, your thoughts? You aligned with that? Are you thinking, the pro level mixed with the amateur? Is that going to be like a little push and pull, trying to herd cats? Like, do you have any expectations of what we're going to see from that team dynamic today?
It's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a little chaotic. When you're used to seeing squad tournaments, you have half as many teams taking up positions. Now we've got 80 players, we've got 40 teams. If you're coming in late to the play zone trying to find a position, there's going to be twice as many positions unavailable to you. So there's going to be a high risk in coming in late. And as Kowo alluded to as well, when players get that knock, they know there's one up. Squads, you don't get that. You don't know how many are left, but so much more predictable in that sense for duos. But the third party's a lot less predictable. A lot more players around, much higher risk.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a fun dynamic to watch for sure. A lot of that push and pull, since you kind of know, like, hey, we're halfway there into getting that elimination. So speaking of those duos here today, let's take a look at some of our notable teams. Now, for everyone kind of looking at this graphic right now, you know, with that format, with the different regions coming in, this is going to be, you know, our EU teams, our EMEA finals. Left side was coming from one side of the bracket, right side there coming from the other, and that is, you know, the team per block. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, any standout names here? Anything we should be keeping an eye on with the squads we're looking at right now?
I think there's quite a lot of names on this list already, and even though that's just 8 of our teams, right? You already see quite a lot of names that have made a name for themselves, be it by being competitive players. We see Kiliak High on the top left there. We see Pixelic on the top right. Big esports players, and then some that might be more on the streaming side, but still showing off that they can really mess with the best here, because everybody that's on that list, even though you might not every viewer, not every one of us might recognize all these names, they've gone through an absolute gauntlet, right? The qualifier went down from 350 teams to just 40. So even if you don't know the names, they've definitely proven that they deserve to be here, and I'm super excited to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, Ben, any thoughts, any standout names for you? Again, this is like the top 4 finishers on either side of the bracket in terms of teams. So, yeah, you're right in assuming that, you know, whether they're a pro player or a known name or not, everyone on this list can play. But yeah, Ben, any kind of standouts that you want to point to here?
Yeah, we've got some pretty well-known streamers in there, some pretty well-known pros, former pros, and that kind of thing. But for me, I think I've got to be cheering on Michael on Fire, Honey Badger, fellow Brits. I'm going to get behind them, cheer those guys on, and see how they do.
Love it. Yeah, and I think that's going to be, you know, a fun part too. We've got, you know, the observers on deck kind of getting our game ready. We're going to be tuning into as much of that action as possible. And yeah, with that, you know, duos format, it's kind of a more intimate team environment, right? You've got kind of one person to either put all your trust in or put all the blame on, potentially, which, you know, can make things, I think, on the comm side, which we probably won't listen into, but for that very reason, really exciting. And I think, you know, you guys talking about the in-game action as well, being kind of exciting, and yeah, knowing that, you know, if you get one knock, you're halfway there. But I think even kind of on that, you know, gameplay, communication side, and even like trust side, I think that can even get a little more volatile depending on which way your games start to go, where you don't have as many people to kind of, you know, rely on if you end up in one of those scenarios. Are you guys expecting that kind of mental side of duos to also start to play a factor here in how these teams are placing?
100%. I think, like Ben alluded to earlier, it's much harder to find a safe spot on the map because there's double the teams, right, occupying all the good positions already. So you'll have to take a lot of fights, and you'll have to sort of dare to take a lot of fights, where maybe in ranked or in esports you had way less teams on the map, and it was way easier to avoid these fights and be strategic. So if teams can't get that going and they stick to the same mentality of sort of find something better, we'll find something that's free, probably going to come back to bite them. So that's a really big switch that they have to make.
Yeah, I guess question for Ben then, kind of, you know, in that similar vein of occupying that space, how do you expect teams to adjust to, one, there being that many more kind of teams on the map, but what's kind of the mentality, or how do you play that knowing that there's way more unsafe areas? Do you try to slow things down, or kind of get momentum going forward to really kind of control those zones and just get some early eliminations? Or how do you expect teams to play this?
I think you've got to go in with confidence. It's going to be tricky to, even with the amount of pros we have and experienced PUBG, you know, comp players here, it's tricky to apply the same skills and mentality and learnings from, you know, squad play to duo play. Their mechanical skill and their aim and stuff is going to be great, their map knowledge, but, you know, a lot of the rules that apply in squads don't really apply in duos. So I think they need to play, you know, a little bit more like they're just playing normal PUBG. They're trying to get kills, they're trying to get to the zone when they can, and just try and find a bit of a blend between full comp and regular PUBG, I think.
Yeah, love it. I think that makes total sense. It's really going to be kind of who gets that momentum, who finds their rhythm first, I think is going to give you a big advantage, especially in these earlier maps. So speaking of maps, let's go ahead and take a look at those. So this will be your map rotation for both of these regions. And we'll start with Koa. Anything you're excited to see in that duos format jumping out at you with this map rotation here?
I think it's cool we're playing 4 different maps. I think that gives team a good chance to reset if they had a bad one on one of the previous matches. And it's always cool to see Vikendi, because that is rotating out of the esports map pool, so we're not going to see it in a whole lot of tournaments in the near future. So it's nice to see it here. I think it's a really good map. It's a really nostalgic map for a lot of players. And yeah, I'm excited to see all of them, to be honest. We had a bit of fun recently with some tournaments on the old Erangel, and now we have the regular one, the normal one back. So it's going to be super interesting to see how teams adapt to the different environments and different sort of terrain that these maps offer.
I love it. Playing it safe with the predictions, and I don't blame you going into a duos format tournament with only 1 pro per squad. But Ben, any thoughts from you on our maps, or anything you're also excited to see here?
I'm interested to see what kind of... It's nice having 4 different maps, because there's so much map-specific stuff you get in PUBG these days. Lots of map-specific features, even in the ranked or the esports rule set. So kind of intrigued to see how that plays out, particularly on Taego and Vikendi. Those have a lot of different stuff to some of the core maps. And then, that might also help balance out the luck that you get from circles, the RNG from circles. Maybe you'll get a bad circle, but maybe you'll get a multi-drop fall down on you and you'll be able to get some nice crate loot. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how that dynamic in the 2 middle ones plays out. And then it's nice to end on Erangel. Erangel was the classic. It's nice to finish up there.
Yeah, I think it'll be potentially a little bit of a photo finish there. We'll have to see how that plays out. But I think what I'm hearing just in general is there's a lot of unpredictability coming our way, but in a very exciting way that'll be interesting to see. And I think, with that map rotation, playing 4 different maps, what's going to be pivotal for these duos is just who's playing the best PUBG today. There's not much repetition. You've kind of just got to be on your game, ready to improv almost in a way. And I think that's going to be kind of what leads to the most exciting action there. Koa, would you agree?
I 100% agree. I've had a look through the qualifiers, right? And there was a few teams who had one really big game with a lot of points that sort of carried them through the whole stage. And there were other teams sort of scraping together points game by game. And all of that was fine and good when you had to come into the top half of your lobby. Now you want to be top 3 in 40 teams. If you want to get a big chunk of that prize pool, you want to get top 2 if you want one of those Logitech unique mice, right? You're not going to be able to just have one big game and then fall off. You're going to have to keep getting those points. You're going to have to keep performing. And well, maybe you can have 1 bad game out of the 4, but you're going to have to be on deck for 3 of them. So there's not a lot of room for error there. And whoever manages to sort of peak at the right time today in those 4 games will take it away.
Ben, you agree with that there? You think it's going to be more consistency than kind of a flash in the pan performance here today?
Yeah, I think consistency is going to be absolutely key to that.
To fight towards those top 3 positions, but we will have to see once all that action is ready. Before that, we are going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be right back with our first map. So stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Logitech G Playdays PUBG $10,000 duos tournament. We're still working on getting the rest of our players into that lobby for the first matchup. But, you know, with that first map, I'm curious to see what our casters think about, you know, some more map specific kind of stuff going into that first one. So we're going to bring in Kowo and Ben yet again to talk to us a little bit about that map number 1. So we kind of discussed, you know, the tournament as a whole, you know, our thoughts, you know, the duos going to be a fun format, only 1 pro allowed per team, going to make things interesting. But let's get into that first map a little bit more. So do you guys have any map specific like predictions, things you think we should be looking out for, or what do you think is kind of going to happen in this game number 1?
I'd say that the older maps are the ones where the pros will feel a little bit more secure. They've played that more. Whereas Taego and Vikendi, they've not been in the ranked pool as much, and they've not been played as much by the guys who only grind ranked 24 hours a day, right? So I think the playing a little bit more even on Vikendi and Taego, and then we'll have a little bit more conservative, maybe a little bit less crazy gameplay on Erangel and Miramar, if we can make predictions at all. I've been very careful to make any.
Hey, it's okay.
Yeah, that's the one I would make.
Yeah, I have a great history of being like 100% wrong on the desk. So do not worry. You cannot be worse than my record. So don't hesitate about out any predictions here. But Ben, so do you kind of align with that? Like map 1 kind of coming out guns blazing and then things kind of tightening up a little bit as the day goes on?
I think people might struggle a little bit on Miramar. I think it's such a hard map to, like, the pathing around it is so difficult. There's so few good options for driving vehicles quickly around a Miramar. And again, with the problem that players are going to have of so many more players making those rotations, I think we're going to see some of those key routes become very busy. You're going to have a lot of people trying to go down, not a lot of pathways to get there. I think as well as that, Miramar for me, certainly as a sort of non-ranked player, I always find there's less viable drop locations with a good amount of loot for for getting stacked quickly. So we might see a few more early engagements on Miramar, or people having to compromise on their drops to, you know, get away from a fight and then having not very good loot.
Gotcha. Kowo, seems like you agree in the loot department there. What's kind of the gameplay going to look like? Is it going to be kind of slim pickings? Like, what do you think the average team, how are they going to approach that?
That's a really tricky question. I'm not sure how they will approach it because, like we said before, right, there's double the amount of teams. It's much harder to get positions. Does that mean you give up on the idea of rotating early because you're already everything's already taken anyways? Or does it mean you try to get in as fast as you can and sacrifice a lot of loot for it? That's a really tricky question that all of these teams will have to answer. It's probably going to depend on their position in the circle, right? If you're already in a good spot, you don't want to loot for too long, get surprised, maybe one of you gets crashed. If you're far away from zone 1, you might as well loot up because you're already too late probably.
Gotcha. Yeah, I like it. I think it's going to lead to a lot of like interesting standoff kind of scenarios where you're going to see teams with that maybe slight hesitation. Okay, are we going to push here? How long should we stay? Are we going to get rotated on? I think a lot of our hypotheticals hopefully will be answered, and then after this first map, we'll kind of have an idea how the rest of the day might play out. So I do like going into this one, you know, a little bit blind, a little bit kind of just like, hey, let's see what happens, and then we'll sort of start to fill in the gaps on how the rest of the day might go. And you know, with those teams, I know we were looking at, it is duos, and these are our final teams out of that, you know, over 300 plus for the region. They have fought through, like you said, a gauntlet, and then there's kind of like a mini gauntlet here at the end where they have 4 more maps to try to finish. And you know, like you said, finishing that top 2, I think, is kind of the goal to win that limited edition prizing. Again, with the G502 X, that 10th anniversary, we only made 502 of them, I think. So that is like, you know, very limited as far as limited goes, and a pretty cool prize to pick up. So like we also mentioned, you guys do have a chance to win one of those G502 mice. I believe links are in the chat. We do have a QR code that will pop up from time to time. So you can potentially get your hands on one as well. As we're waiting for that game to load, we'll give everyone viewing a chance to scan that QR code, pull up that link, and enter in that giveaway. Again, super limited edition, 502 made to celebrate the 10th anniversary, and a cool kind of keepsake for sure. Not sure if you would use this one or not. That's a good question for actually our casters here. If you won one of the limited editions, are you actually going to take it out and use it, or are you leaving that in pristine condition? For me personally, I would feel tempted. I would want to take it out, actually like play a game or two on it, and then put it away. So Koa, how do you feel about limited edition stuff? Are you unboxing that and putting some games in, or are you just leaving it?
That's a tricky question. I don't think it's a mouse for me. I know a lot of gamers that like the G502. I'm more in the sort of Logitech super light kind of department, you know. But if that is a mouse you would use, definitely I would probably use it just because it's so cool. But for me, it'd be a thing. I'd probably try and give it to someone who actually uses a G502 so they can have a really special one.
Gotcha.
That would probably what I'd be doing. But I already know one of my players has already asked him. That's why I have a little team that I coach, and one of them has already asked me if I could send them the G502. So he would definitely play it.
There you go. So yeah, for me, I'm willing to sacrifice performance for looks every time. Like form factor. If it's cool, I'm using it. I'll take the hit. Ben, how are you? Are you cracking that thing? Are you using it, or are you gonna say, you know what, it looks pretty over there, we'll keep it over there?
I think it's going on display. There's 502 of them made. I get that up somewhere nice on the wall, stick it on a shelf, look at it. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Nice little collectible for me. So you got some spare, you know.
Fair enough. I'll see what I can do, but I guess I'm the one that's gonna have the grease stains all over and be like, yeah, I use that thing. That thing is awesome. So all right, fair enough. You know, I can't hate on that. But yeah, like we mentioned, we're giving those away to both the competitors, and then you guys at home will also have a chance to win. But taking it back to the gameplay side a little bit, looks like we are starting to load into that matchup. So Koa and Ben, I'm gonna let you two take it from here.
Thank you so much. I'm super excited to start us off, Ben. I think the first match, we've waited for it for a while. We're finally ready for you guys. But the first match is going to be an even more interesting one than the other ones, because this is where teams have to get in the groove, right? We mentioned that they don't have time to fix their problems, fix their issues. They have to start instantly. So this first match, I think, is going to give us a pretty good idea of who's sort of already in the right mindset and who's not hesitating at the start of the tournament like many players might start doing.
Yeah, and I think as well as us finding out how teams are going to play, I think this is going to be them experimenting as well, right? This first game, they're going to figure out how this is going to play, what this duos tournament feels like. It's going to feel kind of different for the comp players, and you know, maybe the people who are more used to playing duos just as streamers or, you know, non-full-time comp players might be, you know, maybe that'll lend itself well to them, that experience of knowing what kind of compounds they can hold with a two-man rather than a four-man. You know, we're going to find out, and we're going to find out right now.
We're finding out now. We're starting off a first match on beautiful Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. And we are ready with a plane in the air. I can't wait to kick this off. Like you said, it's going to be a very diverse lobby. There's a lot of different strategies that we might see employed. And I'm hoping we start off the action fast, because some of these teams might not even be able to find a safe loot spot, right? We talked about that a little bit. There's 40 teams. Miramar has a lot of towns, but some of the... there's good compounds, but not all of them might offer enough loot for a two-man, and especially a vehicle, right? You need to save yourself a car somewhere. If you're going to be running across the map the whole time, it's going to get pretty dicey.
Not a good map to be running around on. We are going to get e-pickups, of course. E-picks are going to be in. Bicycles if you're desperate. So there's a few different options you can use these days. But yeah, surprised to already see, you know, not even any other duos in a big town like this. I guess we're going to see, there's maybe some people nearby. Here we go, jumping over to the warehouses. We got a couple of people sharing this one out. First knock gone already. They are down to one. That's not a good start. And as we talked about before, now they know there's only one left from that team, but a little way away.
And that is one of the teams we just saw in the top 8, right? That was one of the teams that got themselves a nice little, I think, second place in one of the lobbies. Losing a player out on that early is always a possibility when you're hot dropping 4 guns, but the fact that they were so separated there is a little bit of an issue. That was definitely whatever happened there. Even if you lose the RNG battle, when your teammate's that far away, you were in a pretty rough situation to start things off because you were having to 1v2, right? So not the best start for them, as we see the exact opposite approach, taking it very safe, taking a car to a loot spot, making sure that you have plenty of time here is Kiliakai.
And there's our first zone. It is right down in the southwest corner, so pretty big shift for everybody. He's on the end of the play line. Kiliakai we're in the car with here. Going to take the long rotation round. I'm not sure if they've got a little bit of loot already. I guess so. They might just be getting near the circle, and they're going to move in, and we've got a sandstorm coming in, but that shouldn't be too much of an inconvenience for our players. Quite a few teams down in the zone already, but there's a lot of teams up in the north of the map that got a long way to go.
And that man is on 5 HP, just 2 minutes into the game. He's lost his teammate. He's down to almost nothing on his HP bar. Not the start you want, not the little bit of breathing time to get into the games. Is straight into full stress mode, trying to survive, trying to find a first aid for himself. I'm not even sure if he has one yet, because he just started looting that shack instead of healing up. So it's a sweaty start, but you can see how many teams are going for super early rotations here, Ben.
Surprised we've only lost that one player so far. Is the only one to drop from the 2 duos we saw dropping at Power Grid. And this is a bit of a split here. This is Chris's teammate, right? Yeah, Chris. Yeah. And Dimia here. It's Static looks like they're well on their own. Epic going up. Do they know Static is there? Looks very stationary to me.
I don't think Dimia has any idea about this. He's not running around like there could even be someone close. He was having his fist out for a moment there. And he's about to walk in. Ooh, that's some steps he could have heard, but he didn't. And he's about to walk into an absolute blender. Ooh. Static takes him out. That's going to be quite annoying for Chris, but at least Static took that kill before they were ready and hanging off that E pickup. So Chris is going to stay alive and at least going to be able to play the game out from here.
Yeah, it could have been worse if the full trap had been set up and maybe lost both players. But Static had pretty rubbish loot there. Just the SKS, I think it was. Although now pretty well stacked up thanks to stealing the loot from the kill there. Chris is well out. And I wonder if Static might take the E-pick. I guess their teammate is not really near enough to take advantage and use that to get a quick way into the zone. But here we got some players pulled up on the road over on the east side of the map. Big hits on Laura. This is streamer Laura, PUBG partner, taking some tags, but getting away with it to fight again later in the battle.
Zagnar Novik. Early points on the board. We haven't spent a whole lot of time talking about the points format, but it is interesting where we've expanded the placement points a little bit to account for the fact that we have double the amount of teams, right? So getting into the top 10 is a little harder than it would be in squads. But we have left the kill points the same. And I'd say, considering how hard it is to get into placement points, kill points are even more valuable now. And even just getting yourself about 4 kills a game will provide a massive sort of boost to your performances and really make sure that you have a chance to compete for the top here. Because if you're going out with a 0 point, that's going to hurt so much more in a leaderboard where a lot of teams will end up maybe having about 10 points per game if they're performing really well. So getting yourself 3-4 kills every single round is going to be massive. And ooh, that's 1 for 1. Ooh. What is that? Snickle is flying. Oh my lord.
Wow, that was three players down there. Absolutely huge hit. Oh, that was quite something. Pretty quiet out here otherwise, but yeah, hell of a hit. Oh, there goes lonely Murado into the sea.
That was looking pretty clean for a second there. They got the first knock instantly, but Snickle gets herself run over and not only knocked from that, just flies into nothingness, completely obliterated by the car. They've gotten themselves 2 kill points, but I don't think she was expecting to go out like that.
Like, interesting you say about the points. So 1 point per kill. You get 10 points if you come first. 5th place is going to get you 4 points. 3rd place gets you 5. So like say, if you can if you can pick up 4 or 5 kills and then get yourself in the top sort of 8 finishers, I think if you could do that, you know, every game, I think you're going to be up there, you know, thereabouts. And the ones that I think we're going to see, you know, in the top 1, the top 2, the top 3, they're going to do that, and then they're going to maybe throw 1 or 2 big games in there to just jump that up a little bit.
Exactly. It's got to be when you're competing versus so many teams and you want to finish in the top 3, let's say. It's got to be both. It's got to be consistency and pop-off performances. There's no way otherwise that you'll be able to separate yourself from such a big field. So that's another nice little bit of an early pull-up. And Ares makes quick work of it. Easy double for him. And yeah, like we said, it's got to be a mix of both. And getting yourself kills early here is going to feel mighty good for everyone. That sort of gives you a little bit of a breather, gives you a little bit of a confidence boost. You know things are going your way. You've got a bit of a loot injection as well. For a lot of these teams who rotated so early, it's going to be a big sigh of relief to see, okay, we're already starting off with a few points on the board.
Team's actually a bit more spread out than I was expecting. There's a little bit of spare zone still in that northeast where a lot of them are going to be coming in from. But over on the north road there, I can see those guys coming in, maybe going to run into some trouble. Might start seeing that situation we talked about in the pre-show where we see some of these, you know, the popular routes that you're kind of forced to take on Miramar become death traps a little bit as multiple players coming in. I can see a quite popular route going far east and around the south. I think that's where we saw Laura come through a little while ago in that car crash. There's quite a few players trying to take that south road and just sneak in nice and quietly.
Yeah, it's a big topic on Miramar. Do you take the roads or do you try to go off-road? We'll probably see that in this match, where it's a little hard to stay exactly. Just like you saw there, it's a little hard to stay on your wheels when you're going off-road. This is even on a dirt road, and once again, you have 2 vehicles on the squad. You're already doing pretty well. You flip one of those, you're in a bit of a dire situation. So the roads are very attractive, but we've already seen a lot of people just die on that eastern road, right? So there is a certain risk attached to them.
Yeah, still only phase 1 at the moment, so the blue pretty kind on these players moving in a little late. It's starting to get a little bit clumped together. Here we are with Static that we saw a little bit early on, but still 60 players up at the moment. Pretty busy. I think it's going to get a little bit more slow and tactical as people take up the positions in the first zone. Once we start to see 34 teams getting condensed down into phase 2 and the phase 3 size circles, that's going to be tough. And these guys, these are right up at the north of the zone, right? This is right up at the north. So still a long way from the play zone, coming in very late. Does have a bit of meds, but you know, not a crazy amount.
I think he's seen the team in front of him as well here, so he's cutting in a little bit, making sure they don't get road camped by a team that's ahead of them, which is another one of those things you got to be careful about on the roads. But like you said, they have some meds, but they're mighty far away, and Zone 2 is about to pop. So we're going to have some pretty solid information about where this game is going in a few seconds here. But if you're really far away from the zone, you're not even in time to react. So True Damage, he's going to cruise along the beach here. He'll see the circle, and he'll have some time to react. Some other teams that are still deep in the blue, they don't really have that luxury, and they'll be much slower to the zone.
More teams coming down this, well, trying to avoid this road because they know it's going to be hot, and there might be some shots coming in here from K-Del. Unless they're going to push, that's Laura left on their own now. Laura lost her teammate early on. He's going to get down to the beach and avoid that line of sight now, but on low HP, he's vulnerable. The spray just not connecting from K-Del. Still time. Oh,
that's a bolt.
We go. Gets the job done.
That's
it was a bolty,
side. Yeah. That's, I think, the 3rd kill already for True Damage, or Felix as he calls himself. Taego picks up the solo. AVE, the first team to lose a player this match. Also, I think that maybe the second team to get completely eliminated here. We haven't lost a whole lot of teams, but well, we have actually lost quite a few. The kill feed is just playing us for a fool. But as we see a circle coming on in, there's quite a lot of teams still in movement here. We see Honey Badger actually flying across the zone in an E-pickup. So that's a bit of an interesting strategy. If they're just a duo and only one of them is taking the E-pickup, flying across for some information. Kartoffel does not want to take the shots just yet. I think he's waiting for a potential teammate to come in later than True Damage here.
Yeah, quite surprising to see the Brits there splitting like that. I'm not sure if they were maybe going to parachute back down and, you know, close to each other or maintain that split. It's pretty bold. But fight going on here. We got cut off. We're taking some big hits, but getting down in cover. These guys fighting at a little bit of range here. And it's probably not going to be too long for any third parties come in, but smoke's down from both teams. Car is safe at the moment. These teams not in the zone, though. They're going to have to move and get themselves in. It didn't go down towards the South Islands, so the teams don't have to worry about that at least. But these players do need to rotate in. They're about as far from the edge and within the play zone as you could get right now.
Yeah, they do have to get a move on, but it's not easy to detach yourself from these fights, especially when your enemies are in between the zone and you, right? So this is a tricky game you're playing. Sometimes this might even be a tricky game where third parties can come in, but when you're so far away from the zone, you might not have to respect that as much. But like you said, time is ticking, and we are heading more to the Chumacera side of things, where we'll actually be seeing probably a whole lot of fights for terrain. Right now we're seeing a fight for a concrete. It's Milo and Rolf in the bottom floor, and they're up against a full duo. But Taego is knocked with the nade. That's a chance. That's an opening. But they have to keep this clean. They have to keep 2 up here if they want to have chances of a good game.
Yeah, I think there might have been defensive molly going down there to stop that push, but they've got to try and get something back. That also means no chance of getting up there to revive. Going to have to win it. Doesn't. Milo and Rolf taking 2 kills on the board. Couple of points for them. We go down to 31 teams, and good little compound to hold these. Like we talked about earlier, you know, holding, you can't hold the big compounds that you might hold with 4 players, but something like this with 2, it's a lot more manageable.
Yeah, this is you really gotta make your picks and figure out what you think you can hold and what you think you can play out of later on. It's not easy, and sometimes, like we talked about, you gotta fight for it, right? Sometimes you can't just take what the next best option, try and take a safer option, try to avoid all the fights. Sometimes you really just gotta engage, and if you can, get yourself that compound, get yourself the 2 kills, get yourself a little bit of space on the map especially. That can be super, super helpful, and that can really set you up for a good game. Milo right now, he's not aware though, and he's not gonna get into safety here, I don't think. Oh, he's gonna only get tagged up twice. But this is a pretty tough feat for Rolf. If he doesn't find an instant knock, he's gotta just try and send it across. Hope there's no other teammate set to punish this. BenQ is a while away, but I think they're crashing this. I think they're fighting this. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, BenQ is rolling in fast. I don't think Rolf's going to have time to get their res already. I think boosting up first as well, putting down perhaps a decoy smoke there. Still not on the res, going to have to fight this out 2v1. BenQ is in there as well. Not looking good for them there. Grenades and frags coming in. Has been located. This is going to be very tough for Rolf. Does get a nice little connection. Big hit on BenQ actually. BenQ's been put low. Going to have to be cautious. Still,
he runs him down.
1v1.
Oh. That's beautiful from Rolf. He's not waiting around. He's not playing passive. He's not going for the res. He's looking for the fight. But in the end, BenQ is better with the AUG. That was looking good for a second there.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if you heard the util poll or not, but he did realize I can't just sit here and res. I'm gonna get utiled. I'm gonna get traded out. There's no chance. And he does try to take the initiative, but in the end, doesn't get away with a kill point there. So it's only 2 points for them in a position that's pretty good in this circle. There's a lot of ridges. There's a lot of terrain you can fight your way through in this zone, especially on that northern side. But I think Hot and Spicy, they're kind of in a good spot right now. And that's Iba out instantly.
Yep, Iba gone there. 2 kills on the board for Kartoffel and Meister here. A couple of nice points for them. Another compound here. A lot of these compounds that are quite nice for duos, also quite badly overlooked from a hill, like we just saw a second ago in that little compound there. The trap from above. When you need to push out one of these small compounds and you got someone up on the hill above you, makes life pretty tricky. There's a lot of teams pretty close together here as well.
Yeah, it's such a tricky game to play. Duo's such a different beast. You're trying to take positions that you might think are free.
And deja vu.
Yeah, you might think you have something to go here because you know there's not that many positions to play. You're looking for something, but there's so many more teams on this map. There's still 28 teams on this map. So all that experience you've gathered, all that intuition you have about what might be free is absolutely worth nothing anymore in a completely different game mode. Marbo now knows though. He knows there's 2, and he's looking for a fight. And I think he's going to be potentially catching them off guard here. Finds the first for free. He's already got a nade out. He now has a 1v1 versus Meisters on the rock.
Yeah, nice little knock there. I assume Marbo are completely on their own. Nice, don't have a teammate anywhere nearby. So 1v1, 3 points on the board for Team 15 here, Kartoffel and Meister. But yeah, it's not looking like that revive is going to be, I mean, on unless they can pick the knockback. Got the shield down, the util going out. But I think the frags are trying to blue zone to try and get the flush there and confirm some points. That is going to be, yep, Kartoffel gone. 1v1.
Oh, the point gets stolen away, though. That's Tuuno from the other side who gets him. It's a similar color, but it's a different player. Yeah. And you can see as well, Vixen is interested in that as well. He's walking out of the compound. He's looking for an opportunity to get himself a free point. It's a pretty risky one, though. Makandar, his teammate, has just done the same thing and instantly gotten punished for it. So you should feel it's so tricky for these players, Ben, to pick the right fight at the right time. Vixen is going to get himself one here and eliminate Marbo out of the lobby. But he's lost his teammate for it, and you only have one in this mode.
Yeah, this is such a kill zone here. There's players right up on the top of that cliff as well, looking down into this area. Such limited space. You can see how stuck on that rock Meister is there, and Vixen, I think, is quite limited to where they can go to. But these players are also going to have to shuffle very slightly to get themselves in the zone as well. They're not miles away, but it's getting pretty small. And here we are with my British pair, Michael and Honey Badger, both still alive. No kills on the board yet. We saw Michael up in the sky earlier with the E-pick. There goes Dibs and Squeaky. There's a few dropping in the kill feed now. We see some shots coming in from Michael onto these poor souls just trying to dig themselves out of this little shack, which is going to be very soon in the blue zone.
That is a rough position to be in. They're hoping to maybe kill some of the teams around them at least before they have to make a move on. But like you see, it's a run through the entire open, and they've got Michael and Badger just lining them up and putting them down. That's two players that have played for the UK squad at the Nations Cup. That is no small threat in the lobby, and they're just sitting in the compound, just eyeing you down from long range. This is not a fun time for Divine and Paoyan. But they have at least gotten the res and instantly punished, instantly put back down. Those smokes are all fading. Divine's got to get somewhere, and he's got to get there fast. And there's plenty of players up on the top still waiting for him. So a tough run for him.
Yeah, chances of finding a nice calm route in probably quite low. Michael here with the level 3 helmet and Groza as well. So they've acquired an airdrop at some stage along the way. Maybe that's what the E-pick was used for. There goes Divine, taken down by Honey Badger there. So I think that's a couple of points on the board for 22 there. And another team wipe. Here's Vixen and Meister hiding behind that car. Nicely done.
How many? He's gotten himself 4 kills just sitting at pieces of cover and putting down what's coming towards him. He's had such a fun game, just shooting at cars coming his way and shooting at Vixen running through the open towards him. He's really put himself in the right positions to make the kills easy, and that's a big thing in PUBG. Now Util's coming out towards Vaborit. He's trying to counter flash to slow down the push. I don't think he has a teammate left. I think his teammate didn't even connect here. He started the game and he's on 4 kills right now. Wow. So he's absolutely carrying, but the barrage of flashes is going to make this hard. He's going to have to 1v2, and he doesn't even get the chance for it. The flashbangs are good enough. The util clears him out. And Acalyptos and teammate, they're still firing off strong here. They're finding the next one and the next clip over. They're just fighting their way through teams right now.
Yeah, that was a very slick push from Quality and Acalyptos, sorry there. And then, yeah, straight on, kept the momentum going, got another kill, 3 on the board. But, yeah, great effort from that player before there. Had 4 solo. Unfortunately caught underneath the Murado there. But decent points for coming into this on their own to carry into the next game. 15 teams left alive at the moment. Top 12, well, you get 1 point for getting 11th or 12th. So you start scoring points once we see another 3 teams gone. And then it's going to be... fighting for some pretty decent placement points. Not sure what highest kill team at the moment. I think 4 or 5 is about the most we've seen so far. There's a 5.
There's another 5. Mika and Aris popping off right now. They've moved out of their compound towards the top of the hill, but now they're realizing there's a lot going on around them. They get the flush on Heaven at least. So the Blue Zone nade is going to confirm that. They're going to know as well that it's a solo next to them somewhere. But like we said, right? Plenty of angles, plenty of teams to contend to, and they'll have to figure out a way to make space for themselves, to make a free edge for themselves so they can actually play in with confidence. And if they can't manage to get that going, it's going to be a really hard time crunched in between 2 teams.
And I can see Michael sneaking up on someone with a Groza there. and then pretty effectively used. Another kill on the board for the two Brits, but they've got a pretty nice little defensive setup to try and come across here. This is Bandicoot and Maxstats here with the shield down, two of them, and they're on the right side of the zone here. Going to be pretty tough for Michael to move up. Can't see the other teammate, maybe off to the side slightly.
I think he's already been taken out in the kill feed. Yeah, I think we've lost Honey Badger already. Michael is the only one left, and he's caught with his pants down, healing in the blue. That's him gone, and that's that edge free now. And that's Maxstats and teammate having a little bit of space and having a little bit of time to figure out how they want to play this. So they had a nice setup for this circle, but they now have to start setting up for the next one. And they have to start making a move further on in, where they will be greeted by Mika and Aris. And that's not a team you just want to walk into without a plan, I can tell you that much.
11 teams up at the moment, 17 alive, so we've got a fair few solos knocking around. Things going to maybe start to calm down just a little bit as the zone's a little bit less packed out. Still a lot of dodgy angles these players are going to have to watch out for. That's where we're going as well. Actually, not too many teams up in that area, that northeast shift. There's quite a few of them got to move out. We've got some down in Chum there have got to come up. No real, no houses left, no compounds left. It's all about the hills, all about the dips. And there goes Micah taken down by Bang. Gonna try and go for that flush. Should be able to confirm that pretty well. Already pretty low, but Arasek taken down there by Kilyakai. Nice org spray there. 6 kills on the board for these guys though.
Yeah. They make a nice push there as well. They push towards the edge to try and make some space for themselves. They take out Mika. Aris falls shortly after. Now they have a duo up to their north. If they manage to take that fight and they manage to hold out their team, they're in for one of the best positions in the circle. So them getting proactive here is big. And it doesn't only get them 6 kills, it also gives them a little bit of space to play with. Like I said, I'm going to continue talking about that for the whole evening. Space is massive here when there's so many people competing for it. 4 centimeters, he's been completely popping off with the bolt, but I feel like his days are a little numbered here because Duff knows about him and he doesn't. But there's a chance Duff just peeks on over and collects, and, well, he doesn't even have to. His teammate Marunix has it, and that's the run ended for Team 11. We saw them very early on in the game getting absolutely smashed by a car. Pretty good solo performance there from 4 centimeters.
Here we are joining Verzik and Fanda here. 0 kills, but they've got themselves into the top 8, so they're going to get at least 3 points for their placement. But might be trying to add a little extra point to that here as well. Taking some hits, but got them low. Got them down to 1. I'm sure we're going to see a third party coming soon if they let this fight go on for too long. And there, take it down, Kadal.
It does go so fast in these duos. You just see players just dropping and instantly the whole team is wiped so many times here in a row. We have Duff and Marunix on the top. They are picking teams apart right now with some long-range weapons, but there's quality finding Duff and doesn't connect the shots just yet, but he's got Duff in an awkward position. Duff stands up though, takes him down, makes sure they stay alive. They're not in the zone right now and they have a really tough cross towards the bottom valley here. But I think I've seen an arm in the hands of Duff, so he can open up any situation for the team. Just one shot to the upper body or to the head, and you instantly have an opening.
Joining another big fight going on. It does look like we got a Groza sneaking up behind. Not sure if that was Michael's we saw or another one that's entered the fray, but nice little finish there. That's going to be a 1v1. We got Benk and let's fight up there. Here's the Groza that came up behind. Yet another third party. Missing a lot of shots there. Going to have to whip the Dragonov out.
What is happening?
Oh, that's a bad miss.
Ay, ay, ay. You hate to see it. Irayo makes sure he stays relatable for everybody in Twitch chat. Make sure that everybody feels like this is their gameplay on screen right now. That's a rare miss. I've seen that. I've played against that man plenty of times. He's an absolute demon with the Mini 14. 7.62 guns do not seem to be his forte. Killy picks up another one, by the way, Ben. And I think he's picked up 2 or 3 teams now as a solo and putting himself into top 4. So that's a massive performance from him alone.
Absolutely huge. And we've actually only got 1 duo left here. 3 solos. Verzik, one of our duos, one of our solos, gets some nice hits there on Duff, but still no kills on the board, but good placement. Another kill for Killy there. Caught Duff, another third party. So that is one of the ones from the duo, actually. Duff was one of the remaining
Look at
2.
the minimap.
So yeah, everyone's...
Killy instantly gets that knock, and he's instantly rolling away from the fight, looking for the other team. He's trying to sort of bounce in between these teams to make sure he doesn't get caught off guard and make sure he's the one catching people off guard. But there's going to be a 1v1 here in just a second. Marunix instantly out. Nice headshot spray from Werzik. Keeps themselves in the runnings. And we're down to a 1v1v1.
Yeah, nice to see Verzik there get a couple of points on the board just to add to that total. Top 3 is going to get them 5 placement points, so not too shabby, but 6 on board. So a couple of players here we've seen popping off. Killy and Ben both been getting a lot of hits, and with the bolty on Killy, it's down to a 1v1. Looking pretty good for that, really, I'd say there. Verzik on the low ground. Bank, yeah, kind of got a bit of a better position there.
Bank's got a lot more space in the zone, and he's got the high ground, but this is still a 1v1. One single headshot buys you a whole lot of time to make a move. And, oh, it's Arm versus K9. And he's got the 3 helmet as well. I didn't even realize. He's got the full loot off Duff there. That's a massive advantage, because Bank with a bolt is not even going to be able to one-shot headshot him here, right? So he's kind of got to get into AR range and hope to connect consecutive shots. Because if you're trading K9 for Arm, the 2 helmet versus level 3 helmet, that's not a very good trade to be taken. So Bank's got to figure out something here and maybe try and catch him off guard, or try and take a more close range fight where the odds are a little bit less against him.
Well, this is the dream package for a 1v1, isn't it? The AWM and the 3 lid up against your opponent's K9. So big advantage there, but like we said, probably the inferior circle position down there. This next circle's maybe going to dictate where things go a little bit. Still some util for Verzik, reasonable amount of ammo, so I'm not sure if Bank's got some smokes as well if they need to move, but still, even now would be pretty tough to move anywhere and not take a few hits, even if you're moving through smoke wall. Good health on the vest as well, despite picking that up possibly from one of the slain opponents, so not looking too bad for Verzik for the time being.
It's a tricky one. If I'm Verzik, right, in theory, you want to be peeking everything, because you have the advantage in every peek battle.
Yeah.
But you also want to catch him off guard. You really want to, if you have a chance to sort of rat him out and catch him in the open, that's the game won right there and then. So hiding can be a really good strat as well. But I feel like Bank is not going to have to make a move here with the way that this circle just shifted. And he's just going to wait. And he's going to be popping up for information, but probably not going to take a very hard peek fight, because he knows there's 3 gear in play. But he's confident with it. He's peeking it. And now he's heard the Arm at least. Now he knows what's coming his way. And he should have seen the level 3 helmet as well. So surely he's going to try and slow it down from here. But again, that's a dangerous game to play as well. If you're not peeking, you don't know what the other guy's doing. So yeah, it's playing dangerous games here, Bank. That's all I can say.
Definitely showing a bit here and putting some shots back. It's bold taking on the K9 AWM fight, but love to see it. And, Bank's got a lot of kills on the board, so definitely some confidence there. Big rotation coming on here, but it's kind of where that ends, isn't it? That hill, just that ridge doesn't really carry on around there. So quite limited movement here for where Verzik can go, just left and right a bit. And going to be interesting to see. We're going to get one more zone in 20 seconds, but they're getting closer now. It might get more of a might be more inclined to go for the spray rather than the bolty, particularly with Verzik having that 3 gear. And there comes the AUG.
A little buffed in the recent patch, a little bit more controllable. A double headshot is not enough though. The AUG, I don't think that's even a kill. So you really have to hit a really, really good spray versus a level 3 helmet. But circle is popped. We know where it ends. The star is where the game ends, and I think the position is still very advantageous for Bank. I can see he has no nades. He does have a lot of smokes. He wants to make a smoke path towards the circle. Oh, there's a blue zone nade. Oh, that's nice. That cuts out quite a lot of area for Verzik to play if he does place it well, which I think he has. That's pressuring a little bit of area away from Verzik, but it's a little early. The circle still hasn't closed enough to make this a super dangerous threat.
Yeah, it could have been really useful, but needed to get that in just at the right moment, just as the circle was starting to push and cut off a route, like you can do with mollies, but a bit more extreme with the blue zone grenades. But there's that blue. It's right on the back, closing in. Not so many smokes of Verzik. You can see some util starting to come downhill as well. Just going to start moving up, and these two are going to come together very soon. 1 frag, 1 molly left for Verzik here, but pretty hard to get those frags uphill like that.
It's the only smoke he had, and he's going to try and follow up with a nade. If he throws out well, that's a pretty good chunk of damage he could deal. Yep, it's a little short. But now he's in the open, and now that smoke's gonna fade very soon. He can prone down here, he can get a first hit off, but Benk knows he's wounded now. He can start pushing up, and he can start trying to hold him out. Make sure he doesn't get into zone. One good flashbang from Wurzik could instantly turn the tide, though, and that spray is a whiff. That gives a chance to Wurzik. Good damage is being traded. Benk barely makes it into the smoke. They go for another reset, they go for another round. But this is the advantage completely shifted to the other side here, Ben.
Yeah, this is a great little back and forth here, and it's going to be Wurzik with the upper hand. It is going to take it in the end there. Great little 1v1 there, back and forth with the damage, but it is Wurzik that comes out on top in the end.
Yeah, and I think that was a 3-kill win for Wurzik's team, so he pretty much only picked up the important points. We saw it when we won with the AUG towards the end, and then he wins another one to win the game. I think Benk's team was a little bit more rotating around the map. Wurzik was sort of playing it more safe and secure, but they get themselves the chicken dinner, and that is very, very big to start off a day. I think plenty of teams there with something around that 6-kill mark. We saw quite a few, right? But a 3-kill win is 13 points just off the back, and that's going to put you in a really good position coming into the next 3 games.
And I think we're ready to rejoin Frank. Let's get his thoughts on game number 1.
Yeah, I think, a lot of exciting moments for sure. I think, like you guys had mentioned going into that first map, kind of a feeler at the early stages before we started getting those rotations. Most interesting thing to me was I think early rotations definitely important, but the margin of error is so much smaller.
Yeah.
That was the real standout thing that I think made it really interesting to watch is we saw so many small decisions being make or breaks for a lot of these teams. I'm expecting things to get tightened up a little bit in that second match, but it definitely made things so exciting to watch because you overextend just a tiny little bit and you've got multiple teams kind of with reticles on you in certain scenarios. But I do think Benk too, we saw some early action out of their team, making it all the way to the end, I think was a great testament. But yeah, like the rotations and positionings we saw out of Wurzik really kind of made the difference in the end. And like we kind of mentioned, it is those margin of errors are so much smaller in duos. You've really got to be kind of on your A game throughout the entirety of the map. And that's what was, I think really fun to watch. It made it exciting, and we got a great first map out of it as well. Going into our second map, what are you guys thinking after that one? Koho, is it kind of more the same? Do you think we're going to see more or less aggression? What are your thoughts on that, Koho?
It's a really good question. I feel like we've seen that both playstyles can work, right? I think we've seen the more proactive playstyle from Benk and Spicy there, who were going for early fights. They get one knock, they go aggressive, right? And they try to claim space. And then we've seen Team 25 here from Wurzik who get away with the chicken dinner just by playing their position nice and calmly and not taking any risks when they didn't have to. So it's a really tricky thing for the players, right? Because if you were going aggressive and you got killed in your first engagement, you might be very inclined to say, well, we can't take fights early. If you drove to a compound that was taken and you died, then you might think, well, maybe we should have just taken a fight instead. So it's really hard to make the right adjustments here. But I feel like teams are definitely going to be a little bit more confident and comfortable in the second match now that they sort of started getting in the groove. They've gotten a feel for the lobby, and they're sort of getting into that mindset of, well, we gotta really start hitting it now. We can't just slow it down and not have any performances today.
Yeah, I guess throwing it over to Ben, do you kind of agree with that sentiment? Is that what you also saw out there in our first map?
Yeah, I think what I felt looked really effective there was when some of our players got into, they didn't necessarily get into the best early position, but they got themselves not too far out from the zone and then just got themselves in a nice bit of cover and kept getting fights. We saw people in the sort of phase 1, phase 2 picking up 3, 4, 5 kills just by working in one little area and just focusing on the engagements that just kept coming by the sheer volume of players trying to get past, trying to get into the zone. And that, that worked quite well. If you commit fully into the middle of the zone, maybe you won't get as many kill points, or maybe you might get picked off early. So I think that was a nice strat. I mean, we saw it work out well, obviously, for the winner in the end. All 3 of those kills came very late in the game, but I think it's going to be very tight on the leaderboard after game number 1. It's got to be very, very close at the moment. So long way to go. Taego up next. Much more open and easy to move around, unless you have to cross the great big river that's in the middle. So that's going to be interesting if we get a harsh circle for the players.
Yeah, definitely going to be an exciting map number 2. I think the big takeaway, for me at least, kind of, piggybacking off of one of Kowo's points, is I think the trap that teams will fall into is we did this and it didn't work, let's not do that. Because it is such, you have to be constantly thinking of both. I think, the teams that might fall off are going to think like, oh, that wasn't viable, we shouldn't do that. When our final 2 was kind of evidence that both work, you just have to play it right. And that's what it's going to come down to. So I think, map number 2, going to be exciting, but I think we'll have to keep an eye out for the teams that kind of try to force a particular play style or a particular strategy, because these fights, these rotations, everything that we're seeing right now is so dynamic. Going into map number 2, I think these teams definitely still have to stay on their toes and kind of stay dynamic throughout the course of this whole tournament. So with that being said, we are going to throw it to a brief little break, and then we'll be back with map number 2. So stay tuned. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Logitech G Playdays PUBG $10,000 Duos Tournament. We just watched a really exciting map number 1 out of our top teams in EMEA. Again, this is the grand final. This is where all the points and prizing is on the line. And yeah, with that exciting map number 1, we kind of need to see where the dust settled a bit on those standings. But before we do that, let's bring Kowo and Ben back on to the stream. Guys, now that we've had, time to kind of process map number 1, how are we feeling? Kowo, we think, let me ask it this way. Are we trending like up in action or down? How are you, just like a brief up or down kind of trend? How are things going to go here, map number 2?
I think based off the map we're playing and based off the fact that everybody is kind of sort of shaken off that early maybe sort of pressure and insecurity, I'd say we're trending up. I think there's no going down from here.
Love it. Ben, in alignment there, we all going up here?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty lively. We get the multi-drops on Taego as well, so a bit more of that loot being thrown into the mix. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I like Taego. It's one of my favorite maps, so interested to see how our duos play. I think there's maybe a few more drop options for our teams. We might see people a little bit more spread out at the beginning, but then that means, better loot and bigger fights when they do kick off.
Awesome. Love it. And I think that's part of what makes like kind of the 4 different maps exciting too, is we get kind of a little refresh as we move throughout the tournament here. But here are your map number 1 results and that point breakdown. Again, for anyone looking at this graphic at home, that first column is placement points. The second column is elimination points. And then you have your point total there. So yeah, interesting kind of thing that happens there is like we saw placements versus limbs. We saw Bank in that final kind of circle going off against Wurzig, tied at 13 points. And then PD, Duff, and Maru there with 12, only 1 point behind. So, honestly, those kills, playing a big factor, especially as you, approach double digits. So some of that early aggression from our kind of tied for second team right now, paying off there. But I'll kind of throw it over to you guys. We'll start with Kowo. What are you kind of seeing out of our teams here after that first map?
Yeah, what you just touched on is a big factor, right? Both playstyles kind of work. Now imagine if Bank would have won the 1v1, right? Then they'd be up in 17 here. That would have been a mega performance. This way it's a little bit more spread out, and you see that the sort of mix is what really gets teams to the top, the mix of both. And then I think you have to say something as well about the team in 5th place right now. I think Snickle was one of the first players to actually go out there. She was the one smashed by the car flying into the ocean. But True Damage managed to make it all the way there into placement points and got themselves 6 kills as well. So even if you lose a teammate right early, you've lost half of your team. But as a solo, you can still put up big numbers here and keep yourself in contention. So that's one thing that players will have to consider as well. There's a lot you can do as a solo when everybody else is just duos.
Yeah, I guess I'll throw it over to Ben then. So my kind of question for you would be, how do you feel about, losing one player early, but then kind of staying in it? If you're that player that gets eliminated early, what are you doing to kind of mentally stay in the game too? Because what I'm kind of seeing is, when you get that one half of your squad basically eliminated early and you're just kind of sitting around, how are you kind of refocusing going into map number 2? Are you coming in cold? Like, how do you think the players mentally are going to approach that? Maybe having like a lot of time off, like specifically with Bank and Hot and Spicy.
I think, like we said earlier, you've got to keep that confidence. You can't get too shook by what might have happened or what happens early in this game or what happened in the last game. If you go around tiptoeing around, trying to cautiously sneak into the end game, I think in this level of competition with this amount of players, you're just going to get caught out. You're going to get tagged and you're not going to get there. So I think, you've got to take the fights when they need to be taken, and you've got to be aggressive when you need to be aggressive. And, sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. But I think the players who are going to come out on top today are the ones who keep that confidence. They stick to their game plan, and they just got to hope that they get just a little bit of luck the right way to help them get through the 4 games.
Yeah, and I guess if you are one of those teams that did have one of your players fall off early, looking at the standings, it should almost be easier to shake that off, because that's exactly what we saw happen with our final circle, and they were able to be tied for first now. So yeah, maybe if anything, it could help take away some of that pressure. So before we jump into this next game, let's take a look real quick at our map rotation as well. We just wrapped up on Miramar and heading into Taego. I know we've gotten a couple of your guys' thoughts, but I think for me at least, I'm just looking forward to how each one's going to play. We've got multiple styles kind of going on now. We've got multiple maps, and having these players have to be on their toes at all times. I guess then the next question that comes into play is, like, in terms of endurance, having to dynamically adjust all that time throughout all 4 of these maps. Kowo, do you think that that's going to start to play a factor here as we progress throughout the tournament?
It's a factor for sure. It's sort of both sides. The momentum that you want to carry on, right? That's one thing that really helps, but also resetting from a bad game. Like we said, I think there's leeway to have one bad game, and even if that's your first game, you can still win the tournament if you play really well in the other 3. But the worst thing about having a bad game in PUBG is you die, and then you sit there for 30-40 minutes waiting for everybody else to finish playing. You might be watching the stream, you might be watching everybody else get points and pull off cool plays, and then you have to come into that next lobby kind of cold, kind of not in the flow anymore, and you've got to get back into that mindset. So that's something that's really, really tricky and really important for players across matches to stay super focused and stay in the right mindset. But it's not trivial, it's not easy.
Ben, any thoughts there about, like, getting back into that flow and that kind of endurance battle that players are also going up against here?
I think it's an interesting point Kowo mentioned about, you can have one bad game in this. It's not a long tournament. There's only, 4 matches today, but we saw those points, we're in the sort of low teens, mid-teens, lots of teams on 8-9 points, but with so many teams in the lobby, that bad luck could happen to any of those top teams. They could go out early, they could have a low point game. So to catch back up, 10 to 15 points, if you've had one bad game and then you have, a 5-6 kill win, you're straight back in it. And then a bit of consistency over the other 2, you can be battling right at the top. And, it's going to be really hard work for any of our teams today to be, top 3 points in every single game, just by luck. You can be the best players in the world, but with so many teams, you could just have some bad luck and get hit in the back at some stage. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I think we saw that a few times there in that first map for sure. And yeah, whether that's just like a habit thing, like you mentioned, we've got kind of an even split, with pros and kind of non-pro players. So even that, like, you're expecting certain things, and when that's not what you're receiving, it can throw you a little bit off your game. But, before we get into this first matchup, again, we want to remind you guys of that G502 anniversary. It's the 10-year anniversary, and that limited edition mouse, of which I'm the only one on the desk here that's going to be using. Everyone else, don't blame you, though. Put it up on that trophy case, absolutely. But you at home, you can win one of these limited edition mice as well. All you need to do is scan that QR code and follow the link to enter that giveaway. And then once you win, you can do whatever you want with it. I'm not going to follow up. It's yours to either tweet a picture of, use, put on a pedestal, whatever you want to do with it. But it is an absolutely beautiful mouse. And as we are getting into map number 2, I'm going to let our casters, Kowo and Ben, take it from here.
Thank you so much, Frank. We have 3 more games coming up for everybody that's watching from home right now. And we're on a second map of the day. Taego is the one that we're heading into. Bit of a different game, bit of a different beast. We talked plenty about it. A little bit more open, I think is what you said, Ben. I think that's a good way to describe it. And that has ups and downs, right? That makes rotating a little easier, but it makes surviving in those late game positions a little bit harder as well. So we're going to see different gameplay here. Fighting ridge to ridge as you can on Miramar in most locations is not as big a thing in Taego. So teams will have to switch up their playbook and have to figure out what they do just once more.
I think we're going to see a lot of even longer range third parties on this map. It is such an open map. A lot of tree cover, but also a lot of massive, great open fields. People are going to get shot across, and you can drive sort of pretty much Route 1 anywhere on here, as we said, apart from the river. So it's going to be interesting if that is a factor. Here we are with Michael on fire and Honey Badger, and already some teams up close together. This is Squeaky and Sylar there. We saw go out one of our top performing teams from the earlier rounds, right? But we actually saw them go out pretty early. So they might have some early action again here.
Yeah, and like we talked about, they have to sort of hit that reset. They have to get something going now, and they once again decide to rather contest for a good spot than to dodge into a bad spot, right? That is a decision that's completely respectable. We'll see if it pays off this time. They're definitely a little bit more structured, a little bit closer to each other. But this is a tricky location, if you ask me. There's so many different angles, so many different houses, so many different roofs as well you can get on. Winning a fight here is not easy, and winning a fight clean is a whole different beast, right? Because yes, you win the hot drop, sure, but if you lose your teammate in the process, then it wasn't worth it at all. You're never happy to trade 2 kills for 1 teammate, right? So early on in the game. So it's a tricky prospect, and they'll have to really pull it off extremely well if they want to stay clean here.
Keeping a close eye on those roofs, as you say, there's a lot of them around here. They're all pretty accessible, so good places to attack from. But of course, you've got to balance that with your looting and actually try and get yourself some good gear, as well as watching out for those scraps. Squeaky with the mutant there. Not sure if that's the gun of choice, but it's what they've got for the time being. Big enough area that you could back yourself out of this pretty comfortably, I think, if there's a vehicle on that side of town for you. But they are on the edge of the zone, and it's a very, very east zone. And I mean, like a third of that is out of bounds. So
yeah,
it's a pretty small area for players to get into now.
A third of it is not really playable at all, right? And then look at where all the teams are. There's so few teams in the zone right now. We have 40 teams on the map, and I'd say we have less than 10 in the circle right now. So you really, really don't want to be stuck hot dropping right now. You really want to be getting one of these main priority spots and setting yourself up for a potential big game. And both these teams are not going to be able to do that at all. They're not even in the zone. They can't just fight it out here and be fine for a few phases. They either close out this fight or they leave, or they're going to be at a massive disadvantage.
Spray coming in here from Duff, and there the follow-up from Marinix there takes out Vazu. Gonna get the confirm on that. Teammate off to the side there. He isn't going to be able to save them. So first kill of the game there. Confirmed. A lot of players here, and a lot of them, I think the team 8 here were just jogging in there. I don't think they had a vehicle. That's static down there, I think I can see.
Yeah.
But yeah, a few players just merrily jogging through the fields here. There's lots of bushes and these ridges you can sort of use to fight off, but it's not the ideal way to get away here. I did see an E-pick coming in. I think 1 or 2 players have E-picked in, but there was a lot of players, like you said, over outside the zone, and not only outside the zone, but also on the other island, on the northwest island. And it's pretty tough to get from there to here. There's not, you have to go quite a long way around, limited bridges to do it. Those bridges could get pretty rough.
Yeah, and I mean, beast, right? How many times have you seen 2 different teams in that area, in that middle of the field, 1 barn around? That's duos. People are not where you expect them to be, and there's more people than you expect. So Voxes and teammate, they just drive on through there. They're like, maybe we can just rotate through the fields. We should be safe. Who should be in the field at this point in the game, right? Instantly punished by 2 teams and no chance for them to even stick around. So that's the brutality of duos. That's what makes it so hard. I think the hot drop has dissolved in the south. That's AVE coming out on top. And we've also seen another few fights in the circle already, fighting for positions in the kill feed. I've seen Kiliakai pick up 1, and he picks up the 2nd here as well. So they're starting off once again with a few kills. And I think that's for a fairly central position I've seen on the map stream.
Definitely strong contenders, and Marbo picking up 1 on Heaven there as well. Yep, that is the flush. Point confirmed for Marbo. Very early drop there from Heaven. Did see the big multi-drop coming in there. We were right on the far edge of the playable area there where we were watching, and sort of along that red line you see when you're playing on the map. If you go outside of that, then you're off the map and you will die very, very quickly. So a lot of teams, or a few teams we've seen already get right down. Big drive by here from Spicy. Great hits on Rolf. They got one down. They're going to try and finish this up.
It's just what you need. A few shots hit, and suddenly you're in a super advantageous position. Suddenly you have double the manpower, and you can try to hunt that down. We've not seen them shy away from a fight before, and now they won't either. Milo's on the rock, but he's known. He's got to dodge some nades, but if he catches one of them in the open, he can equalize the numbers very fast. You're hot and Spicy. You can see him jumping around, trying to get all that visibility for the nades. Banks on the side. Is he ready for the trade? Yes, he is. And just like that, a duo fight is so fast. It's so hard to keep it under control. Hot and Spicy will get rezzed. Oh, I say that. He does get tagged up a little bit by their Norwegian compadres, but I think he will be safe here, and he will be rezzed. Can't say the same thing for Mika here. Caught out very, very early. Sent back to the lobby.
Yep, Mika's gone, and Static picking up a kill point in the board there as well. Looked like, yeah, I think Spicy was going to get away with that one, picking up teammate and running away as the third parties came in. They were fighting in a pretty open area there, right on the edge of the river, but there was already so much smoke down. I think they got away with that one. Here we are with one of the new UAZ skins. This is Roshanar here on their own, no kills, lost their teammate very early on, but making their way in. And there's a nice little quiet compound. Well, compound's maybe a little generous. It's sort of a shack with a small wall, but has found a space in the zone for the time being. And a long way to go.
For now. He is alive for now. That's what we can say. A little bit concerned there for him, because not only is it a tiny little shack, he also had 0 smokes. So getting out of that shack is going to be quite hard. If he does get his tires popped as well, the car was wide in the open. Could get quite tricky, but there's some glider action going on for Meisters, and they're actually potentially third-partying a fight here. The flying, the piloting skills, maybe not optimal, but they've gotten themselves into a center compound here. The only problem is they're running through the open still here. There's already drive-bys coming on out. There's a team trying to beat them to the compound, Ben.
And
no way!
All sorts of players dropping there. Such 6 HP here to try and finish this off. Going to just try and confirm that kill, I think. They know they're going third party, I think, in the end, right? I mean, just all over the place there. One left. Watch?
Oh man, we're seeing a lot of people getting run over today, Ben. It's been a theme.
Yeah, it sort of stemmed from the quite questionable glider skills there. I'm not sure they were quite what they intended to do, caught in the middle of nowhere, really. If they had just landed in the compound, then it would have worked out a lot better for them, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. They're down to 1 now, and there's a lot of players that right over along that red line there. Another big multi-drop coming in. This one is a lot more accessible. I'm not sure anyone went for that one at the bottom. There is a team now sort of coming up past it, but I think a lot of our teams have actually made it round. There's still some up in Shipyard. Here we are with some of our fancy event crates that we've got going on since the update the other day, and that one has a P90 in it, which anyone would love to get their hands on.
That is easily the best gun in the game, I'd say.
Yeah.
Especially in duos. There's a little bit of an added bonus in duos of staying silent, right? Like we said so many times now, teams are smaller, so it's much easier to stay undercover, and if your gun is as silent as a P9, that's absolutely massive, and it also happens to just be the best gun in the goes range up to almost mid-range, so that's a big thing for anybody to pick up, and then there's a few crates around that, right? We talk plenty about the multi-drops. In a team so small, both of them having 3 gear is just such a massive thing for everybody else to deal with. So, going to be interesting to see how much teams are willing to risk, because majority of the game is all about avoiding the risks, right? But taking a risk for a multi-drop seems quite worth to me many times.
Yeah, I agree. I think going for those multi-drops if you can without going too crazy. There's only 2 of you. There's a good chance you could both get 3 hats from that, maybe 2 crate guns. Looks like Duff is going to be maybe out of luck here. It's a sneaky little spot. Catches them off guard, actually gets the first knock. Going to be 1v1, but goes down the end. And where is the teammate running in now? Maybe a bit too late, but, well, they're still quite spread. And there's some HP to be healed there.
He'll have no idea. That's the thing. Pavian will have no idea where Marunix is playing, right? No. That's a big off angle. He spotted him now, though. Maybe even Divine. Maybe the knocked player spotted Marunix there on top. Yeah. So that gave it away. That makes that fight a little bit harder. It felt like a bit of an easy one for Maroonies to pick up. It is certainly not anymore. Now half HP, he's got to get a res, and again, he's on the clock, right? He wants to get his teammate back up. He doesn't want to get third-partied, but looks like he's just fallen away from it. It looks like he's just giving this one up.
Yeah, or it's either that or just a massive rotation, but
that's a mega
get
flank.
Spotted. Yeah. It's gonna be tough. They got 2 kills, so I mean, the way he does go around, there's a chance of that res, and here we are seeing Quality taken down there very, very rapidly. Teammate moving in here. They was reasonably nearby. See if they can find them in that smoke. Got a bit of util here. We've got a 1v1, I think, going on. A couple of knocks there.
Oh, there's a third party coming in. That's a flash from distance. The nade is good to take them out both, but he has already lost his teammate, and that's the thing we just mentioned, right? There's so much third party potential, especially in a central location like that. Dimea and Chris, they had a pretty gruesome match 1, probably coming up with 0 points there, but they're now in a good spot to try and redeem themselves in game number 2. Paoyan on the other side of the map has gotten his flush in the kill in the fight we just watched, so Duff will be going out, and Maroonix will not be going for the res. Unfortunate, as they were able to string together quite a good bunch of kills last game, but they will have a hard time at that this round.
Some players settling in with quite the collection of cars here. Nice little size compound. Try and hold someone. That's Killy across the road there. I think Killy on their own now by the look of it. I think it was Killy I saw come in on an E pickup quite early on, actually. This is right deep into the circle and just kind of holding the angle. Definitely knows they're there. You certainly would after all those vehicles rocking up. 2 kills on the board for Killy here. Yeah, Heaven we saw Heaven go down quite early on, didn't we? So
yeah,
but surviving well so far. Definite potential to get some more kills. Plenty of util available.
Yeah, and he's just pretty much just waiting for the cross here. He's just hiding behind the window, waiting for sound. Right, pretty efficient tactic to kill one player for essentially free, and then reset into a fair 1v1. So he's trying to catch the team off guard there, not trying to peek too much, not let his presence be known, as he is severely outnumbered. As outnumbered as you can be in a duo match. But
static drop to a Panzer there.
There's a lot of that stuff going on, and we won't be able to catch it all, right? But I think we've been able to catch some crazy stuff going on with the vehicles, especially so far. But yeah, it's a chaotic phase 2, and it's a chaotic circle. We already talked about phase 1 eliminating so much of the playable area. Phase 2 has not been that much more kind, and with phase 3 about popping in, 46 players trying to find their way on in. It's not going to be easy here, Ben, and we're going to see a whole lot of that, a whole lot of compound fighting.
Yeah, here is that compound fight we were just talking about. Killy gets one down and is on at half HP. Might decide to go and heal that out. Probably the smart move, but yeah, not yeah, nice. Does get the heal off. So we got 1v1 here. Frag's coming out, pushing the corner. Killy's been hitting some nice shots so far. 0 kills on the board for K-Dale's team. 2 at the moment for Killy. It is very tight. AK versus, I think, the Org we saw. Killy running. All the util coming out, but it's going to be tight.
Oh, he catches him.
Gone.
Flash in hand, not going to do the trick for Keely. He gets the knock. He does a little bit of damage on the second, but not able to clutch it out. That would have been a big one, because that would have meant he could be playing into the zone from his side, but he does get taken out. And there's the beer fellas, the winner of the last match, also taken out at the same time. So it goes quick in duos, like we said. Mistakes are punished very, very fast. And already some of the big hitters from the last round going out early means the scoreboard might be tightening up quite nicely here. The circles around Kangnoing, plenty of teams in the city, but I'd say a lot of teams outside the circle still, Ben.
I think we've lost, 3 of the top 4 leaderboard teams. Obviously, the leaderboard doesn't mean a huge amount. It's a nice nade there. Doesn't mean a huge amount after game 1, but still 3 of the top 4 teams gone. Hot and Spicy and Bang still in there. So good opportunity for them to extend if they can. A nice little setup there. That's Ace taken down by Saint. That's going to be, unless someone pops up a third party's it, which you never quite know, should be a comfortable point on the board. There we go. Silas picking up a knock on and Nico there with the frag as well. And this is Silas. I'm not sure where, Pixel just heading over here.
Pixel just cruising about in his potato truck, making sure that he gets himself into a position he can help his teammate from. Haven't seen a whole lot from them in game one. We've seen a lot of Vavrid picking up 4 kills for himself in game one, but once again, he's left to his own devices. No teammate back in the lobby for him. And a pretty tricky spot for him to get out of here. He doesn't only have to go into the zone, he also has to go into a 2-man team setting up to try and hold him out. And then he's also getting third-partied from across the map. You can see that on the minimap. I think it's Iba and Zulux from the compound that are making his life even harder here. So I'm not even sure if his car is functional at this point, but he's looking at quite a challenge coming up. Yeah, and that's that.
Yeah, there goes Vav. I mean, going to be tough for Silas and Pixel, I think, to get up over this ridge. There's teams either side of them looking here, there against the zone. So it's not an ideal position. There were a few cars there, and I think one of them might be okay. Here we are with Bank, as we just mentioned, moving in. Did we lose? Oh, there's Hot and Spicy. So they have got a little split angle here. Trying to find the angle on Pixel in the car now. Does miss the bolty. Unlucky. 2 kills on the board for these, though. And still, well, 20 teams up, 21 teams up. They're getting closer to the placement, but long way to go on that still.
I don't think he's aware. I don't think he's aware of Silas being, and that's the reason he took the shot at Pixelic, and that's instantly punished. It's just, that is just Duo's textbook, right? One tiny misread, you take a shot at the wrong person, out of the lobby, really quite impossible to res this one back up, and your teammate is just on his own from there. So it's so punishing with these players putting you out of your car in just a few bullets. It's such a dangerous game to be playing. Now Pixel, he's going to look for more. He's got the Dragunov. He's got some one-tap potential, especially with Spicy only being on 88 HP at the moment. But he's just going to try and set up a way that he and Silas can take this position, right? They still have to get into the zone. They almost want to drive by this. They almost want to sort of send it in there. But they have to do it well, because once again, you can get punished, and it goes so quickly.
Spicy there deciding to bail out of that one. Going to move up into the town here, which already has a lot of teams on it. And those teams are going to be looking for people approaching. Nice little dip here. I think they pulled up just to verify he was gone. There goes Dibs taken down. Chris getting kill on the board. Both still in the game for Chris there. Here's Elkin. 3 kills on the board for 4 centimeter and, Snickle.
There you go.
Thanks. Yeah. Not super used to reading backwards, but I'm gonna do my best.
She's making it hard on us, but it is fine, because so far they've been putting on a pretty good show. I think again, it's True Damage just picking up 3 for them already. I'm not sure if they're aware there's somebody already at their shacks, but I see True Damage with a bolt, and just like that, that's a helmet gone, that's a player knocked down, that's a 1v2 for them. Good nade to follow up. The man's absolutely on fire. Good util as well, and they're looking to close this out. They're not wasting any time here. Snickle's up on in there.
Yep, straight in. 4 centimeter was third party there. I think taken right out. So just straight in, going to push the shack. No,
it's a
go all the way around.
Ay, and that's how fast it goes. Such a good opening, such a good fight it felt like. But one little bit of third party, and you're in a 1v1, and that's even a res now for AVE. So they're gonna get away with a bit of a scare there and a bit of a headache from that bolt, but they should be able to get that res. I said that a little bit early, but the smokes make it possible. And with a bit of a chance of these two teams on top fighting each other, there's a good chance for AVE to even finding a third party and playing a pretty good game out from here.
Yeah, they're pretty close together up here. There's a lot of teams getting condensed down that haven't wanted to commit into the town. They're all sort of hanging out on this southwest edge up in these hills. Few different duos lurking about. The res has been pulled off, and there's our zone, was pushing a little up to the north, pretty central north, and a big old load of crates dropping down right in the middle of it on these hills. So there is loot to be won if you manage to get there. But you can see the spread of our teams here as they get closed down. I don't know where would you rather be out of all those teams? There's no one that's not going to get third party there.
That's pretty much the art of positioning yourself in duos, right? It's not even about being in the most central position, because if you're stuck in the middle at the end of the game, then you're the one getting crunched, right? You're the one engaged on from multiple angles. So you'd want to be at the edge later on, but you don't want to be constantly fighting your way on in, because at some point that's just going to get too hard. So it's a really, really tricky problem to solve, and we can see right now a few teams have just given up on positioning themselves in the forest and just gone for the safety of the city. But once that city gets shifted out of the circle bin, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath down there. So it's nice early on in the game, but getting out of there is mighty hard.
There's still a big chunk of it in at the moment, and a lot of teams in there. When they come out, they're going to have to cross that road and move up that hill. But we must have 5, 6 teams still, at least in the town. Kind of 2 fights going on, really. There's the big hill battle. We've got the south, and then all the people patiently waiting in the town. I can see some players on the drops in the middle on the mini-map. Here we are. It's Sylar there. 3 kills on the board for these guys. And that's going to be... That's Chris. Chris pinched that.
Oy. I thought that was an easy kill for the AVE boys, but sometimes the shots do not connect. The car is rolling down diagonally. That makes it even harder to track, right? You're tracking for recoil. You're tracking for the decline of the hill. That's a risky nade from Superiority. But he does find a few more, and he has a boatload of them that he can just let ring here. They're looking for kills now, and they're looking to make some space. We talked about it, right? You don't want to get stuck in the middle. You want to take some space for yourself. But it's not that easy on such an open hillside, and I feel like they're about to get third-partied regardless here, Ben.
Well, we saw Chris pinch that one. Chris down on the right on the edge of that town shooting up, and this spot is just really badly overlooked from the town, and the people in the town haven't had a lot to do for the minute. Ooh. Oh, unlucky, and that is... There goes Chris again. It's Chris. It's Chris.
Oh my God.
It's just so open. The people in the town just, this is what they're waiting for. They're looking for those opportunities, and everyone they drop from these teams makes it easier when they have to move out. 5 kills here for Superiority and Tekers. Pretty good.
I think Tekers has knocked down one of the UK boys on his east and has tried to take the fight to the south because he realized how pinched they were. But he hasn't gotten any of the kills from his knocks, so they've all been stolen away. Just like his teammates been knocked from far, and now he's going to go down as well. 5 kills for them and almost into placing points. It's going to be a little frustrating when you consider the chances they had in this game. But I think they really were just showing off how hard it is in duos. Now Pixel and Silas, they're coming in from the edge. They're taking a fight, but Iba puts down Silas and makes this one a 1v1 against Pixel.
Yeah, 1v1, but Iba on low health, and now low health. What's going to see? I think she's just prone in. Nicely done in the end. 5 kills on the board. Maybe someone might actually get revived in these hills. Would you believe it?
It's thinning out just enough now for teams to actually take a little bit of space. But as it's doing that, Ben, it's also just shifting away from them completely. So I think the only thing that's still inside on this hill is that rock that we've seen about 4 people die on. So yes, they're now starting to take control of the forest, but the circle has said, well, goodbye. That's not worth a whole lot anymore. You better start making your sends towards the city. So early sends into the city, they're quite risky in the long run, but they're getting rewarded for a lot of these teams here, and you can see what they've been up to for the last few minutes. There's a lot of just hiding out and surviving going on inside the town.
Particularly worked out well for the players on the edge who've been out to third party this the most, and particularly Chris has been getting kills from there. They're still pretty comfortably in the zone. There's not really many players left up on that hill. Like you said, nowhere really for them to go now. And I think the remaining hill players are about to bump into each other as well, as we see some of our town folk. This is... that's
beautiful.
Timing.
That's... Yeah. I mean, I said we've seen about 4 people die on that rock. Make that 6. And... next zone, we might make that 7. Kristallny is going to have a hard time getting down from here as well, but that's a nicely placed grenade right there, and that's exactly what you got to do. You got to step up sometimes when your teammate goes out, and 6 kills for Kristallny, that's a big statement.
Yeah, 8 kills for the team, and there's a lot of loot for them to use there. There is all sorts of death crates up here, maybe stuff they could grab out of the airdrops, and more airdrops dropping down in the middle of the zone here. It's a little bit of extra hard cover players might be able to use as well, as we lose Kadel there. Another team gone. 8 teams remaining now, so we're well into those placement points. 10 alive, so not as many solos as we saw in the end game last time around. Some good little duo battles come up here with Godfrey's up on the roof. Great little angle. It does pick up the kill. 7 teams up. 3 kills here for these guys.
Nice little position with the folded shield as well, making sure you can actually play that roof actively instead of just having to hold on out. Now they're at the edge, now they can start to get a little bit more proactive, start prodding the lobby a little bit more. But they have a lot of sort of traps to walk into still. I see Ares there with a shotgun. I think he's holding down some stairs or something. He hasn't moved in the last 15 minutes. So nobody will have a good idea where he is and that he even exists. So there's a lot of potential mishaps that could happen in this town still, with all of the solos in the lobby actually, or not all of them, all except one, being set up there in the town. But I'm looking at Iskris and Dimea as well. They've been able to pick up a few kills here from third parties, and they're still in the best position out of all the town players here, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got those two sort of barns held down between them. They've got good loot. We saw an MG3 one of them had earlier on, so they've got a bit of crate gear going on, and pretty impressed that Cristali there has managed to get into that next zone, managed to move down and onto that next rock somehow without getting picked off. So maybe whilst the town people were distracted, or just with some duking skills, but setting up a little shop with some folding shields. But we're joining Darren here. This is Laura's teammate getting some little tags there, but it's fighting a duo there is going to be pretty tricky. Just outside the zone here, I think, as well. One kill on the board as well, and that is the last smoke thrown there.
He got timed a little bit on that run. I think he was holding that, but then he looked away just at the wrong second. They were able to make the cross. He gets some good damage in. I think he headshot both of them, but Taego connects more than one, and that takes him out right there. That's going to give them a little bit of a false sense of security, though, if we see Virginia rotate into that side of the circle. But he is struggling with the blue right now, trying to make his way on in, and not having an easy time at it. Circle's closing in 50 seconds, so it's quite slow moving, but it is brutal. It's not going to let most of these players just slide on in for free here. We are right on the edge right there, and our shotgun camper there might have to move soon. I'm not sure they can just about hold that. It's this next zone that's going to fully move this area out, and maybe this area might be good. It's a nice little defensive position set up, but completely on their own. Everyone's going to know where they are. Got the 3 hat, so did manage to find some gear from the many airdrops that are dotted around the middle of that field there. But everybody else down here, and I think they heard the shotgun because the blue zones are going off. Oh, they must have heard him, or they must have smelled something. They must have, maybe they even heard a different team. But Ares, he's been ratting so long and instantly gets shut down by the double blue zone. That's so unfortunate. That's a tilter. That's a few placement points for them, but nothing more coming from this game. 5 kills on Dimea and Iskris, and I'll stick to what I've been saying. I think they're in the best spot city-wise, but Cristali is much deeper in the circle than they are, and he's got loads of cover around there. So Chris and Dimea, they're going to try to close out the entire town and then take the 2v1. But I'm giving Cristali a solid 50% here to win that game, just off that rock, just off his solo performance.
Absolutely. I think there's a tiny little bit of wall still that Chris's team can use in this zone, but then they're going to get pushed out. They've been picking up kills. That's 6, and there's a big old pile of smoke. Brilliant nade there. Yeah, Taego gone.
That's right in front of the door. There's no way you're avoiding that one. He's trying to come out of the building. The nade instantly sits him down. But there is a chance for the res here, Ben. I'm getting overexcited, maybe. There's a lot of smokes down. There's a chance they actually do get that res. And that circle is going to move mighty slow.
I don't see any other frags coming in. I think they might have exhausted some of that lethal utility. There's a nice little kill there from Godfrey. It's Wox is taken out, and not gonna be able to stick that res. So it's going to be a 2v1v1, and probably going to be a 2v1, I reckon, because this isn't really a great spot to be in. But another folded shield coming out.
The folded shield's big here. I love these things, and just putting that up in the smoke gives him such an unexpected amount of cover as well, right? Everybody thinks, okay, when the smoke fades, that guy's a goner. But he's going to be able to put that up in the smoke just in front of him, and he's going to be able to hold on a lot longer than anybody else might expect. There's a Panzerfaust on Cristali still. Oh my. If he hits that, that'd be absolutely mental. I think he put it in right in between Dimea and Chris. Doesn't actually do the damage, but in a few seconds here, Ben, in 9 seconds exactly, that circle is going to shift out everyone on that northern side, and Cristali is going to just sit there picking them apart. I don't know how many smokes Chris and Dimea have. They got to get him out fast. And they got to start getting a move on, because look at that. There's one gap in that wall. You got to go through there. Jammer Pack can help in a little bit, but this is getting tight.
Yeah, and it is down to our
There's another
2v1.
Panther.
It's going to be Crystalani versus Chris as they move, Team Chris as they move in. 2v1. Quite a lot of bushes hiding the view here, but up on the rock, great view over the top. And you might even be able to see down into those smokes a little bit. I think they're going to want to try and get a tag on here and try and push that advantage. But yeah, does still has that Panzer in pocket. Hoping the Panzer can save that. A lot of smokes here still to use as well, and the 3 armor. So could take a bit to take them down.
Yeah, I'm hoping that once he figures out where they are, they'll be running out of smoke soon enough. Dimi has done so much damage here, though. That's going to be big. That's going to be them screaming in comms as well. Like, we've put him down to 1 HP. We've got to go now, right? I think they're going to run out of smokes otherwise, but it's looking like they might have a little bit of low ground here, and he's actually done himself a bit of a disservice with these smokes, because he's got a lot of nades. He's got a Panzerfaust ready, but he can't see where his opponents are right now. He's got to go looking again through the bushes. If he doesn't find them in time, the 2v1 is going to be really, really hard to win here. He's got to find an isolated 1v1 somehow, Ben.
And those smokes have run out now completely in the open. Dimi full prone with the MG3 as well. It's a big ask to try and win now. The rock is gone. 1 smoke left. That just seems to have no idea where they've moved to.
He's so sure they're on the left.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so over, Chris.
Moment was, I think it was around phase 8 when we had, I think it was 5 teams spread between 3 buildings, and just the tension of that moment. I think you had mentioned too, it was almost like a gentleman's agreement, because they heard each other, but they were just like, we cannot risk that right now. We're just gonna kind of cohabitate for the time being and then figure out what we're gonna do later. But then even when it came down to Krystalny in that final circle, I would love to find out what was going through their head in that moment too, because the only thing I could kind of think of with that play is whether they were realizing they were in that 2v1 and then just trying to eliminate the points placing versus elimination differential, because for placement, first you're going to get 10, second you're going to get 6, and he's maybe thinking like, well, at least I can get 1 extra elimination and essentially make that 7, cut that differential down to 3 to try to kind of eliminate things in the standing. So I definitely liked all the different play styles and kind of strategies we saw yet again, and with the map variation, I just thought it made it play completely differently and be really fun to watch.
I think he must have just seen the bushes in front of him, and he must have just checked that off. Be like, okay, nobody's in these bushes. I can't see anyone here. But so because he was so focused on the left, right? He was constantly just scanning the bushes on the left, and that really cost him the game there. In what I think is a fairly winnable 1v2. A 1v2 is always hard, right? You gotta hit your shots. You gotta stay clean, but that was rather winnable, and I think he just had sort of the wrong read on what the other 2 guys were doing, and them just flopping on their bellies and proning it out actually wins them the game there. That was kind of interesting, kind of cool.
Yeah, I even like too, like looking at that final circle, how long Krystalny had that position at the rock and just kind of waited for everyone to finish what they were doing before they were going to go out and make a play. So that was a really entertaining, I think, final circle to watch, especially, starting to see some of it here now. Once those, I think it was, 5 teams between those 3 buildings started to have to make that push out into the open. And that's where I think the highlight for me, or kind of the key takeaway for map number 2 is, what I would describe as like macro versus micro. You see all these teams kind of making it there in those macro level decisions that kind of gets them to that final circle. And then in that moment, it's the micro. It's your exact positioning, your resource management, and even coming down to just like hitting your shot. So I love kind of that funnel we're seeing where, the big decisions that kind of lead up to you essentially just needing to like clutch up in those final moments has led to, I think, 2 really, really fun back-to-back maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And nice to see, a few more duos battling at the end there as well. Folding shields, apparently the thing to have these days, because everybody had them in that game. It's a really interesting use of that as well. It was nice to see. But yeah, I think in that 2v1, they just needed to, as soon as Chris and teammate got out of that compound, like Kowo said, through that, they had that one tiny little gap in the fence to come through. That was probably the big opportunity to try and get a bit of damage done. And once they were through and prone and hiding behind the bushes, I think it was a big ask from then on.
Yeah, definitely
100%.
another great map, though. So I'm excited to keep this train rolling. I think we're going to start getting, map number 3 on the way. So we're going to take another brief little break, and then we're halfway through to finding out who our winner will be here in our PUBG Playdays tournament. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with more action here on our Logitech G Playdays PUBG $10,000 Duos tournament. If you guys are watching right now, just to kind of keep you in the loop where we're at, we still have an entire region left to play waiting in the wings, but we are halfway through our EMEA Grand Finals right now. Just concluded another exciting map number 2, but before we get into map number 3, I of course want to bring back in Kowo and Ben to kind of get their thoughts on that second map and maybe some predictions going into the third. So we'll start with Kowo. Now that we've seen a couple maps played going into map number 3, general takeaways, is this kind of what you expected out of the tournament, or are there any surprises you've kind of noticed here?
I've been very careful with my predictions because I think duos are so unpredictable, right? And they're so unique, and I think we've seen that now in game 1 and 2, where the winners of game 1 and the high performers of game 1, I think none of them really showed up this game, and other people got away with massive amount of points. We had like an 8-kill second place and a 9-kill win, right? Massive amount of points on the board for them. Nobody else has really been able to string together 2 great games yet, and I think there's a good chance we see that continuing. But if there's one team that can do it, one team that can show up in game 1 and 3 or game 2 and 3, then that's the team we're expecting to come into the finals as favorites, and that's the team that's really sort of leading the charge. So it'll be super interesting to see who can do that, because like we said right now, for example, right, Dimea Itzchris, 19 points this game, 0 in the last one. So they might be first after this. I think they are, but it's definitely close.
Yeah, Ben, kind of taking a look at the standings here, that map 2 points breakdown. Big earners there for sure. Any other things you've kind of picked up on or want to point out before we get into our third map?
Well, there's going to be a big shuffle around on the leaderboard. Like we can see there, there's 3 teams that had big games from that, big point games from that. I think Godfrey and Taekvi maybe got a bit under mentioned. We sort of so focused on that crazy end game there with Crystalani and Team Chris and Dimmy there, but 3 teams that didn't bring a ton of points from game 1 getting good points now. We're gonna have a lot of teams close by, and a 19-point win, that shows us what kind of a shift you can have. That's taken them from 0 probably to first place now. There may still be other teams out there now who've just got a few points on the board. One more big game in game 3, they could be in the top 3 or 4 teams. So like Kowo said, 2 big games, 2 big games could secure it for you. I don't think we're going to see over maybe 50-ish points maybe for the winning team, possibly, depending on who turns up. So yeah, Vikendi next, going to be interesting again. A pretty open, quite traversable map compared to Miramar. Doesn't have a big river going through it. So yeah, good. I think it's going to be quite a different dynamic again.
Yeah, I think like you kind of both had mentioned, the big takeaway for me is like you can have a really big map at any point in this series. Now, granted, we're halfway through, so if you're going to, it's time to kind of show up and do that. But yeah, map number 1, we saw 2, 13-point, I believe it was, games be our tied for first and second. But then to show up in map number 2 and lock in 19, the eliminations, I think, are really kind of that X factor for a lot of these duos, and maybe the catch-up mechanic, if you will, if you didn't have a great game 1 or game 2, almost putting up, a double-double, if you will, for our first-place finishers with 19 points. So it's going to get interesting. I think, Kowo, rightfully so, hesitant on predictions, because at this point, how can you even predict anything? It's just going to come down to who's locked in this kind of back 9 of the tournament. But to throw another one kind of Ben's way, I guess, how do you think the players are going to fare going into this second half? Is this going to be, some of those first place finishers showing back up? Because just in terms of placements, it looked like an entirely new set of teams that were performing. So any thoughts there on who's going to kind of show up in match number 3?
I think we might have identified probably our top kind of 7, 8 likely teams now, the ones who have maybe performed well in game 1 and game 2. It's going to be those ones coming together and seeing who can try and be consistent through these last 2 games. I think one of the things that certainly seemed like it is key, and I'd be interested to know the stats on it, was the amount of kills stolen in that last game. It felt like so many of, I think, Chris's kills, excuse me, and a lot of the kills we saw were, other people getting the knocks and then stealing those kills. And, that's a lot of points. I reckon Chris's team probably easily 3 or 4 of those kills were stolen. And, players maybe start to realize, okay, we get ourselves in a good position, and then we don't not just looking to shoot players, we're looking to steal those kills as well and just pick those up as the game goes.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Even, somewhat in game number 1, but in game number 2, definitely. It kind of shifts the perception of what we call a third party in a way. There's not much required to really, not much effort you have to put in to potentially kind of steal those kills away. So, yeah, there is kind of a little bit of that kind of luring and trapping almost, just like kind of waiting for those easy pickings to kind of roll through that I think some players or teams are starting to catch on to. And that's going to lead to, I think, a lot more of that cat and mouse style gameplay where, it's not even just about getting the knock and then, okay, let's wait. Is anyone else here? Let's push in. You've kind of got to press on the gas a little bit sooner if you want to secure that kill, because they are, affecting those leaderboards and that standing so much. So I think that's maybe my, team prediction wise, again, very tough to call it even at this point. But I think just kind of energy, play style wise, teams are starting to pick out, like, we need to kind of secure those kills, kind of pick up the aggression a little bit, and just kind of have a game plan going in versus, okay, we got the knock, then it's on to step 2. You've kind of got to do it all at once. So I think this will be a big
close out your fights really
match.
fast.
Yeah. To talk on that a little bit.
You can't wait around, because everybody is just waiting around you ready to pounce, right? You start a fight, it better finishes in the next 30 seconds. Otherwise, you're giving so many teams a chance to third party, and your game might just instantly be ruined. And we've seen that, like you said, so many times this game. You really can't afford to be in a long drawn-out fight. No team has really come out victorious from any long drawn-out fight on that map.
Yeah, Ben, any
absolutely
thoughts there?
Yeah, I think, the success we saw from the teams that have got anywhere, they've been the teams that haven't had these long fights. They've been the teams that have set up well for long-range third parties. And all those long fights we've seen, sooner or later, you get third party, you get fourth party, the blue zone's on their back, and it's just, not worked out well. We saw it so much in, the hills, particularly there as that zone was pushing in from the south, the southwest. All those teams in the hills were just all over each other. There were long engagements going on, so much third partying, and then even the town third partying that as well. And it was just a big mess for those teams in the end. And well, one of them managed to get down for second place, but all the rest were long gone before the town got pushed out at all.
Yeah, I love that. And just to kind of add to the I guess animal terminology, right? We've got things like snaking, we've got ratting. I'd like to propose a third that has come up a lot in this tournament, and there are vultures out there, I think, is the best way I can describe some of this play style, where you just have teams that are kind of like, let's hold this position, and they're just surrounding kind of the carcass, like waiting to pounce on that. And I think that's kind of a third play style that has started to emerge here and has been, successful, just like we saw in that previous map. So it's just another thing. I think the dynamics of duos, especially when there's this much on the line, kind of brings that out of teams. You have to have that kind of killer instinct about you, to where, you've either got to pounce immediately on that kill and secure that, or the play style of, being that vulture, kind of just holding down an area and looking to pick up some scraps has come into play a lot. But like you had mentioned, going into Vikendi, any kind of map specific things we should be looking out for? I know, Ben, you were kind of talking on that earlier. Anything else to kind of expand on there of like a Vikendi specific play style we should be looking for?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on Vikendi that's kind of unique to it. I'm not 100% sure what is in, the esports mode and what isn't, but it's got, bear caves, it's got a train, it's got the ice road with the little science stations on it, which can give 3 gear if you're lucky. They're pretty exposed to loot, but they have a lot of stuff there. Could be a good drop location. You've got some of the massive areas like lumber and train station, which are going to be stacked with loot, but probably contested by the teams. But we might be at a stage in the tournament now where some of those teams who have quite low points going into this, they're going to think, oh well, maybe we're not going to win. Let's just have some fun. Let's hot drop. Let's go in and we'll just do what we want to do and enjoy it. So that might be a bit of a risk to some of our top teams now.
Yeah, cool. Any additional thoughts on that? Like how are the looting dynamics, I guess, in a way, kind of starting to take shape here the more we watch?
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. Like Ben said, there's a lot of sort of landmarks for Vikendi, right? There's a lot of different stuff going on. I was taking more the nerdy approach. I was going to talk about how the terrain sort of influences all those playstyles you just talked about, right? The vultures.
Into some topography. Yeah. Let's get into it.
Because that forest we saw there at the south, right? That forest at the south, it's so up and down, and you have all these trees giving you cover, so it's super easy to sneak up on a team unseen, and it sort of really offers itself up for that playstyle. Some areas on Vikendi are wide open, but then we have forests in between that exactly do the same thing, where you're running at a hill, but the hill is so steep and it has lots of trees on it, you can't see through the branches. You have no idea who's really close to you. So it's going to be another big factor on this map again. But like you said, right, it's a cool playstyle. It's cool if you can just grab kills from other teams, but it very quickly turns you into the prey of the team just over your shoulder, right? It's so fast to go downhill, and we've so many times with these teams where just one knock from a distance and suddenly your game is over. You're pulling up on a shack, you have a guy knocked there, it's all looking perfect, like the easiest fight of your life. Bam, one shot from a distance, game over. So it's hard, man. It's easy to talk about the game. It's easy to sit here and analyze and yap a little bit about why he's playing. It's very hard not to die. I can assure you that.
I love my perspective on it, right? I don't have to, there's no nerves for me. There's nothing really on the line. I just get to, kind of, like you said, yap about it a little bit. But I think, what it sounds like is going into this third map, especially with the specific map in mind, those early rotations and just kind of claiming some territory early might be a big factor in kind of just determining your momentum and how you're able to both hold that position and also pick up some kills on the way, because I think that's the biggest thing is you can't really bank on one or the other right now. You can't just be like, oh, we're just going to play for first. Some team's going to roll up with, 9 kills and kind of trump you that way. So looks like we are about to get into this third map. So I'm going to kind of, take a step back and watch this one, and we'll let you two take it from here. So let's have a fun map number 3.
Yeah, game 3, Vikendi coming right up in a second. It's another quite open map like Taego, but I think less small compounds, I'd say, in Vikendi. Taego's got lots of those little kind of 2-person size compounds you can go for. Vikendi, there's a lot more kind of medium-sized places. I think there's going to be a lot of fights in those hills that we talked about. The hills covered in trees, maybe up by the cable car stations as well. Maybe people e-picking on top of those could be pretty powerful positions. And
it's a big one.
Unless someone's going to, mortar you off or try and frag you off, then, they could be very OP if they get into a late zone, especially, and for third partying, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing on top of those things. As you are OP until you get mortared, then you are absolutely in the bin. So, well, we'll see if that comes into play. We're heading into Vikendi for the third match of the night. And, we can finally get back to the gameplay and, shift away the focus a little bit from us two and into the teams that we're here to watch. I think we kind of hit the nail on the head. 19 points is sort of where the top of the leaderboard is right now. We have a few teams that were able to get points in both games, but nobody was really picking up the pace enough to contend with that 9-kill win. So right now, that is the first place. That's what everybody's chasing after, and I think that's a pretty good sort of prediction as well, Ben. We're going to talk about scores more after this match, but I think if you can get yourself 10 points per game, you're looking really, really good for first here. So that's sort of, I think, the guideline of what you're trying to do. How you get to those 10 points a game, how you get to that average can be wildly different between these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've probably got a few teams now that are vaguely around that just under 20-point mark. So yeah, we might see it go a little over 40. Here we are at train station, mentioned a minute ago. Just a couple of teams coming down, but not quite as hot as it is when maybe you and I are jumping at a train station. This is Tekka's moving in pretty aggressively here, getting over close, trying to close that down. I'm not sure how far away teammate is, but yeah, they definitely saw that parachute come down. That's Simon pushed out to the edge here. Yeah, they're both kind of on their own in this fight at the moment. Might be a little 1v1. Tekka's maybe a bit more aware of the engagement, but backing off just slightly here.
Yeah, it's again, I'm glad that they're blessing us with a little bit of hot dropping, right? They're giving us a little bit of action straight off the bat, but it is tricky for the teams. Now, the same thing is happening in a different compound all the way across the maps. These teams were fighting each other on Taego. Last time we watched, Mika got taken out of the car right quick at the start of that Taego round. Now they're getting a little bit of payback, and they have brought it down to a 2v1, but you can see on the little HUD at the bottom there, Mika does not have a vest or a helmet. He's not in a position to be taking this fight, so he's looking for any sort of additional gear. While Aris, I'm not sure how ready he's going to be for that play on the roof. That Bison is going to pack a punch, and it's Mika going down. Aris in a 1v1 with a lot of low ground to deal with him.
Yeah, and there's that. Oh, the molly, nearly mollied themselves there. I think just about got away with that. Yeah, that no vest. You know, you get the knock early, but trying to push with no armor is going to be really tough. Intel coming in from the knocked teammate as well. Still up. It's going to be a tough one. Both these players aren't going to have much. You see Aerosex has not a lot of ammo in that AUG. They're 29 bullets, I think. Managed to find a smoke for the teammate, though. But not going to get over there without getting the elim here. Not up on the roof.
That's such a hard position to deal with, right? How do you deal with someone that has so much high ground on you? Has an SMG as well. That's really nice. Close range, low recoil. Pretty deadly. I think RS still hasn't realized that knock player is right next to them. So if he doesn't flush that out, that's going to be continuous info going the way of Toy Krong. But no vest on that side of the fight either. And look at how quickly he goes down there. RS with a nice peek around the side. Make sure that they can continue playing the game. Maybe even get their teammate up. And that's Buddha and Irayo going out early as well. It's always sad to see a team eliminated so early, but with so many teams on the map, then it just has to happen, right? It's bound to happen with everybody trying to find a loot spot for themselves.
We seem to be seeing a bit more of it this game. I don't remember seeing quite so many fights and shared compounds right at the start in game 1 and 2. Maybe a bit more confidence from some teams, a bit more sort of YOLO attitude from some of the other teams, and yeah, a lot of players dropping quite early in a parachute coming in. It's going to go straight down. How will they parachute? Was that from the roof? I'm not sure what was going on there. A long drop maybe, but they're gone.
Yep. And there's a lot of players falling right now. We said there'd be a few small compounds, right? There's not as many small compounds. They're a little bit more far apart. And everybody's fighting for them already. Everybody's taking that early aggression to try and get themselves a position. And again, the payoff is big. The payoff is not only the 2 kill points, it's also the loot. So you can get away with rotating early and still having enough loot if you just beat the team that's trying to take your compound. And it's also the space that you're freeing up around you. So when it goes well, it's great. But the risk that they're taking at the same time is also massive.
Yeah, just the opportunity to have one of these compounds to yourself for a couple of minutes to get fully geared is massive. We've seen the disadvantage you get from scrapping with inferior loot, scrapping with no armor. And there goes Kadale taken down. Bot grabbing the kill there. So many early kills this game. And they have secured themselves that compound for the next little bit to try and get some gear. Here we see some players trying to move out of the snowstorm. A nice bit of cover for them as Tondo, I think it hits here, backing out, making a run for it. I'm not sure if they have much in the way of loot there at all, but there's another fighting rolling in behind. And there is our play zone. Zone 1 is up, pretty central, sort of south central. A lot of teams already in it. Not big rotations required here, really.
Yeah, but look at the play path in relation to the circle, right? This is putting everybody that's landed off the play path. A lot of them will have just stayed in their compounds and try to keep those for the rest of the circle, but it offers up a lot of space far away from the plane path. Southwestern side, completely open. Tons of different positions for team to pick from. And for a team like with 31 there, we see them in the lumberyard area. They got 13 kills in the first game. If they put themselves in a good spot on the southwest, and then they get one shift towards them, they might be looking for a really big game here. So there's definitely a chance to sort of read that map a little bit, and in all the chaos of duos, bring in a little bit of sort of structure and consistency. If you're looking at the plane path and you're looking at the circle.
It's such a strong position for them down there in Lumber at the moment, even just with regards to loot. There's no one else down there, and they're going to be able to get exactly what they want in their loadouts, while a lot of the other teams here are sort of fighting over these little compounds. So yeah, big advantage to getting looted up. I saw Chris's team was Chris and Dibby were right up in the northeast outside the zone, minding their own business, well away from any of this action. So I think they're going to be moving in a little later, just getting themselves set up. We'll wait and see till we get some drops come down. We do get the multi-drops on Vikendi as well, I think. So there'll be more crate gear, and there's all sorts of random and odd ways to acquire crate gear on this map as well. So watch out for any bear action.
I think if you're one of the teams that's really far away from the zone, maybe towards the northeast, right, and you know there's a bear location close to you, there's definitely something to be said about looking into it and seeing if you can take out a few bears. Maybe you get lucky with a 3 helmet even, right? There's a few 3 vests, there's some gear, some ammo. But if you can get yourself a 3 helmet in duos, that's absolutely massive. Now, Keely and Heaven, they're on a drive-by. They're looking to take a fight. That's the first knock just like that. Do they know where the second player is? They have a solid idea. Heaven turns it around, though. Ooh. Nice turnaround from Heaven. Nice start to the game for them, but there's the vultures, right? They're already circling.
Yeah, they've got a nice elevated position there, but maybe saved by just the sheer volume of trees in between there. I think they're going to get away with healing up. Nice little double there from Heaven. Killian Heaven getting a couple of points on the board, but not too many other players in this area at the moment. Nice little spot up on the hill here, just right on the edge of the zone. For Fav and this is Vixen and Makawe joining with some long-range SLR shots coming in. Another team taking some of this high ground. It's going to be popular, particularly on the edge of the zone, but the next circle is going to be the interesting one. I think some of the areas on this map are a little harder to drive over as well. Depending on what vehicle you have, right? If you got a Dacia or something, the snow isn't the easiest to drive across.
Yeah, it's tough. Any vehicle that's not the Zima, it's just hard to maneuver on snowy terrain, which will become a big factor in these phase 2 and 3 shifts, where a lot of the circle is eliminated, but a lot of the teams will still be alive. We've lost quite a few players, but we're still up on 56, and I don't expect that to drop down a whole lot in the next minute until the phase pops. And then suddenly you're moving into less than 50% of the area with just the same amount of people, right? And transitioning across the map is such a big part of that, as we see some of the teams already going for a bit of an early route, some of them taking it a bit more slow, but you always might have someone watching on a hillside just waiting for you to pull up and give them a few free points.
Things have definitely settled down a little bit. We had so many teams and players dropping right at the start that not quite as densely packed in as we were in the other games. But we have got, that's Honey Badger, I think, and Divan just across the road from each other, a little garage and this little sort of barn, little farm across the way. And they do look like they want to take the fight here. Trying to get some shots in, but big hit back. Nice headshot there on the 2 lid. Puts Honey Badger down to 29 and decides to beat a hasty retreat or get the fresh hat. He knew he was there. Good, well remembered. Still needs to heal.
I love that just spectating Honey Badger makes you like 20% more British. Suddenly we're not talking about helmets anymore. We're talking about lids and hats. the UK is just coming out strong when we're watching the Team UK guys here. But yeah, I mean, that's the one thing, right? You're looking at a good fight. You're looking like you have a good setup. You're maybe trying to take someone out. One headshot and you send packet, because there's not a second guy on that ridge with you peeking. There's not a third guy that could res you, a fourth guy that could smoke. It's just everybody's a little bit more down to their own devices, and you've got to be a little bit more careful. As well, Badger here, he's looking to force that fight. He's really confidently peeking into it. But any sort of team coming in from that train station area, coming up behind them, could prove to be a nasty surprise.
Dragonov on the orange team there as well. Even with the recent nerf, it can still one-tap you. with the 2 helmet, the 2 hat, the 2 lid. It can take you down, I think, 85 meters. They changed it to, so I think they're right on the border there. The the 1 tap ability. Yeah. Zulu picking up a kill as we join these guys coming up. We have got the circle shifted slightly up to the north here, moving away from Decamesto. We're not going to see that in, but train station is sitting pretty central on where our teams are heading now. And that was, there we are, Champ's taken out. That's Simon. Oh, low health there, but 2 kills. Nicely done. But that was Chris and Dimmu we just saw coming in from the north there pretty late, but they're in the zone now.
Yeah, nice little lineup, I think, for him with the G36. Takes him down 1-2, thank you. And he has lost his teammate in the process. Kristallny, sort of the solo hero of the last game, right? Not able to clutch it out in the end, but getting themselves a massive amount of points. And now losing 1 member so early, he's hoping to get away with anything from this game. Like you said, Chris and Dimea, they're on ascent. They're looking for something. They're under quite a lot of fire here, but should be able to get out away from this team. That doesn't mean they're getting away from the danger, though, because you see on the minimap, there's already the next team over there. There's one further down in train station. It's not easy to find yourself in a comfortable spot here, and as soon as you get taken down low, teams will try to engage, teams will try to punish, and we already see it in the kill feed. Dimea taken out in an instant.
Yeah, Dimmy down. That's going to be a 2v1 versus our top in the leaderboard team. Here we are joining the Brits. This is Honey Badger and Michael, and I think they're in a 1v1 now. Yeah, it is a 1v1, and third party's coming in, as we've seen all day. It's going to be tight. Ariane gets it, yeah. The Brits are gone. Michael taken down. The res is safe as well inside there, despite the best efforts of the third parties.
Ay. This is another 0-point game, by the way, for Chris and Dimea. So they had a 0-19-0 now. So they need another big game in the last one if they wanna contend for the top. But I think that rotation they just did gives you a pretty good idea of how hard it is to maneuver these lobbies with so many players already in position waiting to punish you. And there's the Vulture thing as well. Vixen and Makadark trying to third party, but instantly losing half of their team in the process as well. Now, R is taken down. Not going to get rezzed here. Mika's already on the retreat, and it's another random spot that just punishes that team. I feel like last game they drove past the shack, right? Lost 1 member there. This time, just a tiny little divot. But you have 2 dudes on it. They're ready to take you out of their cars, and everybody in this lobby is hitting the shots. So, get punished, and you're down to just a solo.
So hard to... how do you avoid those kind of situations? You're trying to rotate in. There's just there's no clear routes. You just drive in, and there's either someone there or there's someone not. It's just you can't really scout these out. There's duos all over the place. They're hiding. You just got to kind of roll in. And as we saw with Chris and Dimmy, our big scorers from last game, they got caught on the wrong end of the stick there, and they're out already. And we're seeing more and more teams coming in here late and just getting caught when they're coming through, but looks like it might be okay. This is Verzik from Game 1, our winner from Game 1, right? Verzik and teamed up with Fan.
The beer fellas.
The beer fellas had to go it alone, Verzik in Game 1, but with a teammate now, but they're just rocking up on Ben and Marbo here.
Bibin and Marbo, they're getting them cruising into the doorstep. The barrel, not the easiest gun to connect these shots with. Makadarks on the other side, also looking on in, looking to close out a kill or 2 here. And that's not looking like a fun time. There's Makan from the top. Picks it up nice and easy. Gets himself another kill point. The Vultures have struck again. And man, it's not fun to rotate into the zone right now, is it? We just see team after team after team just trying to make their way on in and losing out on members here.
Yeah, Maka with a nice little poached kill there as they were running away from the exploding car and out of the frying pan and into the fire, unfortunately. Maka with a little bit of space to try and hold down there. There's Marbo up on the hill there. They've got a little bit of space. So things spreading out a bit here. We're just on the hills to the north of train station here. That's what you can see in the background with shots flying up. Looks like there's at least 3 different teams or 2 teams in a solo already in train station firing out. And it is pretty central in our play zone at the moment. That could be the good spot to hold on the edge like we saw Chris and Dimmy do so effectively last game. Sit on the edge and, fire off, get those third parties and rack up the points. There goes Duff, taken out by Kieran.
Not sure if they know about Maruna being so close, but he knows there's another team. He knows there's somebody else looking on in. Does he know that's not the same team, though? Yeah, he must be aware that that's a different player. He doesn't want to step up, though. He doesn't want to stand up while there's still a different team watching. He's hoping to backstep the team in front of him and not get disturbed in the process. Phase 3 blue does a bit of damage. It takes you into headshot range very quickly, but you're still able to heal out for quite a while now. Everybody's starting to make the move in front. Hoping for an easy punish. He's pretty much missed the chance now. He's going to move up, get himself a car, and try to rotate into zone. But once he gets there, it's going to be mighty stacked.
It's Bank taken down here. Spicy is not in a good spot. Does have a knock behind them, so it's a 1v1 here. But probably going to get that nicely in the open, but spun on. That's another one of our pretty high-performing teams from... Well, very high-performing teams from Game 1 taken out, and it's so hard to visualize the leaderboard right now. Just play it. There's not really been a huge amount of consistency from any of the teams so far. Ones that have had big games have dropped, and vice versa. I think.
Yeah, no consistency found for most of these teams. Roxas finds a nice opening, but now that Phase 4 blue is double the damage of Phase 3. It's going to start on ticking. The nade finds one, but just like that. They have to move into the circle and into the next zone as well. Abdu finds one with Static together. Teams holding on for a few compounds here, but there's not a whole lot of that left in this circle. It's a lot of hilly terrain with teams just looking over your shoulders. And like we said, the flippers are not going to be a whole lot of help when you have to move into Phase 4 here for Voxes. They're stylish, but I don't know if they have a car, because if they're running all the way with these slippers into Phase 5, it's going to be tricky as well.
Train station sitting very pretty in the middle as we jump in there. Here we are with Micah, 2 kills on the board, sharing the little hangar here with Acalyptos. And this is 2 solos, just hanging tight, staying very still, doesn't want to give any audio cues away if they can help it. Well in the play zone, so no rush there, but yeah, a few players trying to take up residency in the station. Where do you commit now? Do you go on the hills around it? Do you try and crash in? I think it's probably a bit late to crash in.
It's a hard question. You don't want to crash in unless you have to, right? Because getting out is so hard. But then last game, we saw just sometimes the circle does go to the city. And then you're obviously getting rewarded for crashing it early. So it is a tricky game to play. I think teams that can stay out will. And teams that might be able to take another fight on the edge here, like Keely, Heaven, Vavrid, Aniko, they're happy to take that fight. They'd rather take a fight and play for control than just give it up into the hands of RNG and the teams that are holding out in the circle. Now, Zulux falls on the other side. They've had a few highlights here and there, him and Iba, but this game is not theirs. I'm not sure if Keely, I'm not sure if we saw that right. He was in the blue, sort of just completely out of the equation here. I'm not sure if he's crashed or if he's tried to bait them and tried to put them in front of his crosshairs by staying in the blue for so long. Should be finding himself one for free here, and he does, but he's got to contend with the second as well. Now, Spray comes in. First aid's going to be through in time, but he's in Phase 4 blue. It's about to be Phase 5. That's not an easy fight to be winning if you kill that guy.
Yeah, really, really tricky position here. Does manage to get the confirm, so 4 points, but well outside placement still, and I'd be surprised if they get more than 4 out of this.
He just helped from afar.
Yeah, Nico third party there, and if Killy realizes that, I'm not sure they do, but if they actually manage to get into this blue zone, into the play zone, they might survive. It's going to be tight.
He's seen Marble now, so that's good. And there is one thing he can do here that will really throw a lot of teams off guard. Is he has 3 bodies in front of him he can loot, right? He has a whole lot of first aids he can pick up from those bodies and stay in the blue for a very long time. But looks like Marble and BB are looking to clear him out and looking to proactively close that side of the circle down so they can move into the rest of the game from here. And barely off for the first aid, dies to the blue. Game over for Keely. Again, 4 points is not all too bad. That is some sort of consistency, but not the consistency you need to win the tournament.
Yeah, not as much as Keely would have liked there, but it is a few points on the board. And that is Bibin getting both of them down there. Marbo and Bibin with 3 points on the board there, I think. We're up to 13 teams, so 1 more point, and we're up to placements. Teams 11 and 12 get 1 point. And they start to build up from there. There is the trusty shield that we saw used so effectively last game.
Love it.
Might see that come into play a little bit more. Maybe add in the armadillos along with the vultures and the rats and the everything else we're seeing. Look at these third parties.
Oh, that's a pull-up. And that's a third party, like you said, but that's exactly what we were talking about before this game, right? You gotta close out your fights. You gotta close them fast. If Vanti was getting knocked there, he would have been flushed by Maxox. So them staying clean and them staying fast in that fight keeps them alive and keeps them in a position to continue the game from. As we see Marble making his escape. Pixel and Silas trying to get of action going on that western side. Once again, playing for control. Picking themselves up a set of drops as well. So that's going to come in nice and handy. I'm watching this match, Ben, and I still haven't seen a team that's had 3 good matches in a row. I can't... Maybe there's one in Train Station that I haven't really seen. But it feels like nobody is managing to stay consistent in this lobby.
I think it's the randomness and the lack of duos that I think plays into this. There's so many extra factors, twice as many teams taking spots on the map than you're used to in squad comp. That that bad luck can catch anyone out, and it has been. And we've not seen a team have 3 good games. And this game, I don't think we've really seen so far. We haven't clocked anyone who's had a huge game so far either. There's still 18 up, and obviously someone's going to win, but we haven't seen anyone with more than maybe 4 or 5 kills. So that might still keep things quite tight for the top of the leaderboard. There goes Ad Boot. Yep, Silas nicely done with the MG, but still, just 4 kills, fairly modest for Pixel and Silas here. Into placement points now.
Yeah. They're going to have to make their approach to Train Station next circle, most likely. It's the second time we see a circle actually finish in one of these big locations, not on the outskirts, not in the open terrain. So, bit of an interesting one. Superiority on the roof there as well. Ooh. Tons and tons of overview for them. 3 kills so far. And, yeah, it's going to get dicey. We have a lot of duos still left in this. But there is quite a few solos, especially at the edges of that train station, right? Who lost their teammate and were forced to make a crash on in. And even if you're Silas and Pixelic right now, farming on the edge, you crash into a solo, one of you gets knocked, the vultures are there, right? Everybody's instantly engaging on that. Everybody sees that on the kill feed. Everybody's ready to punish you and get themselves another few kills, especially when these kills come with an improvement in placement and improvement in placement points, they become ever so more valuable.
Such a powerful position up on that roof. Must have E-picked there earlier on. I don't think there's any other way you're going to end up there. MG3, we're going to go, might have to get the Panzer to finish off the MG3. But nice tags there, gone to half health. This is Acalyptos. 4 kills to the team, lost quality a little while ago, but going to see what they can do in a 2v1 here. Just holding the edge here. These are all getting shoved in. The circle is all train station does do a little bit of damage there, but yeah, not very much. And it's going to be a tough fight versus Silas and the MG3. Connects hard. They surely got to push this now.
I think Silas dropped that blue zone on himself. That's a little unfortunate, but they do take down Acalyptos to quite low HP, and they know that, so surely going to be engaging on it. They want to get in a little bit more, right? They don't want to get stuck outside. They don't want to get third party. And like I said, every kill you pick up is also another placement point potentially on the board for yourself. So you really want to start clearing. When you realize a weakness, when you realize a solo, you want to take that fight. And that's Marble finding one. That's the BFLs out with not a lot of kills and not a lot of placement points here. And Marble hits him with a nice quick dance. Ooh, that hurts.
Yep, four kills there for Marbo, and our first bit of showboating I think we've seen so far. Nice to see them enjoying themselves.
I think that's a little check on check action. I think they're both from the same country, so they want to, there's a little bit of extra spice in there. Hits him with the dog dance as well. We talk about animals throughout the whole of this broadcast. He just hit him with the dog dance. It's, it's quite BM, but he already has a new team knocking on his doorstep. And Zagna and Novik there on the north, we see them. They're looking to clear him out. They're looking to do what I just said, right? Find the solos. They're much easier fights than killing a duo. So you spot a solo next to you, you try to go clear.
Few solos left in there. Marbo is one of them, and it's been put low. They are pushing straight in there. They need to try and close this down. Are they got any other util to go in? Yeah, but Marbo's going to bail at the back. Surely they should get the win. They are both looking the other way. Yeah, dodged that well.
Damn, well played. You really played them a little bit there. I'm not sure if that's damage coming in, if that was a molly, or if that was some sort of util coming in from afar. I know we got taken down quite low there, but Marble really outplaying them. And that util you saw, there was a lot coming into that shack. There was not a lot of room to play with, but he does get out in time. Now there's another nade coming his way. Zagna was lining that one up nicely, but again, I said, you want to clear the solos? That's easy to say. Clearing the solos without losing one of your members, that's not easy to do. So respect for Marble to hold on so tight there.
Yeah, great movement there to disengage, and that one has calmed down for the time being. We've still got superiority up on the roof, and here we are, but getting quite low on ammo because you can't collect any more when you're up there, and sharing that fives between the MK and the AUG that they're running. 60, 80 odd bullets maybe between the two guns. It's gonna run out pretty quick. Big hits there. They've surely spotted. We're definitely heard now, and taking third-party shots, I think there.
Oh, the third party is what kills him there. I don't think they even spotted him. Somehow he was able to... At least they didn't really react on it, but Tekka's hitting shots through that little crack in the side of the door. That gives them the audio cue, right? You hear the bullets impacting someone, you hear the shots hitting, so you know there's somebody inside, and instantly traded on out. Marble does his best to try and hold on. It's not enough. Mika is on his run now. Finally, he's activated after a long time of hibernation in that warehouse, but he's got potentially the most annoying angle in this map to deal with. It's a power position, and not just a small one at that, but we saw the damage Pixley dealt with that MG3 spray, right? In a matter of seconds, he put him down to very low HP. So he's playing a dangerous game here. Superiority, but it's paid off so far. 6 kills for his team already.
Yeah, and it's actually Maxats grabbing that one there, but 6 kills on the board for these guys. That's a pretty solid game. Only 6 teams up now, so good points to be had. Ammo becoming a real issue, but even with low ammo, just having that position for intel and your opponents knowing you're up there is going to throw off your game. Vanti here down on not quite such a premium roof space, but a little bit of elevation, running as a solo.
We love a little bit of high ground, and it really does make things a lot easier. Now, Novik has a nade aimed at him. Oh my, that's a throw and a half. Vanti spots him with the high ground, punishes him instantly. And that's how fast it can go. Novik out of the game. We're down to just 5 teams here. And again, it's just a single solo, right, left in this. It's a whole lot of duos managing to stay clean in this. And Mika, the only solo staying in. He's also managed to make the run. So he's slipped on in below superiority. I thought he slipped in a little deeper than he actually has, but he's trying to make his creep. He's trying to make his crawl, but just like that, go to sleep. One tap, take a nap. He tried so hard, and in the end, it didn't even matter. I think that's quite a bunch of placement points he at least snaked away, but that's gonna feel rough when you've put so much time into surviving, and then it just goes bop, and you're back to the lobby. 4 duos remaining. Nice to see this. First time we've had this so far today, although we do have 1 knockdown, but yeah, 2v2v2v2. Ace and Vant here with 6 kills. On the roof over here, we've still got superiority in the superior position up on the big roof, but pretty much out of ammo at this stage. I wonder when they'll decide to come down and top up. Tekken has survived well in that main building as well. The circle's just about to push them all. I think it's the next one where they're really going to start to get shoved around. And that res there looks like it's going to be pretty comfortable, I'd say. Looking at that phase 8, the phase 9 star is going to be on that gate, I think. It's going to be on that big gate that Vanti keeps looking past to try and take out Team 23 there in the smoke. So it's going to be mighty open, and it's going to be a big challenge for these train station main building teams to get past each other here. They really want to close this out if they can, so they can play out of the building in peace. Because if they still have superiority on their heads when they have to move out of the building, neither of them is going to have a very good time. You're not jumping off that building and surviving with the players below you, but you're also not running out when there's a guy above you. So this is quite tricky for the players in the main building, and it might look really, really good for Ace and Vanti.
Yeah, I think it's those players nearer the road that have got the more secure positions at the moment. Good. Yeah, it's not a lot. I don't know what's loaded into the AUG, but probably not much more than that. Yeah, what are you going to get done with that? They got a good amount of kills already, as we see a move here for going around going on from Vanti and Ace. They're moving themselves into the car park here, the parking lot out the front of the gate. There's the folding shield, but hits coming in.
Space is getting slim. That's a good nade. Is Vanti just connecting another one like that? That's 180 damage nade. He doesn't know he put the second guy so low, but that man's been hitting bangers. Now the blue zones come out. That means probably no space at all. And Ace, oh nice. My, these guys are playing basketball right now. This is some NBA stuff. Hitting banger after banger. He-Man slowly on the descent in the building. Tekers has a Panzerfaust and he finds Pixelic. That's instantly that player down. That's a chance now to close things out. Silas spotted on the outside as well. They have good information. This is just pretty much up for grabs here for both of these duos. Everyone else has fallen apart, but both Team 13 and Team 12 are in this to win this.
Yeah, I think Vanti's team, Vanti and Ace, they've taken up a really strong position here to try and just control everyone coming in from the zone, and their Tekers goes down. Nicely done, but I think you've got to give the advantage. People on the ground, but it's a great spray for superiority. Going to get caught in the air and taken down.
What?
It is Ace and Vanti that take it in the end.
Oh, they all went down in a heartbeat there. I didn't even realize Pixelic was dead yet, or Silas in the building was dead yet. I think the headshot and the blue zone damage was enough to take him out there. But Ace and Vanti on the outside, just based off the back of a few nades there that really sort of carved their way into the zones. That's a big, big win for them.
Yeah, huge nades from Vanti. That was the big story at the end of that game, I think. Watching superiority on the roof was really cool. And then some of those frags from Vanti were just absolutely game-changing. They got themselves into a great position to control, on the ground level there. And very cool ending, seeing someone shot out of the air like that. I think, probably pretty much out of ammo. But, yeah, cool ending. Love that one.
I'd love to hear what Frank has to say about this, because I think we've just repeated the story of Game 2 almost, where none of the top teams stayed consistent in this, Frank. You might have kept tabs a little bit more than we did. It feels like nobody has strung together 3 games, right?
There's I believe it was our 3rd place finisher with 12 points in map number 1, picked up 5 in map number 2, and that actually put them in 3rd place going into this map. So even if it's not a stellar performance, I think just kind of getting by with whatever kind of the situation presents you with might be enough to edge it out going into map number 4. Now we're gonna have to see point totals going into this to really get a good feel on whether or not that's going to be enough. But the 2 big takeaways for me out of this map number 3, as we look at our Streamlabs Ultra replays here, is the note I kind of wrote down was the best teams, at least in terms of like getting towards that final circle, they're doing a great job of staying ahead of the action, but not out of the action. We see a lot of teams kind of running towards just like dead center of that circle, and then they're waiting, and they're waiting, and they're waiting. And no kills really come their way. And then once that circle closes in, rather than them having like that power position and being able to fire out into that circle, they're kind of just all guns turned towards them, and then they're just getting eliminated. So there is no real kind of risk management. You have to just stay just enough ahead, but never out of it, or else you're just going to put yourself at a disadvantage. And I think we even saw that towards the end. I forget who it was, but I know someone had mentioned like they're in the power position on that roof. They've got 8 bullets left, and they were camped up there for a while. So they're just kind of like, hey, I'm here. Hope somebody shows up. And then, it was Vanti with the nades. They had all the utility they needed to kind of address the situations because they'd been in the fights the whole time. And they were able to head over to loot like what they needed for the situation that they were anticipating. And I think we saw that with the cover. They're like, okay, we don't have this side locked down, put the cover. Okay, we know they're in there, we have the nades, whereas a situation might arise. And I think that's going to lead to a really exciting game number 4, where all these teams are kind of picking up on what they need to do, and then it's just going to come down to execution. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to our game number 4, and looking forward to it so much. I think we're just going to throw it right to a commercial break. We're going to get that game ready. We'll also have a little bit of an update for those standings going into this match. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting conclusion here to our grand finals. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the final map of our EMEA Grand Final. And just to kick this one off, we have Kowo and Ben right here with us. Now, we got a little preview of the standings, and just before we take an official look at it, the biggest spread we have is 3 points, and that is between first and second right now, and there are several ties. And with how, I don't want to say inconsistent, because I feel like that's almost an unfair representation of the level of play we've been seeing. So I think it's just so close. Everyone in competition has just been popping off on different maps. And that's really going to lead things to an exciting kind of final map here. So I'll kind of throw it, over to you guys as we take a look. Now, this isn't the final standings. This is the previous standings. And you see Ace and Vanti really popping off. I'll throw it over to Kowo first, though. Kind of what are your thoughts going into our final map here after seeing map 3 play out?
Ace and Vanti just got 20 points in that game. They are now first on the leaderboard with 23 points. So currently, you didn't even have to string together 2 out of 3 games. It was enough if you could just play one big game and have another few points. Same for Tekkas in superiority. 20 points is enough for them to be second place right now. And if you keep that thought in mind, that a team just got 20 points, and then you look at the team in 16th place, I'm saying if they get 20 points this game, they're probably winning the whole thing, right? So we have a ton of teams in this lobby that are still competing for first place, even though we've already played 3 out of 4 games. And I think that's massive, because we're going to look at that last game and pretty much treat it like a best of one, because everybody that's still in it has a chance to win it.
Yeah, I really think you hit the nail on the head there. It's, again, too close to call, because we've seen now, back-to-back maps of double digits with a 19-point first place finish and now a 20-point first place finish. So given that context and how we've seen so many teams just kind of able to step up and really hit their stride within the context of a single map, you're totally right. The team in 16th now, from what we've seen, has a chance to rocket up all the way into first.
Completely.
And kind of win that lion's share of the prize pool. Ben, kind of your thoughts, any expectations? What do you think going into our final game of this grand final?
It's so hard to predict. I think, like we said, it's not so much teams not being consistent. I think it's what it goes back to. It's that bad luck and unpredictability of how these lobbies are going to play out. And now we've seen the team in first place had 3 points out of the first 2 games and are now in first with one big game is absolutely crazy. So, it's anyone's. We're going to see us jump onto Erangel now. It's going to be, back where it all began. It's a bit of a more known entity. All of the players playing in this are going to have played, probably more time on this than any other map, maybe in there with Miri as well. So, maybe they can try and be a bit more predictable, a little bit more consistent. But I think they're just, the third party fest that we're seeing, it's just anyone's.
Yeah, I think my kind of thoughts is the team that is going to play with the least hesitation is going to put themselves at the biggest advantage here. I think with how cutthroat the entire competition has been, it's going to come down to just almost playing off of instinct and not hesitating when you're either going for a fight, and you've kind of got to risk it all. This is the proverbial, you've just got to push all your chips in. Everyone's going all in here onto our final map because, as we saw, a double-double shooting straight up to the top of our standings, and that's kind of setting the bar now that if one team can secure that, it's now basically the entire lobby's game if someone can pull off that kind of performance. But I think we are starting to load into this final one, and I know we're all itching to see this result. So Kowo and Ben, I'm going to let you two take it from here.
Thank you so much, Frank. We're heading into the last map of the day. We're heading home to good old Erangel. So that's going to be nice. That's going to be a lot of known quantities for these players. But I think, like we talked about it plenty here, right? It's everyone's game. And there's gonna be a sort of really hard balance between trying to not overstep your boundaries, right? Because All you have to do is 1 point better than the team behind you, right? You don't need a pop-off performance. But then if you get yourself your 5-6 points, somebody else pops off, suddenly you're out of the running. So I think whoever wins this last game will have a really, really good chance of winning the whole tournament. But if somebody manages to stay consistent, frag their way through this lobby, Ben, that's an approach that can definitely work if you're somewhere close to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a very good chance that I think the winner of this whole tournament is going to be the winner of this game, at least in the top 2 or 3. It kind of has to be, I think, with how things are sitting. It's pretty much sudden death. It feels like we're going into a sudden death last game with just the sheer amount of teams that could win this. Plane coming up right through from the bottom of the map, north to south, down the middle. Nice and easy. A lot of teams out pretty early as well. And going to be interesting to see if anyone drops early. We might make our lives easier if we can start ruling out some of the possible teams that can win, but it's going to be quite chaotic, I think.
It's going to be chaotic, and I'm going to be staring down that scoreboard while we see teams slowly drop on out, because there's so many names on that list that can still win it, right? And just to give you guys like an idea, we talked about the beer fellas. They won the first game. They since have gotten 2 points in the other 2, which might sound pretty terrible to you, but they're still in the top 10. I think they're like 9th place, 8th place right now, and they're well in reach of winning the whole tournament. So, yeah, like we said, it's not so much inconsistency, it's maybe just everybody being at a very similar level here and making it hard for each other. Now, that's a hot drop. That's 3 teams in Gatka. Iba's got plenty of practice in that compartment, but again, hot drops, cool and all. You can get yourself some kills, but you got to stay clean with it, and that's the first knock coming out.
Yep, Static gone, Emma gone there as well, and Zuluk's getting Wox taken down, so people dropping very quick. This is not looking good for Abdu here. Static is down. Abdu has pretty much nothing. Well, got an S12K, so there's, you know, where there's a shotgun, there's a chance, but very low HP, no armor, and yeah, pretty spicy Gatka drop like this. Ibra and Zulu look like they're a little bit more in control of this end now, as things have slowed down slightly. 2 knocks there in the middle, so 2 solos.
Absolutely in control for now, but you do, again, have to be so careful now. Abdu is down to 13 HP, no vest or helmet, but he has a shotgun. 1 bullet could do the trick, and he's not going to somehow fill his bullets through all these crates there. So Vazo and Voxer stay alive for now. Iba and Zul had the upper hand, but they have reset a little bit to make sure they can get some looting in, take some space here in the compound. But now again, they're back to square one. 2v2 against shotguns and SMGs. It's not an easy fight to win, and if they want to stay in the runnings, they have to win it, and they have to, again, not waste a whole lot of time, right? That's something we talked about so much. Everybody else is gunning for the top positions right now, and the circle is not even close to Gatka.
Yep, the circle is in fact very far down to the south, so it's going to be quite a journey down for these 2 teams. DBS there could be crucial, but I did see a Panzer in Zulux's pocket as well. As we jump over to another Panzer, we are with a couple of our teams over in Pachinki. A little bit spread out, and this is Bridge. Early crossings coming up.
Man, crossing the bridge in the last game of a tournament never feels good, but they've gone past the first team. I think there's another team waiting for them, though, and there's an ace Ironside firing off at a very fast car. That's never easy. You might be able to land a few shots with the MK12. I'm not sure where the teammate is. I'm not sure where Divine is set up here. Pavian lets the ace ring out, but no idea where his teammate is. So Techers and Superiority are going to get themselves on the island, and that's, I think, the 2nd place team right now, right? So that's one of our big names in the lobby, making it through untouched. That's a buggy with 2 people on it. I don't love to see this, I'll be honest.
It's not ideal, and I'm not sure what Pav was doing on the bridge. They does finally manage to connect some shots. There we go. That's got to be confirmed. Does it get stolen? Nope. Actually managed to get that one down. Yeah, I'm not sure where Divine is. In a vehicle somewhere, so maybe on their way over.
He's in a boat. I've had a look at the map stream, all right? We get that provided by a fantastic observer team. He's in a boat driving below the bridge right now. He's just a little late. Keely and Heaven, they went for a swim. It's a valid strat, but when a team's in front of you that really needs kill points, a team that really needs to get something going, they might just opt for the punish, and now Heaven's in a terrible spot. He's got to swim around, he's got to find his way into cover, but even when he hits the beach, Ben, there's not a whole lot of cover there for them, and it's not looking good for Keely and Heaven.
Yeah, I think they've got very little chance there. Does just drown in the end, and Michael Honey Badger just come out with that 1 kill. Gatka fight still ongoing, and now it's being camped by Rolf and Milo. This is down in the field. We've also got someone up at the little sort of mini Gatka off to the side. So yeah, not great for these teams. There is a bicycle if Ibba needs to try and very slowly extract, but it's going to be a late arrival for these teams. And as we've seen, the bridge getting quite spicy already. These guys actually moving over and closing down these angles, and now 6 players once again in Gatka as we see the blue zone start moving in for phase 1 now.
Yeah, it's really a lot more of the same, right? The vultures, that's a term that's going to stick with me for a while here, I think, because it is a big topic in this tournament. It was a 2v2 for a while. Now it's a 2v2v2 with Bibin and Marble looking in from the outside. I think Vavo and Milo, they just ran in there, or Rolf and Milo, excuse me. They ran on in there unnoticed by most of the teams in Gatka, but they themselves have probably no idea that they're being watched by snakes in the grass here. So it's going to be a messy situation, and all of these teams have decided, well, we'd rather start the game off with a few kill points when the circle is so hard to reach anyways.
I can see it, Divine there, losing Pav, but Divine up on the rafters up above. See that? Dropping the frag. That's a great frag on Tyke Bay there. Gets one down, but I think he's gonna come down and try and get this finished. There's a sneaky little spot up there, but with the knock, got to try and commit to that. Godfrey's going to go for the res here.
That's a good blue zone. Oh, that's nice. The flashes are good as well. It's going to be a little hard to push behind this because it's so hard to look through the blue zone, but because of all the flashes, Godfrey has very little idea so close. He's going to realize that now. They're rezzing behind the crate, but Divine might have a nice little bit of an angle now. After that res comes through, he's going to be under a whole lot of pressure. There's a barrel coming his way. He's got a nade in hand. Oh, and the timing is just so off. I thought he was just going to hold the angle there because he sat there for quite a few seconds. But then he decided to make the push, and it was a little too late. One of the teams in Gatka has been taken out. 2 of the teams in Gatka have been taken out. But Bibin and Marble, they still haven't engaged in the fight very actively, and they're looking to close this out now.
Yeah, Bibin been sneaky snaking their way in. There's Marbo coming over as well. Ibba revived. So still, it's been very, very busy Gatka. Here we are joining Tekka's there, taking a big old slap there, down to 1/3 health. But it does look like they're going to be able to heal up all right. This is right down on the South Island on Millie Base. So quite a few teams obviously down there now. But Gatka's been the place for fights early game. Still 2v2 here. I assume there's probably still some vehicles left nearby for when a team finally wins this, they can try and get in the zone, but who knows what tires are left on anything.
It's so awkward as well now. The fight, the game's up. They know they're being pushed by another team. Now they can delay. They can try and figure out where the pressure is coming from, where the aggression is really coming in, and it's going to slow right back down. If Mabo doesn't hit some absolute crazy molly on Zulox here, Bibin is not looking like he wants to activate before he has to, before he gets a really clear shot with that Dragunov. So this fight can take another minute or two, and then they're already deep in the blue here with plenty of teams around the bridges. So tricky situation to get yourself out of once you've gotten yourself into it. Now they know there's a Panzerfaust in play. But if Zulok steps on that balcony, Bibin should be able to just knock him clean down. Oh, there's the headshots, but it's not the knock. Remember the Dragunov nerf? There it is.
Wow. Yep, pre-patch, that would have definitely been a knock. That was you saw the helmet go flying off, but didn't do it. That is...
Oh, the blue zone.
Perfect blue zone grenade there. That is going to be difficult. He's super low on health as well. Does just get that first aid off. You saw that just
so
tick
close
on there. Just get away with it. Bibin taken to the roof here. Going to get a good angle.
That's crazy. That was so close to being a re-knock and the flush as well, because he couldn't have crawled out. Now they're back up to 2. Bibin has a beautiful angle. He's going to spot Iba in a second here once she's done healing, but Timing's not on his side. Oh, now he's taking some risks here. That jump is loud, and oh, they still haven't heard him. And he's fluffed the shot. This is getting so awkward. Remember when I said this fight could go into blue? Well, it's deep in the blue now. Now the positions are up. The Panlin looks hand. If he hits a banger here, oh, he might go down to play zone.
It does. Yep, Zulu gone. It's the 2v1 now, but this fight, 10 minutes. It's pretty much been a 10-minute battle for Gatka at the start of this game with multiple teams, 4, 5 different teams being involved. That's a great spray from Ibba. 1v1. The Molly's there to defend, though, but... Yeah,
she can loot the Panzerfaust. Yeah, she did.
She got it.
Oh, this is so hard for Marble. He's trying to get something going here, Ben, but he knows he has a teammate bleeding, right? So he is the one that has to force this fight. But he really doesn't want to. He might have an idea that she could be in the position of the Panzerfaust as well. You see, there's the next third party already coming in. You got to call it the 7th party at this point. Silas and Pixelic are looking for an angle over the roof. And that's going to be a nasty surprise for Iba. She gets taken out. Silas gets a bit of revenge for her absolutely putting him down on Taego. But, man, that was not a beneficial hot drop for anyone involved. All of these 4 teams just not getting away with a whole lot.
Good fun for us, though. I enjoyed seeing a good old scrap at Gatka. I didn't expect Silas and Pixelic to be up there, but they were keeping tabs on things, and they're now going to make their way down to the play zone. One of the later ones to arrive here. The bridge doesn't look, too bad. You've still got Team 15 there. Just Meister just sitting on the edge. They may now choose to try and commit across, but a lot of our teams already through. Looking at some of our, it's normally at this stage you'd look at, who's the top 3, who are the big players, how they getting on, but it's so open to anyone. It's not really quite as relevant as normal. But I did see Chris and Dimia were around the bottom of the zone there. I think they'd come around by boat or ferry, perhaps. They're right down on the south side, over by the crates, over on the eastern edge of the island. But still some bridgies coming up.
That was one of the few big names, right? That was one of the teams that had gotten multiple good games in, and that's a player down in a matter of seconds. Now look at that. Everybody is just scrambling for position. That's a nice bolt shot. Does he connect the second? Potentially, the blue zone might even do the rest at this point, as all of these bridges are proving to be so hard to pass. That's something I never thought about with duos, right? You have double the amount of teams that have to cross the bridge, and double the amount of teams that might decide for a bridge camp. Duff is not having any of it. Instantly seat-swap Senpai, puts him down, and keeps his team in it for the time being.
Yeah, Duff and Marinix sitting in 4th going into this game. So, nice to see them, or good for them to be getting kills on the board. Still going strong, but players on the bridge and on the ferry. Yeah, we're with Novik and Zegan here. They've got another team close, or a solo, and that is Crystalline. That is Simon's teammate. We've got Simon dropped just a minute ago on the bridge, and being left behind, the ferry is leaving without them. Gonna have to find another way over now.
Not a good time for Kristalny. The ferry does come back, but it takes absolute ages. It's not an option for him at all, and I think the boats are already gone. I don't think you even want to take that ferry to Novo if you are Zagna and Novik, but at least you can jump out and get yourself to the coast fairly quickly. The circle seems to have shrunk quite far to the south. We can't see it on the minimap. It's centered up nicely, actually, on the military island. But that means you do have to jump off. You do have to make your way in on foot. But as we see that happening, quite a few of our teams, the BFLs, we've talked plenty about them. They found themselves a fight on the edge. But again, time's ticking. You got to close it out fast because you have a long way to go.
Yeah, they haven't figured out where the other teammate is at the moment here. Furzik down and bleeding out, and that zone is going to come in just 20 seconds, so needs to commit one way or the other. Molly does go a little bit long, might just get away with this. It's been quite a slow move onto the position here from Tommy there. I think they're going to get away with this unless they get another utility into that. Here we are with Maka and Vixen. Up on the edge of the zone here, up by the artillery positions. It's still going, got the res off, zone's up.
Ooh, that's one. Doesn't get the second. Wezig is there. Instant reds on his team. Phase 3 blue. He's going to get that off just fine. And they do stay in it for the time being. They do stay in it. And we'll have to see if that's enough. Taego finds one on Meisters. Slowly but surely, these teams are falling apart on the edges. It's getting tight. We just saw Vixen and Makan on top of their own hill. Now we see them third partying here on the minimap. They're already rolling up on the side of the team, trying to engage, trying to pick apart the teams in front of them to get themselves into that phase 3, potentially into phase 4. And like you said, usually this is at the time where we talk about the big storylines. We talk about who has a chance to win it all, but everybody does, and that's two of our big names in the kill feed. Chris and Dime are picking up Team Bruh, getting themselves nice and tight towards the top standings here.
Yep, they are indeed chipping away at it. Both still in the game. Taego, teammate down here. 3 kills for them, but gonna have to see if they can get Godfarer's back up. Teams coming in from behind there. I think that's Vixen and Maka we can see creeping along the hill behind them. This is Cartuful with 4 kills, running solo. It's going to be tight. Damage both ways. Moving in. Surely going to finish it up. Caught with the utility in hand. That is Marbo taken down there. Sorry, that was... Marinix got that with a third party, I think, right?
I think that was a different fight in the kill feed. Right, it is Kartoffel now taken down by Vixen. And the kill feed can be quite confusing. There's a little bit of a bug going on right now where you only see one of the lines. So whenever something else happens across the map, you only see that. So... it is the beauty of a new patch. It does happen time after time. We'll see Pixelic and Silas here coming on in on the edge. Remember how slow and late they were to this party? It hasn't really been a detriment to them at all. They're now in a really decent spot. They've picked themselves up a kill point and they haven't had to take any risks so far. But Zone 4 has shifted. And we'll have to wait and see if their next move is as successful as the early game. Pixels on a mountain bike. So they do not have a whole lot of cars for them, I reckon.
Yeah, somewhat desperate, but they've got a bit of space here, but it is very open, and you can't get anyone on the back of your bike. So unless they've got another one hiding there,
he's going for the car.
A car, I think. Yeah, got to be.
Phase 4 starts chunking, but it's still healable. Laura here is still hiding out in the bunker. I think she lost Darren a few minutes ago. And she's got some absolute beasts above her. Kyla has such a good angle, though. He gets Chris for free. Instant double headshot. Knock and flush. Dime has left to his own devices, and Tekkas is going down as well. So many of the top teams here are absolutely struggling, Ben.
Yeah, that was hard to watch for Chris. It looked like that either Chris was scouting or they decided to split there and just instantly regretted it. Taken down by Kaidel. 2 kills on the board, and Dimea here sort of now a little bit stuck just outside the play zone. Laura underneath still, I think, is in that bunker, just keeping still there. And yeah, that I was going to say that car's not usable, but God, it's got away with that for just a moment. We'll see where they end up, but Kaidel missing those shots. Didn't miss on Chris. Laura might try and find a shot here, though.
She's activated. She's realized that the close threat is gone, and she has a chance to maybe get something for the team. She's got to do a whole lot of work to try and get something going in this game. Mutant close ranged. Well, it feels like they must have rotated pretty early, but she could build up an angle here and take out Dimea. It's Wherezik actually from the BFLs that takes down Dimea. That's now our second and our third place team eliminated, with Vanti and Ace in a pretty good spot here, Ben. So if they can hold off and hold clear this edge of military base, maybe that's all they need.
They're in a good spot there, but it's only, if Silas and Pixelate make it in, they're only 6 points behind going in on this. Some of those other teams weren't. They're a huge amount behind them. Laura finding a little bit of a better route in than Dimea did. Was quite something to watch on the map, seeing the sheer volume of shots from different angles coming in on Dimea's car. Had absolutely no chance there, but yeah, Vanti and Ace, they've got the whole factory to themselves at the moment. Well in the zone, but we're about to see where the next zone is going to send anyone. Yeah, good opportunity for them, absolutely.
This one is a little bit more accelerated than the other matches we've watched. 27 alive now means there's plenty of space for these teams to take their fights, right? We've not seen the amount of third parties that we were used to from the matches before. We've seen a lot of straight up fights. Makan takes down Salas. That has to be on the northwestern edge somewhere. And then the BFLs, they're in trouble again. They're just going from hard position to hard position in this game and really struggling their way on in. But maybe the struggle bus is the one that takes them to their destination. We'll have to wait and see. As 28 seconds is all we have for this phase to close on in. And look at that, they're just getting tagged down in the smokes. I'm not sure if their car's in trouble as well, because they haven't made the next move just yet. The pressure is pretty high in these games. It's not as fun to be sitting in a smoke getting tagged up by an MK12 as it is to sit here for us two and just sort of watching the action unfold.
Just saw Pixelate there dropped in the kill feed. As Maxats and Bandicoot here trying to make their way out. They had their UAZs ready to go. Fanda dropped there. And, yep, finished off. That's Arasex actually getting the flush there. Just Marinix very sneaky. Lets them go past, actually. Where's the teammate? Where's Duff in there?
Duff is so far apart from this. Marina is basically taking a 1v2 here completely. The bolt shot actually connects, but he can connect the mini until the next bullets come out, and he does close it out. That's big. That's one of the teams absolutely fighting for the top, right? Yeah. And that's a big little scalp to pick up. Now you see on the minimap, Duff's in a completely different position. So if Maruna just stays alive, Duff's angle is going to catch completely off guard here, I think. There's a good chance he just gets one for free because he's so far apart from his teammate. Nobody's going to expect that, and that could be all they need once again. But the BFLS is not staying quiet, and neither is Pull-Up here. So Ace and Vanti, they're looking to close this out as well. They have smelled some blood, and they're looking to go in. Honey Badger finds Duff on the other side.
Yeah, Duff taken out, and that's big because they were looking very strong there. They had a nice position, a few kills, getting into that late game, and they were fourth going into that, Duff and Maru there. So that's a big one to see from Honey Badger and Michael, the two Brits. This is back with Novik here. No kills on the board so far for Team 27. Right on the edge, things getting quite tense. It'll be interesting to see how many kills Ace and Vanti have got. There's a FAMAS in play that they've managed to acquire. Yeah, interested to see how many kills Ace and Vanti have managed to get, or if they're just holding tight in that zone. But the factory is getting pushed out now, so they're going to have to start shuffling up towards some of this ground on the outside. Yeah, all of these teams still in it, but it's getting nice and tight, like you said. And now the third parties might come back in, right? We've just seen Duff go down. Sagna finds one, and now it's two solos versus a duo here. Ace finds Laura. That's a big point. That's getting them higher in the placements as well, and they might just be the raid boss that everybody else is trying to take down. Maruna is carrying Duff to safety right now. You can just see that on the bottom left of your screens there. Just trying to carry him. I say carrying him to safety. I already see another team creeping up. It might not be so safe, but he's trying his very hardest, and that's Tuondo stepping up, and I think that's Maruna in big trouble there at the bottom as well. Benk taken down there, and that was their team out. Michael also confirmed with the frag. And Maru taken down from the side from 50 Saint there. Not seen too much action from Saint, but it's a nice little steal there. One kill on the board for Zegan and Novik. Just gets into cover after we saw them drop to 1 HP just a moment ago. Just got away with that, and still plenty of meds to go, and found a rock just about inside the zone. So they fight with Mac and Vixen here. Not many teams left. 7 up, 13 alive. We're getting to the crux of it now.
Oh boy. Oh boy. It's a whole lot of aces taken versus a whole of the rest of the lobby right now, I feel like. But all these teams on the outside as well, they're looking for the pop-off, right? They're looking for a few kills. They're looking to get active. Mika finds one in melee base. They're not out either. And that is Novik gone. Almost all of the top 8 is already eliminated, by the way. It's really just Mika's team versus Aces Taken and Vanti. That's really the top dogs, but with our leaderboard so close to each other, I feel like everybody still has a chance. Makan and Vixen as well. They haven't just been idly sitting around. You know, they've been picking up a few kills this game already. They might be in the mix as well.
Ace knocked there as well. Knocked on the way in. Not going to be revivable. Vanti has already crossed, so important knock there. Yeah, bit of catching up to do. I'd like to say it's kind of Mika and Vanti, but there's just one left there now. 3 kills on the board for Saint and Tundo. They're a little bit down the leaderboards, but you know they can get themselves up a fair few places, even if they're not fighting for the top 2 or 3. There's definitely some prizes to be won.
This is not looking good at all for Vanti, though. Look at the run he has to make. He's not even in the zone just yet. He's getting held up by 2 people, 3 gear as well. So Undo might just close out his tournament there. That knock was so big. Ours on the other side, still picking up things. Mika caught out by Makandag, though. Both of these teams are struggling. I think these are essentially the top 2 contenders right now, and both of them are losing members. Oh, this is going down to the wire. Vixen wants to close it out, but realizes that he can't. Has to fall back, has to reset. And if you look at the minimap, there's another third party potentially coming up in just a few seconds here with more players to the northwest. That's Vanti down. That's a big scalp taken out. But they got 5th place here with a bunch of kills. I have no idea. I'm gonna stop doing the maths. All right, I'm gonna stop pestering everybody with trying to do the maths. I don't know who wins this.
Top 4 teams now. We've got 2 duos, 2 solos left. RSX, one of those solos, 4 kills on the board. Yeah, it's hard to say really. Vixen and Maka were quite a long way down the leaderboard, but they were only they were within that sweet 20-point mark of the top spot going in. So it is going to be incredibly tight. We have lost the top, pretty much all of the top 8 are gone now, right? So going to be interesting to see if any of these teams, 5 kills on the board for these guys. I think we had 5 or 6 for Maka. If they can close out the remaining kills in this and the win, could definitely get one of these teams into the top 3. I think if they can get themselves an 18, 20-point win, definitely achievable.
100%. All I'm wondering, okay, I said I wouldn't do any maths. I'm doing maths again. All I'm wondering is how many kills did Ace and Vanti get? I don't know if we got to look at that, because that's a big factor in this, right? Yeah. Everybody else is getting placement points on them right now. There's 5 kills for Makan and Vixen. 5 kills for Makan and Vixen already closes the gap to just a few points, right? And then you get 10 points for the win. That's absolutely massive. But I think Makan and Vixen would have to kill the entire lobby. Ares, on the other hand, he was only a few points behind. They were only 6 points behind Ace and Vanti, so they're much closer. They need much less, but he is a solo at this point, so it's gonna get tight. And Ares is essentially the only one that has to do a whole lot in this circle, and I feel like he's just gonna walk up into Tuondo that hears him coming from a mile away. So not in an easy position. He's really got to clutch up big.
Yeah, definitely not in a great position. About to get seen as well.
The timing.
Yeah, does get spotted, but at least not caught in the open. It's a 2v1 up this hill now. But he might get lucky. They might get lucky. The other teams are going to hear those shots. They might take the opportunity to try and third party. We can see Maka and Vixen coming around the edge. Yeah,
they're trying to clear this, but I don't know if they're going to go far enough to step into Tuondo. This game could be another one, just like the Vikendi, where it closes in a matter of seconds, and suddenly we just have Ruchina on that northwestern side, proning while everybody else is absolutely blasted each other. Circle goes fairly central. And I think everybody has a pretty good idea of what's going on at this point. Everybody knows that Ares is a thing. Tuondo looks over the top, doesn't spot him instantly. That's an easy one for Ares, but the trade's there. He might just get one more kill point if he does get that flush, but that's all she wrote for Mika and Ares. And now the nades are coming out. Now the clear's coming out. The sweep is in full play for Vixen and Makan. They're trying to do everything they can in that last game. It might just be enough, Ben.
It's certainly going to... they're certainly battling for the top 3 here. They've got a good opportunity. If they can get that steal as well, if they can try and steal that knock before they get the other kill, it's not something you can particularly play for. But if they get the opportunity, that's another point, and that could be absolutely crucial. It's going to be so tight at the top, and they should hopefully see that knock first. We've still got, of course, another solo. Roshanar, I think it was, minding their business. There goes down Tundo. And Arasx actually, that was the bleed, from on Tundo from Ares there. So we got
Imagine if that bleed out decides who wins the tournament. Ares getting that bleed out from the grave. Imagine if that's the 1 point they needed. Roshanar now is trying to do his best to take the 1v2. He's a little late to the party. He wishes he would have activated earlier, but it's very hard to sort of time that. And Vixen is looking. Vixen is fishing for a player close. He's given a lot of respect to the chance that there could be someone so close. Oh, and he's got a good angle, but I'm not sure if they've heard him. I don't think they're aware just yet. If he pops a head off here, he has a good chance, but 2 angles for Makan and Vixen from 2 sides. 7-kill win, 17 points for Makan and Vixen. I'm doing the maths here, right? I don't think they're the winner, but I don't know who is.
Yeah, big game there, the 2v1, too strong in the end. It got very, very tense there, and just so hard to predict who's going to be up in our top 3 at the moment. No idea really how many kills Ace and Vanti had there as well. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing this leaderboard and seeing who's got that final game done. So it's going to be the full leaderboard coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll get Frank into the conversation just so everybody can stop listening to me talking about maths. But the story kind of stays the same, Frank, right? Nobody strung together multiple games. Nobody's been able to do that.
There was no front runner. I think is the easiest way to say it. It's not like, oh, well, they finished with X amount of kills, they've got it. Or, oh, they were able to place in the top 3, they've got it. And I think that led to a really tense but also exciting map number 4, because sometimes you can kind of feel it in, it comes through with the play. Players will know, like, okay, like, we're out. We're just going to kind of go through the motions on this final map, and we got eliminated. All right. This one did not feel like that, and I totally feel you on the math. I'm sitting here on the desk. I've got like 3 spreadsheets. I'm trying to see, like, run through all the hypotheticals. I'm like Doctor Strange, seeing like 1.3 million timelines or whatever to see who finally is going to win. And yeah, I have no idea. That's what it came down to. It came down to, like you said, it could have even been the bleed out. We'll see. They're close. I think they were sitting in 7th or 8th place in the leaderboard, and it's not outside the realm of possibility that a single kill decides this one. It's one of those things, like, we could sit here and think about it all day, but we literally, I think none of us here will know until we see that final leaderboard. It would be like throwing, a dartboard or rolling dice and letting that decide. So a super exciting map number 4. I'm just going to throw it to the break because I want to know who won that badly, and then we'll have a definitive answer for you guys when we come back. So don't go anywhere. The results of our EMEA Grand Final will be on screen right after this. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And before we get into some of our results here, we just kind of want to remind you guys, if you're just tuning in, what we have going on today. So, of course, it is the Logitech G PLAYDAYS PUBG $10,000 duos tournament. I probably will be saying that in my sleep after today, but that's fine. That's what you're tuned in for. And hopefully you guys enjoyed what is really just the first half of our entire broadcast today. So we just wrapped up the EMEA final, and we will have the NA final coming up in just a bit. But before we kind of reveal the winners here, I do want to just remind everyone what was kind of on the line and what we'll have repeating in NA. So, of course, it is a duos tournament. Like we said, there was a 4-game series in first person, and we had the top 40 teams out of our 2 regions that competed in the qualifier playing what is essentially, the grand final, the final 4 maps here today. And then what I do think made sort of the gameplay a little bit interesting as well is there's basically a 1 pro limit per team. So you can only have 1 pro on your squad if there is a pro. And just to run through the prizing again, it is the 10th anniversary of the Logitech G G502 mouse. So that's kind of what that icon you're seeing next to the number 1 and number 2 spot is there. It is a very limited edition of that G502 mouse that will be awarded to our 1st and 2nd place finishers. And then, of course, some cash on the line as well. $2,000 going to 1st, $1,300 going to 2nd, and $1,000 to 3rd. That's kind of our big cuts there. 1 through 3 is what you wanted to hopefully place with really the 1 and 2 with that exclusive mouse being kind of the cherry on top. 4th did take home 400, 5th 200, 6th 100. Now you also see some G coin on the line as well. 1st and 2nd taking home 20K and 10K in G coin. Then down the line, 7th and 8th, no cash, but did receive some G coin. And we'll go into some of our results here. But yeah, that's kind of like the format, the overview, what everyone was playing for. Now, with our casters, Koho and Ben, did you do any more math, Koho, kind of during the break? Do you have any figures there for us? Any incline? I don't even call it a prediction. That feels generous. It's basically like fortune telling at this point. Any premonitions for us here?
I think the one thing, like we'll have a look at the different maps and see that there's been 4 different winners, right? We've had 4 winners in 4 games, but I think if nothing slipped my mind there, we haven't even had a team that got double digits on 2 maps. There's been double digit points on singular maps. Nobody's been stringing that together, and I think Ben's made a good point about that. There's a lot of randomness going on, but there's only randomness going on if nobody's clearly better than the rest, right? If someone's clearly better than the rest, they'll be able to easily stay consistent. So this has been super close the whole evening. We've had some really fun games, but we've had some really hard games for a lot of these teams. I feel like there's nobody on the leaderboard who was cruising through today just having fun, right? This has been hard fought.
Yeah, Ben, any thoughts on either predictions or just kind of your overall takeaways from the grand final here today?
Like Koho says, it's been very competitive despite the randomness and the anarchy of duos. It has been very evenly matched between all of our teams really, and we've seen fights going back and forth between duos over these matches, and I don't remember seeing anything that's been quite so close as we go into it. Not really sure who's going to quite come out. I feel like Ace and Vanti might just edge it, and I think we might see, probably a couple of those teams from the top 3 or 4 in that last game maybe sneak up and get into that top 3, top 4 as well, which, as you just mentioned, there's good prizes. Even if you get yourself into 2nd or 3rd, get yourself 2nd, you're getting those limited edition mice. So there's a lot to play for in those top spots, and I'm really keen on seeing that leaderboard and seeing what does. But yeah, been a lot of fun this tournament. All sorts of different matches. Been a real mix. Been great to see.
Yeah, I think the main thing that is so hard to track too is there was so many kills taking place that we necessarily couldn't account for. There might be a team that got double digits, but a somewhat lower placing that didn't even really kind of show up on our radar throughout the course of that final map. And like we said going into it, the biggest point spread going into that final map, just in case anyone missed it before, was 3 points, and that was just between first and second. Everything else was a less than 3 point spread. And with how we saw some of those fights play out, I forget where it was that everyone hot dropped, but I feel like we saw like 7 teams go down there, which is effectively, you know, a fourth of the competition. So it just makes it so hard to get a grip on what kind of transpired throughout that, and even tiebreakers, right? That being so close, you're talking about 1 kill differences. It was mentioned before the break, the bleed out might even, you know, even if it's not coming into effect into a first place finish, that can be the difference between third and second here. That might have been the case, you know, and like Ben had mentioned, that's the difference between receiving one of the limited edition mice or not. So there's a lot at stake. Even if you didn't finish in that first place spot, there was so many little things that could have happened that, you know, you just can't track throughout the course of a game that could have made that difference. And even, you know, just kind of going back to our map number 1, you know, I think it was Wurzik versus Benk, and that 1v1 kind of setting the tone. Those points matter, you know, in the very end, just making it to that final position, because even after map number 1, our entire point spread was 1. We had 2 teams tied for first and second, and then the team in third was 1 point behind with 12. So it was definitely nail biting and kind of exciting to watch throughout the entire tournament. And yeah, with the combination of the format being duos, maximum of 1 pro per team, and then 4 different maps, you kind of didn't have anything to grab onto to really kind of hold on to. It was just a wild ride throughout the entire time. Definitely made it fun, but yeah, in terms of predictions, this one's not going in anyone's like record books, because while it was fun to watch, just hard to call. But like we kind of mentioned, they're working through those now, and I think we might be ready to start to take a look at some of these results. So we are going to start at, you know, the bottom, work our way up. And is there anything, you know, here jumping out? I know we saw some team names kind of coming through, you know, some people getting in a couple of those smaller point ranges for the finish, but we'll kind of head over to the next one. I'm not gonna lie, I'm dying to see where we end up. So some of these points breaking into double digits now. You know, the kind of surprising thing on this page for me, Pixel and Silas, I thought they had some great performances, but just maybe not stringing together enough finishes. But here, your top 8 is going to be coming up and just edging it out. I would love to see the points too, what the point differences that made here, but it is going to be Ace and Vanti walking away with the first place finish. I'll throw it to you guys. Kowo, any reactions first here to our leaderboard?
Yeah, I mean, basically Mika and Ares pushing themselves into second, but not able to just clutch out the first in that last game. Probably one of the most consistent teams that I think I've had a look at the standings now, and there's 3 points between first and second, so really not a whole lot of gap there. And then you mentioned the 1 pro rule, right? I'm not even sure if the winning team, I'm not even sure if Ace or Vanti, if either of them counts as a pro. So we've tried to make the teams a little bit fairer here, right? But a lot of the pros weren't even in the top 20 here. So there's been a lot of teams that have been able to shine that you might have not expected coming into the tournament.
Yeah, I love that. I wonder between 2 and 3 what the point differential was, because I can't get that like bleed out kill out of my head. So if that was a 1 point differential, that is definitely crazy. But yeah, I think, you know, the biggest surprise is a lot of the game 1 kind of leaders couldn't hold on to that momentum to kind of carry them through here. Ben, anything kind of jumping out at you that you want to hit on with our final results?
Yeah, as you say, they couldn't quite build on those earlier wins. Verzik there and Fanda, we can see they only managed to get 4th there. They did get somewhat into the late game in the last game, but not enough to crack the top 3. Same for Demare and Chris there. We can see just into 6th after having sort of one beast game and then kind of a okay game and a couple of not so good games, and just 6 for them. But then you see these teams from the last game, they're the ones who got into the late game in the final game. You know, Ace, Ares, Duff, Vixen, all of those teams, they're the ones we saw, you know, in the late game, in the last game. That's exactly what we expected. Was that last game was the decider for everything, really.
Yeah, I think the takeaway for me is just it's all about finishing strong. I think that's, you know, the one thing that you can have a slow start, you can kind of find your footing, feel out the competition a little bit, but it is really just being able to have a strong finish. We saw that out of Ace and Vanti, despite not really placing, not even in the top 4 in that final lobby, just holding on to kind of, I think they were top 5 or top 6 in terms of finishing, just having like a huge third game, double digits in points, and then just able to ride that wave out in the final match is really what made the difference. So definitely a fun day of watching some PUBG, and then of course congratulations to our first place finishers, Ace and Vanti. And you know, for anyone watching right now, we have a whole another region in NA. I'm excited because I get to go in and then, you know, pretend to the NA casters like, oh yeah, I know how it's going to play out. Like, I'm expecting to see this. It's a great advantage for me that there's 2 regions because I get to look just so smart in front of them for the second half of the show. But Kowo and Ben, it's been an absolute blast kind of being able to go on what is essentially like a ride along with you guys as you guys were handling all the casting action. Before we throw it to a little break and kind of get ready for NA, any final thoughts out of you two?
Been a fun event. Thanks for having us. I think we've enjoyed it a lot. I think a lot of the players have struggled throughout these matches, with most of them just having one good game, right? But we've enjoyed our time. I think a lot of the viewers have. Thanks for having us along. And I would hold that thought about knowing what's going to happen. You're about to walk into a whole different region, and NA is different. I'm not gonna, you know, do some sort of EU versus NA sort of, you know, trash talking on this stream, but it is different. So expect to be surprised.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It's been really exciting to watch. It's great to see such a close tournament. I think one, the NA folks about the vultures. We've seen a lot of that coming in. Keep an eye out for those shields are going to be popping. And yeah, I hope if it's half as good as that one, then I think it's going to be really great for you all to watch.
Yeah, and Ko, I will say I wouldn't be the king of incorrect predictions if I didn't go in way too confident and be way too wrong by the end of the day. So I appreciate you kind of preparing me for that soft landing when I'm inevitably wrong again in the second half.
Happens to the best of us.
It happens to me a lot. So, but it's been a pleasure having you guys on. And with that being said, we're going to throw it to a little bit of a longer break, and we'll be back with our NA Grand Final. So stay tuned. All right, everyone, welcome back to the second half of our Logitech G Playdays PUBG $10,000 Duos Tournament. I'm back on the desk, and for our N8 broadcast, we've got Mustache Dave and Godspeed joining us. Godspeed, Dave, how you guys doing?
I'm doing very well. Just caught the end of that Duos tournament that we had in EMEA, and yeah, it's Duos, man. It's chaos, and I'm very excited to be here.
Big chillin'. Looking forward to the North America action and watching some of these players get some cash money here tonight.
Yeah, nothing better, right? Little Saturday afternoon PUBG with some cash on the line and some prizing. And yeah, speaking of that, let's do a little housekeeping. We'll get right into it. Taking a look at how our teams got here, because we talked about that with the EMEA side, but of course it was an open tournament. If you guys want to find out more, of course, join that Logitech G Discord where everything kind of got organized and went from there. But we did have 300 plus teams from each region competing, trying to work their way up to what you're about to witness now, which is that 40-team grand final where all that prizing is on the line. Of course, like we mentioned, it is a duos tournament. But I think the one thing to note is that there is a 1 pro maximum per team, but you don't need a pro either. So if you have a pro, you can only have one, but you didn't need one to enter in the tournament. And then the big things really to talk about on our prizing breakdown is that number 1 and number 2 spot. That's the break point for those unique prizes, that one-of-a-kind G502 10-year anniversary edition, going to be given away to our first and second place finishers, alongside that cash money and a pretty large stack of G coin as well. And then, of course, it's not just people playing in today's tournament that can win one of those unique mice. You can also win at home. All you have to do, scan that QR code. I believe there's also some links going to be posted in chat where you can enter into the G502 10-year anniversary giveaway. Maybe win yourself one of these mice. But it's about all I got for the top of the show. I know after witnessing kind of what went down with the EMEA side of things, I'm both very ready and probably not ready to get into this duos action, I think is the best way I can put it. But some notable teams, we saw a good mix, I want to say, a healthy mix of teams, and it was just tough to predict. Kowo kind of warned me. He said, don't make any predictions. I said, that's not my style. But here's some names that you might recognize, but these were our top finishers from either side of the bracket, first through fourth place. So everyone in that left column was on one side of the bracket, everyone in the right column was on the other, and these are kind of our top 8 teams coming into this grand final. I guess I'll, throw it to you guys before we get into this game. Any names stand out to you right off the rip that we should be looking for in this grand final?
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few. Some of these players have been playing PUBG basically since the beginning. Terran and Pentalol, obviously Cowboy, Vegas. You also have Shinboy. There's a lot of history in front of us, as well as a lot of new players that can just come in, or players who've just been grinding and want to take advantage of the fact that it's duos. You know what I mean, Dave? It is duos.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say it too. NA is a little more stacked, all right, when it comes to the different lobbies. I'm just going to put that out there. We got Roth, Pat Caps, Keegan, Batty Law. I saw Profi is on
I saw
the roster
Profi too.
Here. Bro, Profi is showing up here tonight, a OG when it comes to PUBG. So I'm looking forward to tonight, and the competition is going to be steep without a doubt.
I like what I'm hearing. And if I thought, what I'm hearing, personally, is if you thought EMEA was exciting, get ready for NA is kind of the vibe I'm getting. So taking a look at these maps, of course, first off, we'll be going to Miramar, and it looks like we're getting ready to drop into that map now. So Dave and Godspeed, I'm going to let you two take it from here.
Thank you very much, sir. Dave. How
Easy
you doing,
peasy.
buddy? Easy peasy, man.
Easy
Also,
peasy,
big
man.
shout out to Logitech as well, and Crafton for just making this event so fun, so simple. Logitech have made it super easy for us to just drop in, watch some good-ass PUBG, and declare a winner.
I'm ready to go. And that mouse, I mean, they sent me the G502 Hero. I'm a little jealous of the Special Edition. All right,
right?
Let me trade it up. But no, I'm using it right now. Super clean and feeling good. But yeah, listen, Godspeed. This lobby stacked, son. We got Profi. We're looking at Greta the Goat, Batty Law. Vegas is showing up here. There's just so many players, in my opinion, that we're going to have to keep our eye on here tonight. And my expectations are high to have some good old competitive duos in PUBG.
Some duos taking it all the way back. But yeah, even looking at teams like right here, Team 28, Innate and Greta the Goat, both players with a lot of experience, both competitively and just been playing the game for a long time. So it should be fun. But again, duos is the great equalizer. Is Profi. We talked about it, Dave. We're about to get a little piece of him and Batty.
Let's see what can happen. I haven't seen Profi in a hot minute, so I'm looking forward. And it looks like they're going to just be dropping in Hacienda, getting the Marauder, and straight on sending it on out of here.
Yeah, I mean, you only have 4 games, right? There's only 4 games. We're still basically on the super point system, so 10 points for a win, 6 for second, so on and so forth, but then 1 point per kill. So if you go out early, you're not, it's not like you have 6, 12, 18 games. You got 4. You got 4, Dave, and if you don't get those points in there, then, well, your tournament's done. So hot dropping early, not ideal. As we see a few teams here will be rotating here. And the crazy thing about Miramar and duos, Dave, is just how many positions these teams can end up holding up because of the split factions, the fact that it's 2 and not 4.
Yeah, definitely very open. And then you also got to take into consideration like the sandstorms, kind of spicing it up a little bit, the zip lines. Like there's so many different things that we're going to be using here tonight compared to like the traditional competitive lobbies, right? The different aspects. So looking forward to, I mean, duos in general, you really got to trust in your partner. And I think that's what it comes down to, just having like the perfect yin and yang balance and just really giving it your all here. And, talking about giving it your all, Profi, the first one, we're gassing homie up. The first one to be knocked out right now in the elimination feed. Profi, not like this.
You hate to see it, but
not like this.
But look, he's got a solid teammate, right? So they can still salvage it, and that's the thing. I mean, if you lose one, you're down 50% of your team, obviously, but you still have you still have one.
What?
As a solo going against duos, it's much more probable for you to get like that 2v1, right? Instead of having to worry about the third member, the fourth member. The other thing to talk about, which also, again, shout out to the EMEA casters, Koa and Ben did a great job this morning. The amount of, it's not just a third party situation you worry about when you're talking about duos, right? It's third party, it's fourth party, it's fifth party, it's solos on top of all that chaos going on. And especially on a map like Miramar where there is a lot of playable open terrain, it's just going to cause a lot of issues for these teams who are actually looking for snakes.
The whole map is a party when it's duos, right? It's a constant party. And it looks like Team 22, Crazy P and Smith HQ making the pull up right now.
And Terran,
you're hearing it.
Not even really close. Penta will find the first knock there. Not too much damage done to the second member of Team 22. Is Smith now looking for an opportunity to potentially res his teammate. He might get that. That nade just falling too high.
Yeah, and it is early game, right? So the utility going to be a little low. Looks like we have blue zone. Nade going to be throwing that. Pushing them out from behind that silo. No grenades, no Molotovs, though. Just the Ace 32. And I believe Terran finally making the pull-up as well to support Penta in this engagement.
Yep, Terran now on the other side of this building. Smokes are out. So, Terran, though, she's got some util here to throw, Dave. So, Penta as well getting the high ground. She'll find the first knock. And that's actually it. Just for 2.
For 2. Terrence said, Penta, listen, I'm coming. Hold him there. Grenade. Easy. Easy 2 points right there. And kind of going back to what you were saying, I'm all for the early game aggression, though. I'm looking at the lobby we had earlier on in the morning. A lot of these duos, they played for like that mid to late game, the placement points, which I totally get. First place, 10 points. Second place, 6 points. But I feel like to kind of offset the risk, you want to constantly be going for these elimination points throughout.
Yeah.
From start to finish, just to kind of offset the risk with it being duos, because in my opinion, duos, there's like nowhere safe when we get to a certain point in the match.
I mean, even if you're dead center in the middle of the circle, right, and you'd figure you're fairly safe as a duo, there's always an opportunity for one team, if not two teams, to just crash because they realize that's going to be the best position, right? It's a balance, as you said, Dave. You gotta go for the kills, and you gotta go for the placement. But if focusing on one over the other in duos can be somewhat detrimental, you just have to kind of play with what you're given. If you have a good position in the center of the circle, great. Do whatever you can to hold it off, but then you also have to worry about new things, right, that didn't exist back in the day, which is like e-pickups. And so it's very easy for one compound to suddenly be a compound taken by 2, 3 teams, 4 maybe, even if there's a solo involved. Oh, look at Roth. Right on top of
Sneaking up.
Chad Rambo.
Sneaking up. The AKM, yeah, knows exactly where their opponent is. One grenade, no Molotov.
Pat's
baiting it right now. Yeah, love it. Homie's walking out of the compound getting extra greedy. Rambo, Chad Rambo. So not just the Rambo, he's the Chad of Rambos.
This is like Rambo Deluxe, if you will. This is teammate now coming in from the backside of this. Oh, can you
look at that spray?
Yeah, AK3X can't be me. I ain't controlling that.
Chad Rambo just better.
Well,
at surviving at least.
Yeah, so All-Star now. Here's the thing, Dave. Here's the thing. So All-Star has put himself in that prio concrete, and then you also have Chad Rambo now off to the side looking for an angle, but the elevation from Roth is actually both a boon as well as a potential disadvantage. If Chad Rambo catches him out, that's going to be an easy knock, and All-Star is ready with that shot. Shotguns are so strong.
Yeah, I don't think they're aware of Chad Rambo's position yet on that broken wall, so Chad Rambo can definitely open this one up on Roth up there. But same could be said with Pat Caps, slowly creeping up with the Ace 32.
Yeah. 28
kind
bullets.
Of a stalemate right now almost,
no
right?
reserve, so Pat's got one nice spray. I mean, definitely enough for 2 knocks, but does at least have a MK12 in the back pocket there. Decent up close, not great, obviously. As you can see, the hesitation too. No one really wants to make a move. No one wants to get that first knockout because that's a huge disadvantage. Obviously, just being in duos. These blue zones are now starting to come out, and even if I look at the other teams kind of around the map, Dave, it's pretty much actually been somewhat tame.
Yeah. Yeah, and this fight can really play out too because there's nobody near them right now. They have such a large buffer.
Yeah.
Between them and the rest of the lobby since it is so early on. So I like that they are both taking their time and just pretty much trying to see who makes the first move and hopefully the first mistake, right, to get that knock.
Yep. There is a lot of utility being used right now, though, as we see Pat now slowly getting to the edge of that building, that concrete prio, and these are so hard to push as well, especially if you're trying to go to the second level. There's only one staircase up, and you can vault on the outside, but the chances of that happening with a duo just kind of sat inside here is probably unlikely, as they're just trying to prod them out, and shots are going out. No damage yet, though.
I'm looking on the map. Here it is. Here's the sandstorm. All right, so sandstorm's like, listen, you two, you want to wait this one out? You want to take your sweet time? I'm coming right on top of you right now. The sandstorm could have went anywhere else, but it decided to come right here on this stalemate. Shout out to the PUBG gods right now.
Yeah, the only 2 teams affected by this actually will be these 2 teams right here, as All-Star now sneaking downstairs using the sandstorm cover to maybe get an angle. But there really hasn't been any commitment from either team up to this point. Yeah, so the sandstorm will go. But actually, look at Pat. Pat's on top.
Yeah, Pat's on top. Using that sandstorm.
Oh, yeah.
Love to see it.
Pat Caps, affectionately referred to as some of us by Rat Caps. Very good as a solo player. Definitely a point salvager back in the day. And they've got to hear Pat running above, right? I'm sure they do. With a shotgun and an AR. That's an M4. That's, yeah, again, these are difficult to breach.
Oh, they're pushing though. Roth now in there with the DBS, looking for some bullets. It's a matter of time, just like the 1, 2, 3 push at the same time and just try to clear each room as a duo.
If they push the same angle, normally you'd want to do that, right, for trades, but with this shotgun, it could go bad so fast. Pat will find the first, and that's it. They're both down.
Wow. Wow. Well, they'll get some loot, and just in time, next circle did pop. No longer favoring that little compound. They don't have to move too far.
Nope.
But I love that we got to see like the 2v2 really play out and really kind of get into their mindset and see how they push that right there. Opening it up with the flash. That was beautiful.
Yeah, the flash was great. They came in at the same time. Nerf, buff ball, get out of there. He's going to be taking shots from behind. That's going to be elevate there. Vegas, monster. No knock. Fortunate for Nerf buff, he's going to get out of there. Get the hell out of there. He's going to be making it straight to Bale. Or with Bale, I should say.
I still can't believe like the only stalemate we had, this Sandstorm just decided to casually just get involved, you know, get some screen time right there. That's cool. Very cool.
I'm sure we'll see another one, Dave. Don't you worry.
Scripted.
We'll see another one. Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhat scripted. I didn't script it.
You know, I was watching the stream earlier on. I didn't really see teams, and we'll get to that later on, but the Polar Bears on Vikendi, man. Where's the love? All right, I'm just putting it out there now. Since we're writing the script.
The Polar Bears, I got some somewhat bad news for you. Don't really come into play as much as you would think they do, Dave. They are rather docile. They like to stick to themselves in their caves. Sometimes they are pushed, but most of the time they're dispatched of. We see Greg shot here now, right outside the compound of Cowboy and IQ. And this is going to be in a really good position as well. It's actually just off center of dead center, which is going to be between Graveyard and Minas. So at the very least, they'll have a little bit of position to play for a while. And that's the thing. When these circles shift, because of how many teams are spread out, because it is, again, duos, it makes rotations super difficult. It also makes playing edge much more difficult, but also lucrative. If you can pick up those kills on the edge, you are sitting very pretty.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see teams kind of prioritize it. Maybe they're just loosening it up, you know, getting a feel for the lobby, but I want to see them prioritize getting these eliminations early on. And it does look like we're going to have a duo looking to make the breach right now and hopefully get 2 eliminations. Dark Lord, flash right there, back against the wall, AUG in hand. The push, though, taking a little too long.
Yep. Just have to make sure that they're clearing every single corner. These long buildings, again, I love Miramar to death, but some of these buildings are very difficult to breach, as we see Flushed by Altar. Now, this has the angle. It wants to push up. There's so much util coming out, though. Dark Lord doing a good job of holding off this push, but yeah, they're just gonna hold this building now. Versatile will go down in the distance. So
we're getting big chunked.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there it is. That should open it up.
Dispatched so cleanly. Sticky fingers. And a hawk.
I think we saw Shinboy in the elimination feed as well get eliminated by Roth while that engagement was happening. So Shinboy, one of those players that we briefly mentioned in the pre-show. Definitely keep your eye on here tonight. A veteran when it comes to PUBG.
Absolutely. And we'll have to see how much that experience, you know, comes into play with it
on duos
being so chaotic on duos. Yeah, I know we keep mentioning that. It's just been a long time since we've had a duos tournament in general. I mean, this is my first.
I feel like gun skill trumps everything in duos, right? But
it's very important for sure. Oh, Bodhi goes down. That's it. 14 is out. Kill Cookie. Do you have an opportunity here? Can you? Oh. See, the problem here is if they shoot too early, too. If they shoot too early, then they'll be held out. So they have to be careful on when they exactly want to pull the trigger. It's K now driving in between
on the bike.
Quite a lot of...
Oh, me is on the bike.
Oh, they're so low. They stop. The Bronco's actually almost... It's on fire. That's going to be a nice knock there. Yeah. Oh, take those tires. Are you tire taker, Dave? You
All
strike
day.
me as a tire tech. Yeah, you strike me as
Yeah,
a
all
tire
day,
tech.
all day. I'm not a double peaker in the same angle though.
Yeah, is that where you draw the line?
That's where I draw the line, man. And now you're
That's
gonna
gotta
have
be-
Nerf Buff in a bike, BMXing his way over here to get the flush here.
What do you think of-
Respect.
Nerf buff. He gets
Got
it
him.
clean.
What-
You like
what
it?
were you
do
gonna
think
ask
that is
me?
you think that's a Huffy? What do you think that's a Schwinn? Fat Boy? What kind of bike you think he's rocking right now?
I don't know. I gotta look. If it has the pegs in the back, that's all that matters, right?
Ooh, Brett Lannis, though, is gonna find slinky fingers. I called them sticky fingers earlier. Apologies.
Slinky, stinky,
Hard to read names sometimes on these streams. Yeah.
whatever works, works. These two teams are gonna be in the blue zone, and we see another player out there slowly making their approach as well. Looks like this player right here getting just picked apart from multiple angles.
Yeah. This
There
is
goes the
problem.
vehicle.
Now, tell me, what would you do, Dave, if you see a random blue smoke in the middle of a field where there's a burned out vehicle? Would you A, spam that smoke, or B, just leave it alone and think nothing of it?
We're in the blue. It is early game. If I'm Colt Pup, I might have tried to kind of leapfrog around him almost, you know, in a better position. But
If it's
hey,
only a solo, though,
yeah, hey, we're looking for another elimination here. The first elimination for Colt Pup.
oh, spray
Opening it
goes
up
through.
with the AKM. Up.
Oh,
This blue is hurting though. Godspeed.
yeah.
It is hurting.
It's definitely gonna hurt. Hawk's just trying to get the hell away.
Oh, Hawk is
from
done.
Cold Pup. Yeah, that's good night, sweet prince.
All right.
Cold Pup. You
I
gotta,
think
you gotta-
next game, a lot of these players are going to prioritize not taking fights in the blue, though. I think that's one note I will just kind of throw out there.
I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah, fighting in the blue, especially when there's a lot of teams, a lot of factions, especially
Yeah.
solos could be sitting on the edge. But shout out to our observers as well for doing a great job. I'm sure Master Nook is jumping with joy to see that this is a Minas Generalis ending. So many different elevations. You have the little 8 AT-AT walkers, if you will, kind of posted up. Lots of buildings to kind of play around terrain as well. There's quite a bit of high ground to get up to.
1v2.
So who's going to be the king of the
Balefrost.
hill? Balefrost!
1v2. Oh! That was a good fight, though.
Oh, he's got Roth. Get him out of there. I would do that for you, Dave. I would carry you on my
Appreciate
shoulders
it.
if I had to.
You
In
know,
real life.
some people leave their squad mates out there. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. That's why you always got to be nice to people. You never know. You never know when you need that friendly pickup to save your life.
It's always the ones closest to you, right? That leave you behind. Do be the ones closest to you is now that we have 20 teams essentially have all 18, almost half the teams now have been eliminated here in this game, and Circle is still just being quite brutal. A lot of the rotations on the south got cut off. Saw quite a lot of fighting in the blue as it's still continuing now for Earth. He's gonna get a nice little wipe there, and he's gonna get the hell back into Circle.
Been pretty solid though. All in all, early game 1, NA. We've been seeing some pretty consistent action here. A lot of these teams looking for some eliminations, getting some points in the pocket here, getting warmed up. Besides Profi, of course, got taken out
You had
early.
to. You just had to throw that out there. No! Ouchies indeed. For Earth.
Good old Miramar,
taken out.
man. Good old Miramar.
Just casually running down the road.
Phase 4. 21 teams to go. Trying to get away to land here. Feel like it's going to calm down a little bit. Oh, as I say that, 2v2 happening. 2v2 happening on the edge.
Blaze just immediately knocks down Presser. And so now a 1v2 here for Reconicles. And not enough. Very clean, actually, from Blaze. That was a really good spot up by him. Now him and his duo will have to make their way in. And the circle has shifted again. And it's gone south this time, Dave.
Yeah, very difficult circle shifts a lot of these players are forced to deal with. And love that Greta the Goat already in their vehicle looking to reposition themselves.
It's a nice position.
Yep. Keeping those vehicles, those tires alive, you know, keeping them safe. being able to utilize that. Continue to push forward. SKS 8 times. Plenty of ammo. I'm predicting some eliminations happening right now. Already 2.
2 eliminations for him. And the really nice thing about this position as well for Greta and Innate is you see Innate on the south side there just kind of holding to make sure that no one wraps on them. That way, once they do want to get in circle, they can sweep this entire east side. And they can even take shots on the TGT just to their east. So this is actually very strong. There's a lot of terrain for them to move up and play as well. The circle's not as open as some of the other endings that we saw earlier in today's games with the EMEA. And so they're going to be able to work this quite nicely as Cowboy will find another one, Dave.
Wow. Yeah. Homie is out here putting in work. I love that Greta the Goat also had like that foldable shield to kind of provide some cover between the vehicle and the shield just in case. But Greta the Goat still putting in work over here, trying to avoid the third party, the surprise attack from behind. 8 HP left. Will that foldable shield come into play?
Going for the heal. This is the team I actually thought they'd be able to hold out, but they were super focused on the teams to their west, and rightfully so. I mean, there's just, again, when you're just in duos, there's just so many factions, so many opportunities to get third-partied, fourth-partied, or solo-ratted. And so Greta will step up. She'll try to get the knock to save her teammate and their placement, but it's going to be TGT.
Nice little skirmish happening right there, and they're gonna have a solid position now, pretty much backfilling where we were just complimenting Greta the Goat, right? If the circle continues to like shift towards them, they're setting up for a solid late game. Popping back over to Terran though. Remember Terran with the very beautiful 2-piece grenade, right, to start the day. Already 4 eliminations on the squad right now.
So when you got excited, I thought you were talking about her beautiful Christmas mini that I've commented. I just
the Christmas mini.
I love that skin.
Do you got it?
I actually don't. I have the other one, unfortunately. Sam.
I'm not gonna lie, I got like 140,000 G coin I still need to spend, so I'm just
you should probably
waiting.
Probably spend some
Shout
of
out
that.
to PUBG for sending your boy every month some.
Chakouch. Chakouch. Either way, he's done what is necessary. Sambuca now the last member of their team. Meanwhile, Chun and Keegan has fallen, as you pointed out earlier in the game. Now, this is that same team, actually, TGT. This was that wrap I was talking about so good. This position is so strong. Whichever team can hold it has a good wrap on the east side. But Ouchies and his teammate have actually really impressed me here, Dave.
Yeah, they're doing great. Getting a little help, third party right there. Chun trying to flush him out. We're cooking a grenade. Ouchie tossing it as a Molotov. Oh, that's close. A little too close for comfort. Comes a follow-up. Forcing him. Oh, I love the grenade, the blue zone grenade placement right there to not allow them to use this boulder for cover with the Molotov. That's great.
That was sick. Oh, Chun tried to run in the open, but multiple teams had an angle on top of that hill. He just wanted to get to that dip. He didn't get to do it, and so again, TGT, Ouchies will survive. Sambuca now is another solo, trying to make it across. Is there someone just to his north? That's going to be Chakouch, also holding this angle, and they're fighting for just a road here, Dave. There is really not that much to play for, as we see Greg Shot sat in the dead center of the circle currently.
Just trying to survive. Don't look here. Oh, don't look at the 20 smokes.
Yeah,
nothing to see here. Nothing to see. 8 teams to go. Wow, game 1 went by pretty quick here. Ooh, nice little fight. Pentalaw pulling up with Terran.
It's this rail and flax. I like the initial flash to clear out this little dip here, this little trench. Another nade going through, and they have to expect it, right? Using this much utility, but look at Penta. He stepped back to make sure that the flank is taken care of beautifully and quickly dispatched of. And now he's got to get rid of this duo in front of him, Dave.
Yeah, this duo, they are stuck, man. They're in the tomb. They are flashed, and there goes Penta jumping in.
Woohoo!
Terran did get traded, but should be able to be revived in the process. And this squad, they're farming. They are farming here so far in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, already up to what, 6 kills, 7.
They're
8
looking
kills, I
good.
think.
Like
Yeah,
the teamwork, the synergy, it is it's on point.
Chaknow and Sambuca, these guys have been a bit of a skirmish for a while now as two souls just trying to get in, but oh, ouchies from behind finds the angle. You have to know that he's moved. He doesn't see him, Dave? He does.
Very intense fight, and that's Ouchie in the distance taking those shots too. I love it.
Oh, damage coming
Out.
out.
Dog shots. One more
The
should do it.
feetsies, Dave.
One more should do it. Oh, Ouchie. Ah. Let me live. Okay.
Nice.
Nice. Ouchie just being such a pain, right? For these
Yeah.
other teams just trying to survive, but respect to Ouchie.
Absolute
Meanwhile,
menace.
I believe this homie's been in here since like phase 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Greg's been in there for a while, but again,
Oh, that's
it's
Greg?
gonna be Terran and Penta. Yeah, it's Greg's shot.
Placement points, baby.
Yeah, you go for those and forget the placement points. Penta and Terran are farming kill points. They're now to 8 kills, pushing down with a good position here. They can get a foothold into the circle. They can easily hold out that team.
Meanwhile, Greg is just big chilling. Ouchie still putting in work for TGT.
Yeah, as a solo, he's actually had a really big impact for his team. Same thing with Sambuca. I mean, they've been surviving for quite a while, and getting into the circle here would be difficult, but that'll actually make it easier as Insta will go down to Terran, and they are just farming this lobby.
Yeah, they need to be cautious, though. Remember, Sambuca. Okay, so they're going to be keeping that left angle, keeping tabs. Oh, now they're going to know Sambuca's over here.
Oh, yeah. He's going to take some shots. Don't forget about Ouchie, though. Yep, and shots will come from him. They have been...
Ouchie's
just
taking
so
shots
consistent.
on Sambuca, so kind of
yeah.
helping Terran and Penta almost to allow them to like reposition almost.
How many smokes do they have, though? I mean, this part is incredibly open. You see the hilltops and some of those
Foldable
ridges of
shield,
Ouchies.
clutch.
Yeah.
I love this Godspeed.
The shield, it's good.
Yeah, I love it.
Real good. It's fantastic. I don't use it enough when I play pub matches, but Penta will find Sambuca as well. And this just all seems to be somewhat of a formality. Penta and Terran are just on a tear right now.
Don't discount Ouchie, though. If there's one player that can really
Never.
spoil their plan, their winner chicken dinner, it is 100% Ouchie. Already with 4 eliminations here, game 1. A ton of damage. And they're kind of losing track of Ouchie.
Yeah, a little bit. They're
Little
trying
bit.
to focus on Greg and just get him out of the hard cover. They know at some point Ouchie will have to come off of that ridge line. And shooting tires. Yeah, maybe. There's a small chance he tries to get that vehicle go center quick, but
That would
doubt
be
it
a
at
Greg
this point.
play.
That would it?
That would be a Greg play.
It's the Dragon Tiger
Another
Barrel
standoff
Boys,
here.
762. Don't forget about him. Yeah, I mean, this is really going to be on Penta and Terran to have to move in. Greg going to try to do whatever he can to do as much damage as he can while these teams are moving in, but he also now has to move up a little bit, just a smidge, to make sure he's inside that circle. Really, it's on Ouchie. Ouchie is the one that should be focused here by both of these teams.
Love
He's
that Greg
the
had
only
the
one that has
mortar
to
set
move.
up too, like just prepping that whole shack
Just
for
in
late
case.
game. Yeah, watching some Tiggleton VODs, you know.
Trigonometry.
But yeah, like you said, Ouchie really dictating this lobby right now from their position up there. They're gonna have to move though.
Yep. It's going to be where the difficulty comes through. Ouchies. Getting sprayed through the smoke and shot. That's going to be Penta. Now it's just down to Greg's shot versus, as a solo, versus 2.
Crick Shot's been surviving this whole time for this moment. Will he take out the mortar?
I think that's too close. I think 150 is the minimum, right? And I believe they're just within that range. They're closing this up now.
11 kills. Godspeed. Can they make
Yeah.
it 12?
They probably can. I mean, I imagine they're probably going to if they win this game, right? They have to get rid of Greg's shot, but those smokes causing a lot of issues. Now, both teams, or at the very least, Penta and Terran are just playing this safe, right? They have Penta up at that forward position. He's got center of circle. Greg's shot is the one that has to move around, and I wonder how much utility he still has left. That smoke that he's sitting on right now is almost about done to fade, so Greg now just trying to take angles and fights where he can, but Penta and Terran actually doing a really good job of not giving up too much here. And as I say that, Terran gets shot in the head.
More smoke. Last one. Has 4 grenades, though. Trying to get closer to toss these grenades, and looks like their opponent's doing the same thing. Predicting the push. Huge nade chunking down Greg.
Another one. Gets behind the tree. Big opportunity here. Greg technically has center now, and I have to wonder how much utility, or at least lethal util, that Terran and Penta still have left. That's going to be a flash going out. Oh, Terran sees him.
Care package, you can have it.
Nice.
Nice.
Wow. 12 kills to start us off.
Yeah, and honestly, Terran and Penta, they were proactive that whole game, right? It wasn't like they just showed up in the late game and farmed a couple eliminations. No, since the drop, we kept tuning into them, and they were just constantly getting involved, right? And I kind of want to see that from other teams as well. I feel like these elimination points are going to be crucial, especially looking at the lobby that we had earlier on today. There's like 3 points between first and second, right? So if you can kind of ramp up the elims, kind of offset the risk. But yeah, solid game 1 here. Godspeed.
Yeah, it was a solid game 1 indeed. Now, speaking of Frank, who got to also watch the EMEA portions of of the event, I kind of want to get his take on what exactly he thought of EMEA versus NA. I know it's super early, it's just one game, but yeah, what'd you think, Frank?
I have a take. So my take is that our first place finish from NA, in simply kills, got as many points as our second place finish in map 1 in EMEA. So in terms of a dominant performance, way stronger from our first place team early on here, because yeah, you're looking at, I think it's a 22 point first place finish so far, which was kind of the series winning game from our previous winners of Ace and Vanti. So their 20-point game is what kind of locked them into a running to finish and eventually win our EMEA. So you couldn't really ask for a better game 1 out of our winners here. It's really setting the stage for them to really just need to hang on. They could probably play for placings the rest of this series and be in a pretty good spot with a 12 kill game number 1. So yeah, that's kind of the big takeaway for me looking at that game. Not sure if you guys agree, but yeah, the strongest front runner I think that we've had in our duos tournaments so far here today. Yeah, if you guys are on the same page, I'd love to know if that was what you guys kind of took away from that also.
Oh, not only am I on the same page, I'm publishing it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, it's getting
already in stores.
22 kills, or 22 points, excuse me, is a ridiculously strong start, especially when you look at the way Penta and Terran kind of played that circle. They wrapped slowly on the edge. They got a good position off the first and second shift, and then they cleared out, you know, those trenches, and it was just all methodical for them using util. And I expect, I mean, we have some really heavy fraggers in this lobby, and Terran and Penta are definitely 2 of those. Dave, what do you think?
Yeah, listen, I was telling you, NA, all right, Frank, NA is going to put on a show, right? And I agree with you. They could coast it, kind of just maintain and play for those consistent points, but will they? I don't think so. I think they're going to continue snowballing. I'm a true believer in, like, momentum, right? And I think when we're looking at Penta and Terran game 1, that was their momentum game to just kind of continue trucking along here. So they could be passive. Will they? Probably not.
Yeah, just in terms of that momentum, you know, I know you were hyping them up, but I believe, if I recall, Terran got the first kill on Profi. I think that was the first actual elimination of that map number 1. So not, not calling you out for the prediction, but definitely on your side with momentum. They started strong, they finished strong, and that was the takeaway from EMEA was it's all about who finishes strong, but with a start like that, it's going to be hard not to. So we are going to throw it to a brief commercial break here because I'm excited to see this kind of action continue in that map number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I've got Godspeed and Dave returning. We've had time to catch our breath after that first map, and just kind of by the numbers, the most dominant performance we've seen all day, locking in 22 points. And yeah, just looking at those standings, how the map one results, the biggest gap I believe we've seen as well. Now it's still just map number 1. There's plenty of time for comebacks because we've seen how hectic and crazy these duos can get. But guys, I want to get your analysis. What are you kind of thinking going into map number 2 now after what we saw with map number 1?
I mean, yeah, it's just hard to ignore the fact that Terran and Penta have a 22-point first game. You'd have to imagine they're probably going to get some other kills in their next couple games, even if it's not as high, which will push them higher. But again, you also have some really heavy fraggers in this lobby. You have Grant Lannis, you have players like Bunt Streams and Greg Shot, you have Roth and Pat. So the potential for any of these teams to have like a massive game, or even, you know, some of the players we're not so familiar with, could also just have a really solid game, get some placements, get 5-6 kills in a second. It's 10, 12, 15 points.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think there's other players too that aren't on this page that are definitely going to be looking to have like that come up match, right? That we were kind of hyping them up. Nerf Buffball had some decent plays in game 1. Still waiting for Profi. I know he's going to have a highlightable game. Hyping him up. Company Man's in the lobby. Vegas is in the lobby. So I think Terran and Penta should just, you know, take advantage of their point gap and maybe go for some riskier plays, get some early game eliminations and strengthen that gap, right? Because I guarantee you these other teams, they're going to be hunting them down.
I do want to say too, looking at that standings before we talk about our map, 2 teams in our top 8 didn't even get placement points. That's definitely not something we saw out of EMEA. I think our 7th and 8th didn't even place, but they each got 5 elims. So if they can just kind of hang on a little bit longer, get some placement points, they'll easily be able to climb in the standings. But talk to me a little bit about map number 2 here going into it. Godspeed, Dave, any predictions, I guess, you know, slaying wise, kill wise? How do you think this one's going to go compared to Miramar?
So Taego in general, even in competitive like squads with 4s, is it's very difficult because there's a lot of open space. Taego actually feels a lot of open space, and if you cut those factions in half, it's now duos. I imagine that the center of the circle, or even just wherever it may fall, is going to be difficult for these teams to actually find space to play without being contested. I mean, Taego is just, it's going to be brutal in duos. I mean, even in squads, it could be kind of mincy. But yeah, duos is going to be crazy.
And you have like the self AED, right, on this map. So that might play a factor. You got the multi-care packages. So level 3 gear just scattered all over the place. So if I'm looking at a duo and they both have level 3, I'm considering them like a squad at that point, just because they got that extra buff going for them. So I think Taego definitely spices it up here when it comes to duos, without a doubt.
Nice. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it just with the pure slaying power we saw out of map number 1. And then just a little difference in play style I wanted to highlight too. We definitely went into those later circles here in NA with way more teams compared to EMEA. And I think that makes it exciting to watch as well, because you kind of have those kills condensed into the later stages of the map. And yeah, with kind of the things you've pointed out, I think it'll be great if Terran and Penta can keep that momentum, which you were talking about. Like, they have all the momentum in the world right now, a 12-point gap between first and second. So now it's really about hanging on to that lead. Do you guys think they'll be able to do that going into map number 2 here, or are they going to run into any speed bumps?
It's always a toss-up, right? This is duos. Yeah. We got a lot of teams. Nowhere is really safe here compared to like squads where it's a little slower, right? But I think they also have room to work with, maybe go for some riskier engagements, just because they do have that gap right now between first and second. Say it doesn't go their way though, come game 3, then they need to like pull it back a little more, maybe play a little slower and kind of go for that passive strat, maintaining at that point. But I feel like they have a nice buffer that they can still, you know, slay out here in game number 2 without a doubt.
Yeah, Godspeed, you agree?
I agree with Dave. I mean, especially starting off in a game like that. Again, Dave's momentum meter. Shout out.
Whoa, it's maxed out right now, Frank.
It's
correct?
maxed out.
It's maxed out.
But yeah, they have. I mean, Taryn also. I mean, she's basically a pro, right? I mean, she's playing this game I think she's better than me at this point. So, Taryn can slay, and then Penta as well. So like, even if one of those members go down, they can easily just salvage that game, or for the most part, either get placements or just a couple more kills to eliminate. So I think they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's kind of the key takeaway is from this position, there's many paths to success here. You know, if one of the duo does go down early, they can play for the placements. If they're in a position to get some kills, they can pick that up. Like I had mentioned, like our 7th and 8th didn't even place, but each team had 5 eliminations, which got them into that top 8 position. So, you know, to put it in kind of poker terms, there's plenty of outs they could play to right now. And with the momentum on their side, I think it's an uphill battle now at this point for all the other duos to catch up. Which will be interesting to watch, you know, how that plays out and both how they kind of tackle that. I guess kind of, you know, going the distance wise and with that momentum meter, what do the teams need to do to keep that bar maxed out? You know, Dave, what's the key to keeping momentum going?
Let me ask you real quick though, Frank. Do you believe in momentum? Some people believe in it. Some people think it's all made up. Do you believe in momentum? Let me ask you that real quick.
It's everything. Flow state is momentum, like, you know, confidence is momentum. To me, it is the nucleus from which gameplay emerges. So the short answer is yes.
Heck yeah, love to hear it. Frank is on the momentum side here, but I mean, we saw it in game 1 with that one fight with Terran and Penta when they were like in those 2 trenches. Remember, there was another duo kind of back against the wall, super scared, and Penta was making the push, protecting Terran. The confidence, you can definitely see it. But not only that, there's a snake popping up from behind, and Penta, quick flick, got him, took him out, and then continued to make that push. So when it comes to that squad in particular, like, they got the confidence, they got the momentum, and I think the only way to shut them down is if they get taken out first here in the lobby, right? I mean, that'll obviously be a momentum crusher.
Yeah, I think that is the one kind of wild card here in duos, right? You do need a little bit of luck on your side, but I think they've given themselves that buffer to where they can have a rough map, or maybe a map and a half, something like that, and still kind of feel good progressing through the tournament. But it looks like we are about to get into map number 2 here, so I'm going to excuse myself again and let you guys take it from here.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Taego works out as duos because, again, the amount of space to play isn't already very vast on Taego, and then you now, again, break it into more factions, and that, I think, is even more chaos than you normally would get on Taego, especially with, you know, what our circles do. It's very possible we get a circle that is actually in a big city, and we can somewhat see cover for these teams. Otherwise, I think it's going to be an open chaos clown show. That's what I'm
hopefully
predicting.
some sniper action, right? I think the Taego earlier on had like circle 1 had like 30% of it unplayable too because they went all the way on that east side, right? So hopefully this game we get a more friendlier circle here, Godspeed, like you said, so we can kind of see it play out a little more.
I don't see that. I think you misunderstood me, Dave. I'm not hoping for a good circle. I'm just saying that's what they would probably.
You want a bad one.
I want chaos. I mean, it's duos. You know, we're having a good time. It's fun. I mean, there's definitely some prizes up for grabs. The 10-year 502 anniversary edition. Make sure you get first and second for that. But also the G coin and some cash, right? So these guys are definitely playing for something.
Saw someone in chat earlier. First off, shout out to everybody chatting it up here tonight. I saw Blaze in there, for Earth in there, and someone's like, does this guy get paid in G-Coin? Yes. All right, that's my salary. All right, that's
Actually,
that's how I do. G-Coin it up, baby. So you got a job, send G-Coin my way, and I'll get it done.
I mean, I've been so excited for this event. I'm just all pixels, you know? The internet can't even hold up at this point.
I'm sending you some G-Coin, man. We're going to fix it up, you know?
Some pixels.
Tell the internet guy, hey, I got G-Coin. You accept it? You know? Get it going.
Grant Lannis actually killed me in a pub game the other day, and I will say he was very mean. He was very mean to me. So
Can you elaborate?
He may or may not have called me a bot.
Oh, did he? Were you playing like a bot, though?
I wouldn't say I was playing like a bot, but he kind of dunked on me. We'll just say that.
He hurt your feelings, so now you're hoping that
A little
he
bit.
is first eliminated here
No,
on
no,
game
no.
2, now that we're watching him. All right, Godspeed.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying,
3-minute
seeing
delay? Okay. Yeah, he's not up there in the north, right?
3-minute delay. Oh, look at this. Speaking of delay, the mild team is just going to jack that car, and they're out of here, hitting 88 miles an hour.
See ya.
Oh, actually,
That's bold.
got a little bit of damage off on that as well as Karar and Gosen.
Now we got the scope for that bad boy. We're good to go.
Oh, yeah. Dude, and by the
Yeah?
way, this has been the SMGs got buffed this patch. So they are very strong right now.
The patch like 2 days ago, right? With the new jeans.
With the new jeans, yes, and
Yeah.
then which the new SLR looks sick, by the way. The new dances, have you rocked some of those dances on the new jeans stage?
I'm playing
Keegan knows how
after
to
this. I heard you could listen to the new song in the US, the new jeans song. So
Blast it wide as you're going in for a nice little crash. But speaking of crash, Keegan will find one. Oh, can he find the second? He cannot. Oh, look at
and
this.
look who it is.
As if they needed any more kills, Dave.
Look who it is. Starting strong here. Team 7, Terran and Pentalaw. I saw a machine gunner in the chat earlier on, but look at this. They're getting third-partied. Okay. They'll need to watch out. A lot of what you coined it, the clown fiesta, happening
Yes.
right now. Early game on Taego.
Hawk there with 2 very easy kills. I believe those 2 came in naked, just looking for a place to loot, and were rewarded with death. Speaking of death, Penta and Terra need to relax.
Let's see. Can't Greta the Goat 1v2 right now. I don't know what homie was doing prone right there, but it is what it is.
Hey, sometimes you just got to get on your belly, okay? Prone it out. Penta, now they're just hunting. They're hunting Greta.
If
And
Greta
it was
can
already
shut him
found.
down, though, that is like the momentum. Like
Crusher? What's
deflator. I said
yeah, I was
crusher
gonna
and
say-
you laughed, but like, what would you call
what?
it?
I think that
We crush momentum out here, Godspeed. All right, that's the
I like
only
the
way we do.
deflator. I like the deflator.
The
That's all.
momentum deflator.
The MD, if you will.
The
MM and
momentum annihilator.
Okay.
That should just be a player name.
Oh, okay. You can come on. You can do this. I believe in you. I've never believed in someone more than I believe in you right now.
This is the momentum deflator.
Okay, you gotta. Oh, look, you just there. You go.
You got this. 5 points right there. You got heart. You got the heart points.
But see, this
yeah,
is
well.
what. Here's the thing, Dave. Here's what makes Penta and Terran so dangerous. They've already gotten the knock on an 8, right? They already know they're in first place, but they're still very methodical. They're slow and steady, right? They're clearing everything. They're making sure that when they are ready to push, they'll be ready for the trade. They'll have the angles on lock. They'll have utility thrown where it needs to be. But look at this pull up here. Another team just driving past. Could give Greta an opportunity, but she is just going to stay put.
Yeah, they're going to be just cruising on by, huh? Going towards the circle, I have to assume here. Looks like Terran and Penta still do a little bit of looting as well. Greta just hoping that they don't check the closet. But here it is, Godspeed.
Yep. Check they will indeed. Greta now in a regrettable situation. It's possible, though. 1v2 is very possible here. If Penta and Terran mistime this, there's a real chance and opportunity for Greta to find one, but no, Penta won't even let her. So another 3 kills. Easy peasy.
Yeah. Hey. Good for Terran and Penta. You know, they need more points here, Godspeed. That gap isn't big enough yet between first and second. Just unlucky. Definitely cheering for Greta the Goat here, especially after game 1. They had some really solid plays, and then they got backstabbed by Ouchie. There's another player that I got my eyes on here. Game 2, Ouchie was putting in a lot of work, but here are those care packages we were talking about.
More importantly,
Thank
the
you.
new jeans package. Look at that. Look at that skin right there.
Do you get new jeans in that package? That's my question for you.
No, unfortunately,
No.
those are way too good to be put in a crate full of arms and 3 helmets.
Okay. Well, at least Vegas will be picking it
Would have
up.
been sick though.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
if
yeah.
they made the ghillie suit like a New Jeans ghillie, like kind of like a
Where you stand out instead of
baby
camouflage.
blue and like a pink. Who cares? You'll pick up the.
Hold up, Godspeed. We got Das Panzerfaust
That's a
plays
Panzer, yeah.
happening right here.
That is about to be a very upset.
Open the
presser.
door. You won't.
If that, oh god, if that
You
door
won't.
opens.
NA doing NA things, baby.
And I mean, that's another thing I didn't even think about. How strong are Panzers? They're normally, right, you just get a knock for free generally if you have a good position and you have a good setup with it. But in duos, it's devastating to get Panzered. So half your team's already gone.
They are committing to this. I don't believe TGT know that there's a team
Yeah.
over here. Just by the way they move, they might know actually.
I'm curious if they suspect
Yeah.
something because I think a flash went out, didn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, he
Oh,
missed!
Das Panzerfaust to the face right there. You'll love to see it. I agree with you, Godspeed. You said Panzerfaust pretty strong here in duos. Yeah, I
Yeah.
concur. I
Did
concur.
did that go through them? Did he miss, or did he just do a lot of damage and it got cleaned up by Itsuke?
It did a big boom, and that's all I care about, Godspeed.
Okay, all right.
Big
Shin
boom.
boy, getting Dark Alert up in the kill feed with a big boom of his own. Nice little grenade, but yeah, that was. Oh, look at this Cowboy
Pull up.
and IQ just got landed upon by Smith and Crazy. Pushing upstairs is very difficult in these, so I'm actually curious to see if Cowboy and his teammate want to just go straight up or just hold this. And looking at the position, this is actually, where is this on the map even?
I guess
like
this
it's
isn't
dead
a pull
center.
up. This is a drop. A drop
This is
in, right?
Yeah, drop in, I guess. Sure,
Drop
sure,
in,
sure.
technically. Drop in.
I'll
Drop in.
give it to you.
Drop in. Who wins these, Godspeed?
Normally it's tough. In this situation, it's going to be Cowboy. But when you have to push up those
Yeah.
stairs, and that's the only
Yeah.
angle of approach, it's really, especially, oh, Cowboy. IQ's there to trade, though. Yep, very nicely done by these two.
Good teamwork.
Yeah, especially if there's like smokes on those stairs and like flashes, utility being thrown. I think pushing up there onto that roof is hell. But
Yeah.
Cowboy just doing a really good job being patient, and the kill came to him.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Why didn't they kind of wait on the rooftop for Cowboy to push up, like you're saying? Like, what was the call there to flush him out and, like you said, go in that disadvantageous position?
Yeah, I mean, it's rough.
I guess
It
it's
is these-
duos.
It's duos, but also the fact that, like, you know, if you do put both members on the roof there, they're obviously very susceptible to utility, like nades, I should say, mollies, blue zone grenades. So clumping yourself on the roof can also be a detriment. So I understand why they had one split on the second floor. But yeah, that's just a tough situation either way. Devil Vibes though is gonna find an easy knock, and you should be able to get the finish. Easy.
Wow. The magic duo. I don't know.
Not so
I don't know
magic
about
now.
that.
I think
Yeah.
that rabbit
Oh.
in a hat just came out a little cardboard.
Interesting pull up. But shout out to Devil Vibes. Right? Devil Vibes.
Yeah, Devil Vibes. He's vibing.
Devil Vibes.
As one does, I suppose. Vegas and Monster, meanwhile, find themselves in a nice little position here. That's going to be very central, especially after this new shift. There's a lot of unplayable terrain in this shift, which makes it even worse for the teams that have to rotate in from the north.
I'm looking for the come up. Vegas. Vegas knows how to hit those shots here. Godspeed. I'm sure
does.
you've been touched once or twice on the battlefield, you know? The Vegas snipe.
I've exchanged some barbs from
Some
time
barbs
to time
back
with
in the
Vegas.
day.
I've actually played with him as well at certain points, certain events. So yeah, very good player. Lots of history there. Is Roth now just skating on by? You know, just
A little drive-by action. Yeet.
cruising on.
That
Oh.
vehicle. Oh, man. There it goes. The instant smokes. Look at this. Hawk is right in front of him here.
But they got the bowl. But there's already someone in the bowl. It's Havoc. But Roth with the trade. Beautiful stuff. This is actually one of the strongest bowls on Taego on the south side of the map. It's very, I mean, in squads, it's obviously much easier to hold because you can spread out much better. But even in duos here, this is a very strong position for Roth and Pat. Look for them to start farming some kills, especially when the circle starts closing, if they're still in it, which they should be.
It's dead center too. That bowl that you're mentioning.
No matter what, they should be in the circle. So,
Cowboy still looking to put in some plays. An even trade right there. Now we got a 1v1.
These 1v1s are so tense. If you win
especially on duos, right? I mean, that's 50% of your team.
Yep. You get that
you really
duo
need
up
to clutch
back
it out.
in business. Yep. You also have to close it out quick, Dave, right? Because you can't leave yourself open to a third party, fourth party, what have you. But he's just pushing in. He's got nades as well. Oh, that could be good. Oh!
The follow-up. The pre-fire through the window.
That was nice.
Got him.
It was very nice by Trimble.
Little smoke right there. Get the pickup. Yeah, I agree. It's got to be quick, too, because you never know when your opponents are going to be right over that ridge looking to capitalize on the third party, the fourth party, the fifth party. But right here, we got Nerf Buff Ball in the corner with the Yogg.
The other's falling. So Nerf now down to 1 HP. And he's going to get finished by Grant. Nice pickup. Nice steal.
Jim Boy's like, that was mine.
Yep.
That was mine.
Little irritating, and that's another thing. I mean, the amount of kills you can steal, it's just duos is pretty high. There's so many knocks that can be taken advantage of, Dave.
What do you think about this spot? Interesting terrain, buildings, and
it's great if you're in the buildings. Actually, it's not even really great. It's good if you're in the buildings and the circle is closing people out on the hilltops around you, but if you have to rotate out of it, it's so open getting out of that little construction area. It is pretty bad. It's pretty awful.
Looks difficult too. Like if you had a vehicle, those bumps might slow you down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, just getting out in a vehicle in general would be difficult from that position. So, yeah, and this is the problem. I really have enjoyed watching Taego. You know, not only just being introduced when they introduced the map, but now we're using it in comp play as well. It's a super cool map. It's just very brutal. It's very open in a lot of areas, as we see Itsuke now with the pull up here. The nade is good for Gandhi. Just one member left. Can they clean this one up? Oh, they don't see him. He's just behind the vehicle. They didn't see.
Go for the pre-fire here. Smoke's about to dissipate.
Oh! Super
duper Drew. Up.
Oh!
Grenade. Super duper Drew popping off right here. Just unlucky for Itsuke. Because look, they were getting third party from Vegas across the way. That's why these two players are here in that little trench back against the wall. They got nowhere to go. But at least they got 2 points in the pocket.
I got 2 points. We have an emergency pickup here now. Taking up Oxy and Mikey. So they're going to be coming in a little late, but at least should be able to scout, I guess, something to play. But everything is taken. Everything good has already kind of been occupied, Dave. And so these guys are going to have to find either a solo to land on or just get super lucky or just win their firefight. So I'm coming in late. It's Taego now with Devil Vibes. Have had a decent game so far. 2 kills. Are pushing on that north side edge, but they're going to run into relay here. And they have to be aware of that, right?
You would think so. If they weren't, now they are.
Yep.
We did see, like you mentioned, Devil Vibes get a nice little 1v2 earlier on. See if he clutched it out before his teammate gets thirsted here. I don't think so.
Oh. Careful. That's got to be frustrating for Devil Vibes as he wanted to save his teammate. Now down to 1-on-1. The nade will land just behind. As an M24, he lands the shot, but in the chest. And the nades will be out. Devil Vibes will get the kill. And that's 4, as you stated, for the man who's vibing.
He's vibing. did lose his squad mate, so it is going to be making that winner chicken dinner a little more challenging, especially with Terran and Penta still alive as a duo up there in the north, and that's exactly where Devil Vibes is currently occupying as well, so they might clash here shortly. But Shinboy still big chillin' over here. Why not? Got the Rats, the duo, right next to you, trying to take some pot shots your way.
Gosen and Karar are now just in a decent position, right? They have this high ground. They're still in the circle. They might get a lucky shift, but at the very least, they still have some terrain to play ahead of them as well, and it's not actually super condensed where they would head to, but yeah. Blaze is going to find Colt Pup, and the circle will shift, and Terran and Penta get even more love, and now they are just big chillin'. They are big chillin'. Yeah, they don't have to do anything for the next 2 minutes while all these teams have to rotate in, and in fact, they could probably even get some kill steals here.
I'm sending the polar bears from Vikendi to that compound that they're locking down right now, man. I mean, they need something to challenge them here. The zones aren't. Man. The zones aren't.
You gonna send those polar bears to the killers right now?
Oh man, shout out to Blaze too. Nice little lean peek we saw moments ago. I saw Blaze in the chat here a couple times tonight. Keep it up. Love to see it. Trying to get this cash money. First place $2,000. Second place $1,300. Third place $1,000. Plus you get that mouse, limited edition, only 500 made.
500.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I need one, man.
You know what's crazy is we didn't get one. That's the craziest part.
I got G coin. I'm gonna ask her. I can trade some G coin for it. You know.
It's actually a solid mouse. More of a G Pro fan myself. Using the G Pro for a while, but 502 is a classic.
Double GOG.
Oh, tough. I see what you've done there. Just a little vehicle
Got it.
mishap, but we are all good.
Roth in the elimination feed. Getting one. 17 teams to go. 28 alive. Phase 4. Roth, last one alive for the duo. But not out.
And Roth and Pat didn't have the greatest of first games, right? So you have to imagine 4 kills now.
Yeah.
It's a decent second one, but they still need more.
Okay.
They need much more if they want to catch up, especially to Terran and Penta, which the game they're about to have, I'm not even sure that'll be possible at this point, but we'll have to wait and see. Roth with opportunity here, and he will find one knock fairly easily. Can he get the second? Oh, just got behind that tree.
Looks like Terran and Penta finally being challenged too, by the way. Or they were in the elimination feed. A lot of fights happening right now, but the solo from Roth looking to get an elimination. The follow-up grenade just a little too far.
I think his
Also needs to be
stolen.
cautious. Yeah, needs to be cautious with these sight lines. The third-party potential is really strong over here on the edge.
And he realizes that. He realizes he has to hold out this back party. He has a team coming up behind him. He sees one. He'll get the spray. Easy knock for Roth. It's a point back for the one stolen.
One time for the one time. Tearing down. Penta with the wraparound. 1v1.
Oh,
Penta gets it all day long.
You best believe Penta's going to win that one. Him and Terran just continue to throw up their lead, but Roth, meanwhile, is still finding success here. 6 kills. This is a big salvage game if he can make it into placement as well. 5 more teams need to fall for him to do that in 8th place, but possibility is very much there, especially for Roth.
Needs to make sure not to get backstabbed, though, too, right?
Yes. I mean, he's got to do a lot right now, but Roth is going
Another
to find
one.
the easiest of headshots there. Just the cleanest 3x spray. Easy as you like. See, now he's wrapping back down. So, yeah, I mean, not a bad idea here to just wrap on the south side. It's probably going to be a side where you can get the most impact, especially because the side he'd have to go on the east where that team is, of Team 30, wrapping into that is pretty much death as a solo, especially when there's 2 members up. So, he's just going to look for
Roth is kind of good.
He's all right. I think I've seen him in a competition or 2.
Okay.
He's decent.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Definitely decent looking as well. Just throwing that out there.
Okay. Okay. Hide your wife. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, and that's, yeah, like I said, coming
At
down
least
into
he got
that
some
angle.
eliminations, though, right?
He did.
Because,
He did.
offset the risk of that push. Wasn't in the play zone. And like you said, still got the look, so still
As
winning.
long as that's, yeah, as long
Still
as you got
winning.
that, you are Bing chillin'. It's a nice little pull up here from Vegas for now, but as far as how long he'll be able to stay here, I'm not quite sure, with Devil Vibes kind of keyed in on him. And you also have Grant Lannis and his teammate as well, just kind of in this position. They have to have heard that vehicle. Yeah, he's getting shredded right now.
Yeah, and Vegas lost their squad mate, too, or their teammate, so.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He's all alone.
All alone. 7 teams to go.
And still, Penta and Terran
Alive.
do not have to move. They have even more kills. And they have a decent amount of terrain to work with if they have to move down south as well. So they are just, God, they're just the bingest of chillin'.
Vegas getting 1 point here. 1 elimination.
Well, every point still matters. And don't forget, second place also still gets a hefty amount of G coin and that mouse. So,
Oh, for real?
yeah, first and second
Okay.
place. Get the mouse. Come on now.
Come on. So at what point, though, Godspeed, you're Penta, you're Terran. At what point do you just start kind of getting a little proactive? I know you get in the zones and all, but at what point do you start trying to like sweep up the edge, get some eliminations?
I mean,
or do you just go for the win here?
At this point, when you're already in first, you have a monster game 1. You're having a very good game 2. You already have 5 kills. You're in the placements. You know, it's top 6. You know that you have a good position to play. You know that once you have to leave this compound, you have a good hill on the south. You don't need to push. You just kind of let the kills
lock
come
it
to you,
down.
and they will. And they
Okay.
absolutely will come to them.
Just lock it down. All right, I respect it, man. I respect it. Karar, 86, we saw putting in some work earlier on. Looks like 6 eliminations on Team 5. They're going to be getting the pickup over there behind the boulder. Vegas might have some elimination strolling right past them. Oh, we're pulling up.
Oh!
Devil
On
vibes
2
in
wheels!
the shack.
Oh!
There's one.
You gotta pull. Yeah, you gotta stop. You gotta heal.
Talk about the YOLO send right there from Team 30.
I mean, it kind of worked in the sense that they're finally... Nope, it didn't work at all. I like that angle is actually super open. Karar trying to run. Terran! Oh, good finish.
Car's stuck regardless, right? Regardless. Not in the play zone behind that boulder. So blue, once it starts to close in, going to be sprinkling in some damage.
Oh,
Best
Defector,
case-
though.
Yeah, best case, Car gets another elimination, but Defector, like you mentioned, tossing some grenades over here.
And that's actually had to pull off Karar, so Defector will stay alive for just a little bit longer. I don't think he's in, though, at that rock. I think he's just outside. We'll have to see as Karar will find a beautiful
Great.
3x spray on the Devil Vibes. Nicely done. 7 kills for Team 5, and they're now in a top 3 situation. And it's
Great
it's
spray.
2 on 2 on 1. Yeah, that was very nicely controlled. So my question is, what would you do here
If I'm Karar,
if you're
try to survive a little longer.
if
But I
you're
don't think that's
Terran and
happening.
Penta, or if you're Grant and Tyson? What do you do here?
I mean, I'm crazy, right? I'm crazy like that. So I want to see them get like involved and just try to get the eliminations and the win. But they're gonna be playing it a little slower. Totally get it. The win's already coming their way. No sense in risking it. Don't get over ambitious, I guess.
True.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a team, I mean, if you are Grant and Tyson, though, really hope that you get a favorable shift, because
Got the
if
all
Penta and Terran win this game, then
and the MG3. So I mean, they got the weapons.
they
here.
got the
Godspeed.
shifts, kind of.
The one tap dirt nap, baby.
Grant and Tyson have a good ridge to work with here, and yeah, they do have those crate weapons as well. So
Level 3 gear.
Reposition here. Yeah, they forgot they even have that vehicle. So if they really want, they can take an even wider angle, and that AWM will fire. So Penta and Terran will be aware of it. But yeah, this ridge line they're working with is very nice.
So let me ask you, was I putting too much stock in the level 3 gear when I said like it's basically you got a squad at that point? Like if your whole duo has both level 3 gear, am I putting too much stock into?
I wouldn't say it's like having a whole squad, but the advantage you have,
at least
again,
a third person,
especially in duos, if you both have 3 helmet and 3 armor, I mean that's gonna make any long distance fight, any close range fight, much more in your favor. Obviously, I mean just the fact to absorb extra bullets in a straight 1v1 where skill is the same. I mean the level 3 armor guy will win every time.
Oh, unless Penta's getting on a sweet little wraparound over here. Yep. Trying to open it up with the Mini 14.
Oh!
And a knock. Here comes Terran.
Oh, with the drive-by. Grant will take a few shots. That MG3 is no joke up close, though. If you bump that bad boy up to 990 RPM, it will melt.
I call it the Bob Barker. Because it barks, baby.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's always right.
Yeah. I may start doing the same. Oh, Dragunov, careful. Did eat a little bit of a nerf from it was like 104 to like 82 meters or something like that, but still very much has the capability to do a lot of damage and still a headshot. And I think Grant's actually just outside that range.
So obviously Terran and Penta are playing this one right. But if I was them, you both got vehicles. Why not just... I guess you can't. You'll get sprayed down by the MG3. I'm getting wild out here.
The only issue is that one of them get knocked.
Yeah. Especially up against the MG3. Like, Grant wants them to push in their vehicles at that point.
Well, that and the fact that they're split, right? So if Terran or Penta get knocked here, that's going to leave it down to Grant in a 1v1. There's no real easy way for them to get a revive. Grant's still in, though. Everyone is still in except for Penta, actually. He's the one that really has to move. So Grant lands.
So if you're Grant, do you pick up the AWM, though, I guess, in this situation?
You can, but
you could.
The Dragunov also still very strong. Either way, that's going to be 11 kills now for Penta and Terran. And,
oh, yeah. Did they just win another game?
Yeah. That's another 20 points?
Yeah. It is, isn't it? Wow, they must really want that mouse, man.
I think that's what it is.
They really want that mouse, man. GG's. Penta, 7 eliminations, Terran with 4. They had some really sketch moments there, right? At one point, I believe, Terran was knocked down. Penta got into that fight to seal a deal and had like 20 HP left, right? And then after that, the zones kind of continue to pop over them, but they locked down that power position early on. So solid game for them. Game number 2, without a doubt.
Really solid game for them. We saw Grant and his teammate Tyson get second there as well. We saw Roth go for a salvage game for his team. But yeah, it was a good game overall. Terran and Penta, Frank, are kind of taking over. Yeah, they're kind of taking over. What do you got to say about that?
Yeah, I kind of want to just call attention to one little thing. You had mentioned that Grant and Tyson, they had Ridge, they had the level 3 gear, they had some crate weapons, but I know Dave knows one thing they didn't have. That
yes,
Terran and Penta. Do
you momentum, baby.
They
the
have
momentum. The momentum meter, it's still clocked out. It's still maxed out, Frank.
Yeah, they're redlining that momentum meter, and it's can they push it all the way through the tournament? So far, it's looking like a yes. I gotta say, I am impressed. It's definitely, one of those cases where they're just feeling it. They're in the zone, back to back, over 20-point games. It's hard to contest at this point. Thankfully, second place also gets the mouse, so you can play for that. We might be in that kind of territory where we're starting to talk about that sort of thing, because at this point, there's really no one slowing them down. making it back-to-back final circles, back-to-back wins. And I think the big thing to me is also getting those eliminations. It wasn't even just like, hey, we're going to camp out until the end. They're still playing aggressive, which to me, yeah, means they have all that momentum still on their side. So now it's up to another one of these duos to kind of step up, put a stop to that, at least start to check them a little bit, you know, play a little defense out there, get in their face, you know, try to slow them down. Open up that path to victory, because right now it's looking unstoppable. You know, it's coming back off the back of EMEA. We saw a lot of shifting, a lot of players trying to kind of find their play style. But to me, it looks like they came out and it's like they've been playing doubles this whole time. You know, it is kind of the sense that I get, where early on in the, you know, other region, they were feeling it out, right? Kind of like, okay, do we need to play aggressive? Do we need to rotate? But Terran and Penta absolutely locked in, like game plan right off the rip, knew exactly what they were going to do. And they've kind of been playing unchallenged throughout this series so far. So going to be interesting to see how it plays out, but they've definitely built a very comfortable memory foam cushion for themselves here going into map number 3. So I'm excited to see the standings. We'll kind of take a look at that after the break, and we'll get some of your guys' thoughts as well. But for now, we're just going to throw it to a brief little commercial, and then we'll be right back to talk about match number 3 here. So stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Logitech G Playdays PUBG $10,000 Duos tournament. And right now, there's really only one duo we're talking about, and that is Terran and Penta taking a look at our Map 2 results and that point breakdown. Now, keep in mind, these are just the results from map number 2. Nothing included from map number 1 here. But yeah, they're finishing again with kind of a double point spread over the second place finish, a 21-point map for them. Next up being 12. And then the field is pretty competitive. You know, it's really, unfortunately, one of those things where it's hard not to bring up. You know, they're playing for second place at this point, just with the amazing performance in map 1 and 2 by Terran and Penta. I believe they're at a 43-point. Yep, nice. Good math. Never do math live, but, you know, they're making it easy for me. But, yeah, that's a little dominant looking. Godspeed, Dave. Anything you want to talk about here with regards to where our standings are at and our teams?
Yeah, I mean, if you're one of the teams that needs to catch, you know, Terran and Penta, you basically need to hope for one of two things. Either you run into them and you yourself can wipe them early, or they just get wiped out while you're looking for a better position in the circle or already having a good game yourself, because 43 points is kind of disgusting in 2 games, if I'm being honest. And the fact that they've won both back-to-back with 10 kills each is strong. But it's duos and anything can happen, right? So they could have a bad game, and one of the teams, Ghosted team, actually has been fairly consistent over the last 2 games. So there's a chance. There's a chance. It's not... I don't want to write it off just yet, even though it's looking that way.
Dave, how you feeling about it?
Yeah, I saw a gunner in the chat saying just give him the trophy already, and I think the secret is Penta said as well in the chat that they got the gunner classic coach pep talk. So other squads not able to get that here today. I think those leaderboards kind of showing us something else as well, that the teams at the top are getting eliminations, and a lot of eliminations, like 7 to 8. And the teams that aren't really getting aggressive here, well, they're at the bottom, right? So I think now that we are over that halfway mark, these squads on the bottom half, if they want to increase their G coin and their money output, hopefully at the end of the night, should start getting a little more aggressive here, you know, get these eliminations in the pocket.
Yeah, I want to point out too that looking at the standings where they're at right now, it's not even that the other teams are performing poorly, because if you were to pull up the EMEA standings, everything outside of number 1 falls right in line with performance. It's really just Terran and Penta going off to insane levels. Everything else totally makes sense. You know, if you were to compare it like placing to placing, it's that they are just playing perfect, you know, like even like Revives getting down, positioning, just how they're approaching duos right now is just performing that much higher than everyone else. But everyone else is doing great too. It's just like back-to-back first place and 10 kill games is going to put you way ahead of the rest of the pack. So yeah, it's not even about like everyone else doing bad, even though it might look like that on paper. It's definitely more of they're playing amazing and everyone else is playing really good too. So yeah, I think it's a good perspective to have, that, you know, it is kind of like, don't chase that dream, right, of the first place 10 kill. Stick to the game plan. Everyone else is still playing fine. And yeah, if you do run into them, just like be prepared. And that's really all you can do. But we'll take a look at our map rotations again here real quick. We're almost halfway through NA as well as we get ready to drop into Vikendi. So I'll throw it back to you guys. Anything you're going to be looking for or keeping an eye out as we approach map number 3 now?
I think I'll let Dave answer this one.
I know, I'm like a broken record here. Since Vikendi got the polar bears, that's all I talk about, and I'm sure God's be like, come on, guy. I mean, you told me last game, like, they don't really do much. I want to see something, you know? I want to see it happen. I know you got the snowmobiles, you got the train, so a lot of cool, interesting points of interest on Vikendi, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these duos play it out.
I think too, if it's going to be slow, give one of the polar bears one of the energy drinks. Just see what happens out there. Like at that point, just spice things up a little bit. Yeah, get them going as well. But Godspeed. Anything from you before we get into this map here?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of bouncing off of what Dave was saying. I mean, there's also there's a lot of elevated the lift stations on Vikendi. We've seen in competitive play how those have come into huge effect for the teams that were able to get emergency pickups and get on top of them. Yeah, obviously the terrain is not as open. There's definitely a lot more cover and a lot more compounds to be played on Vikendi, but overall it's still duos, so it's still chaos.
Awesome. And before we get into this one, we want to remind all of our viewers that you can also win one of the limited edition G502 10th anniversary mice. All you need to do is scan that QR code and you will get that link. I believe it's also being posted in chat. So you can enter to win one of these limited edition mice, but I think we are loading into that game. So Dave and Godspeed, I'm going to let you two take it from here.
Thank you for fantastic hosting as always. As we're finally to the Bears, Dave. Okay, I hope you're happy.
We're getting Bears. We are getting Bears. I just sent Frank a follow-up text saying, "Hey, can we just make sure the snowstorm, the blizzard, is on top of Terran and Penta the whole game? You know,
all the time,
the whole game. I mean, Frank did it game one with the sandstorm. Frank can do it again here on Vikendi, and hopefully give these other squads like a chance here, Godspeed, to catch up that first place position."
Yeah. I think I think that the thing that, you know, for people who may not know Penta or Terran and why they're doing so well, you know, Penta's been playing this game competitively basically since the beginning. And Terran pretty much has also been doing the same. I mean, she's been streaming this game. She plays more than a lot of people that are currently playing comp that I know. So, I mean, she is a grinder and she is a very good player. I mean, top level. So the fact that Penta and Terran have also known each other for a while, they have a lot of synergy, they play together. I mean, they are a dangerous duo, and it's showing here.
Yeah, I remember meeting Penta for the first time. Nice guy, too. Always goes a long way. So
he's too nice.
Too nice. Nah,
you know?
Never too nice,
he's
man.
Too nice.
Never too nice.
Which beguiles his murderous in-game tendencies.
He lets it out in the battlefield.
Yeah, he's a sweetheart in real life, but in-game he is a monster.
All right,
Same thing with Terran. Super sweet, great girl, absolutely savage in PUBG.
Got two teams. Dark Lord, we saw some potential from them earlier on. Game number 2. Let's see what they can accomplish here. And ready to go in the Zima. Who got the keys to the Zima? Hopefully trying to avoid some sightlines here and getting wiped out early once again. So a lot of teams kind of all right next to each other on the drop. Just trying to survive a little longer here and not go to the grave early on here. Godspeed.
Yep. And speaking of the grave early on, Duo and Cello Fellow. And a little bit of a kerfuffle skirmish there. We have actually a lot of skirmishes happening. And this is actually something we really didn't get to talk about, Dave, is this fight's about to go down. Dark Lord, we've seen him in a few early game fights, but because it's duos and because there's so many more teams,
yeah,
like normally you'd want to just drop and go into a nice position in the circle, right? But that's the same idea that everybody else has. So most of these teams already centered up or already in the circle looting somewhere so they don't have to rotate in later.
Definitely will play a factor here. And well, Dark Lord leaning out the window here. Does have their squad mate on the roof trying to provide the support, but does look like Team 19 are clearing every single room, and I'm worried about this DBS, Godspeed.
DBS with a 3x, not that he needed it, but just for good measure, and immediately checking the next angle. That was actually really slick. Oh, he's been cooked. Barbecued, if you will. And that's a flush. Wow, really nice from Afrix.
1v1.
That's a straight point right there, and I believe his teammate's still knocked. Yeah, he can salvage this for sure.
I think Afrix took themselves out there, Godspeed.
Oh, was he? Did he have a nade prepped?
I think
he got
so.
mollied? I think that's what happened.
So.
Okay. Either way. Nice heads up play. The
Make
prone.
the push, man.
He's got an ump. Remember, those SMGs got a nice little buff.
All right.
It's not enough, though.
All right, well.
Down like
Oh,
Jamon.
okay. Little extra shots there on the crate. losing your teammate, but hey, you got some eliminations. But look who's pulling up. Team 5. We saw them last game. They were hungry for these fights here. Godspeed.
They've been consistent. I think they're currently in second or third place. So I love the fact that they came into third party of this. It's actually really hard to keep track of kill feed and duos, but I'm sure they imagine.
No, they have been. They have been popping off here tonight, for sure. This team, Team 5.
Yeah. So I think, at the very least, they know that there's one team left in this compound. They heard the fighting earlier, and I'm sure they'd love to get the frag here and take control of this position. But we'll have to see if down like Jamon can't stop it from happening.
Oh, ouch!
Just a little ouchie. Big deal.
2 grenades.
Speaking of ouchies, where is he?
I saw Ouchie survive last game as a solo pretty long. And a repeating game 1. I think when we look at that squad, you got to kind of try to survive a little longer. But let's see. Team 5 looking for their first elimination here of game number 3.
This building just makes it difficult. This is another one of those. What a nade! That was sick! I was just about to say, this is another one of those buildings that is difficult to push. There's only one staircase up. But that was a nice nade to close it out. Meanwhile, Shinboy will find another nade here as Cello Fellow trying to close out this fight. I believe he's lost his teammate. Yeah, Magic Duo. Magic Duo has not been that magic today, Dave.
No, but let's see. Does Cello have the skills to pay the bills here? Little 1v1 action, but big fight here. Roth, FPS, and Pat Caps. Looking for
Patting.
2 eliminations. There goes Cello, by the way.
Yeah, the Cello man and Pat Caps and Roth will find a nice and easy little 2-piece for themselves, and they're not even in circle, so they still have a long way to go, but they can loot up and come in a little late. That's the problem, though. Coming in late puts you at such a disadvantage in duos, yeah, especially on Vikendi in this circle. Oh, Kill Cookie. Okay.
Kill Cookie. Boom.
I apologize.
That's like a Michael Bay movie right now. So
like
with
a trailer? Is that what you're trying to do?
Kill Cookie. 15 because 1 through 14 got killed. I think if you're Cello Fellow with a name like that, you 100% play the cello, right? Without a doubt.
You have to, right?
Without a doubt. Profi, though, showing up. We were gassing him up in the pre-show. Didn't really see much. Game 2, Game 1, the first one taken out. But looks like Profi and Battlelaw will be getting some care packages, some loot.
I didn't actually see what they ended up getting out of those, but I'd love to see an on Profi. It's been
Good
a while
stuff.
since I've seen him play, let alone Bolt.
We need the Profi cam here for the rest of the night, honestly. Just always in the corner. But look at this team, 37 making the pull up here.
Oh, Wilson's not today. Rasalti as well trying to salvage this now as he goes outside. Oh! I thought he actually was going to have the angle, but he didn't peek. He didn't ADS.
Trying to listen into these footsteps. Cooking a grenade. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
NT.
at
NT.
Yep. Going to be getting the pickup on their squad mate. Duos is very challenging, starting to realize. Like, once when your partner gets taken out, like, the pressure is just cranked up that much higher, right?
It's a very good point. I was about to say, when you lose someone in squad, someone gets knocked, you're just like, okay, let's reset,
yeah,
try to
you
get
stay
that
there.
res up. You get knocked in duos, and you're like, well, shit, it's just me now, and I gotta make this happen.
Me. I gotta make a play, and they're probably watching.
Yeah, so again, but duos is fun, man. It's super fun. It's punishing as all hell, but it is super fun. And Terran and Penta now looking for the first kill in game 3 here, as they've narrowed it down to just one member here, just Raisin Canes.
Some would say tearing it up.
Ooh, I see what you did. I actually love Raisin
That's how they
Canes.
got me here, man. They're like, Dave, how many G coins is it gonna take? I said, listen, 100,000 minimum.
Damn, they paid you 100,000. I got nothing for this.
You got no G coins. You got the mouse, bro. Pentalo.
I got the mouse. That's all that really matters.
The limited edition
Actually
mouse.
No, I didn't get the limited
That's a nice
edition
mouse.
but
I was listening to Frank in the pre-show earlier on with EA or EU. The caster said they would put the mouse on like a stool, like in a display.
a pedestal.
A pedestal. Frank is the only one who wants to use the mouse. Would you use the mouse, Godspeed?
Absolutely, I'd use the mouse.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, why would you not use the mouse? Like, I'm using that mouse all day.
I would be super afraid, though, because with something like that, like anytime you have a limited edition or peripheral or something that's like hard to get, if it breaks, or, you know, if you use it, spend 3-4 years, however long it takes for that thing to go out, you're out. So, like, maybe it would be the play to put it on a pedestal.
But it was a good ride, Godspeed, and that's all that matters, all right? Only 500 made.
My Logitech keyboard, and I actually got a full setup right now. I got the keyboard, I got the mouse, and I got the headphones. So I'm big G chilling, if you know what I'm saying. Logitech
I know what you're saying, man. I know what you're saying. Keegan knows what you're saying. M249. Oh, ah!
Keegan doesn't know what I'm saying. That's why he just got a headshot. You know what I'm saying?
1 HP in the Zima. And look at this. This is what we were talking about. There's teams everywhere, Godspeed. There's nowhere that's safe, man.
Oh, that was a sick nade, though. Very well cooked. And Shun now has to go in and get this done the hard way. It is down to a one-on-one at the very least, though, and Shun has to. I was gonna say he's got to be aware. Okay.
Nice.
Shun will save them, but
now third party from Greta.
Can they see? Oh, I was gonna say, can they see the knock? That would have been a nice opportunity to take that, but fortunately for them, unfortunately for. Oh no! But Keegan is found by. And Fargill. Okay.
Unlucky.
And far.
Barteen in the chat. What up? Who you cheering for? Who you cheering for? The cello fellow?
It's unfortunate.
The helicopter.
Fellow's already out.
Hey, you got to give him hope, you know?
Yeah, look at this shift. I just noticed the shift.
Hard shift.
That's kind of gross. Hard northwest shift.
Does it go towards Pentalol and Terran, though? Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Godspeed.
So if they're
up there in the northwest, for reference. So
if they get another dub here, even a second, they could actually just not play the last game. I'd be fairly confident that they'd be able to comfortably cruise on by.
Frank, where are the polar bears? We need them now. More than ever.
Dave's getting really irritated as Greta's team is now fighting. Greta and Chud actually very close together as well. And then you have SSG Roth coming in with his teammate Pat Caps. It's going to be on the east side. Right here on the east as well, we have two teams fighting. It's going to be Slinky and Hawk.
Yeah, we saw Hawk making some plays here tonight. Looking to get a one-tap dirt nap with the car. 4 times on it. Trying to avoid these grenades.
But those lift, the getting on top of those lift areas, as you see right there, is devastating if you're on the receiving end of it. I mean, it's the one caveat is you can Panzerfaust underneath, and it'll go through and knock whoever's above. But it's assuming you have some Panzers just lying around.
Yeah.
But
Vikendi does have those lying around, right?
They do provide. They
provide. Pat Caps, though, making the pull-up. 3 eliminations on Team 10. Trying to make it 4. No, scratch that. 5. 5. Yeah,
and they came in late from the edge on the east side, so they were able to kind of third-party that fight. They should realize, you hear the vehicle pulling away. But at the very least, they're in.
Okay, Godspeed.
Are we gliding? Oh, we're gliding.
Baby. Oh, nice glider.
It's actually so strong in duos, now that I've thought about it. Especially if you can fly that damn thing.
Yeah, if you can hit the shots, too, right?
They're hitting most of them. Well, not
the
most,
mini with the 6 times from the glider.
This is so weird. They got to shoot back, though. I mean, that glider is super not rigid.
Oh, this is your chance.
Is there a second person in that vehicle? I can't.
I think there's one.
Or is it just one?
I think it's one.
Never mind then. Okay. I thought there was 2. Never mind. And another hard shift to these. Holy.
Listen, we need more of these G Play days. I'm loving the duos. Like,
Same.
The event
This
so
is super-
far, very fun.
Bringing back duos, man. Duos are fun. Duos are chaotic fun, and that is, I think, exactly what you need for a casual yet somewhat serious. There's definitely something on the line. There's money. There's prizes. There's limited edition stuff. G-coin.
Glider plays.
But yeah, I mean, it's still just a
Rocking the
fun
lift
day of
down
play. Yeah.
We got a glider and a lift play happening right now.
Well, they might get a lift straight into that center position there of Naros if they really want it, and so they're going to be scouting that out. But yeah, this is a very strong position. I am surprised that more people have not tried to shoot the glider though, because again, it is very low on durability.
There you go. You jinxed it, man.
I need it to happen. They will land. Ooh, nice landing.
Nice landing.
Okay, got an actual pilot in there. No, it's fine. That's fine.
Okay. By the way, once when you and I get into next play days, duoing it up, let me be the glider guy. All right. I can
shoot.
glide.
I just can't fly.
I can glide.
As long as you can glide, I can ride.
I can
you know what I'm
glide.
saying?
Okay. I glide. You ride, baby.
They got a little regas. Oh,
And we're going.
No,
No,
no, they're not going anywhere.
Back it up.
There you
Back
go.
it up. Back it up.
Back it up. Come on, reverse.
There we go. There we go. Had to find the switch. You know.
Look at me. Tell them how to fly like I actually.
They
know
got
how
a
to
nice
do that.
ramp. Really get that
They got it,
velocity
yeah.
going.
All right, here we go. Let's see what they can do here. And
Max.
meanwhile, Blaze
Max glide.
need quite a bit of running distance, and we're up there. We're airborne.
Smooth. They're gonna win. Godspeed. They
It's
are
definitely
going
possible.
to win.
Blaze and Squad 36 though are fragging right now. They're cleaning up that edge on the south side.
But they're not gliding. That's the issue. They're not gliding. All right.
Oh, multiple tags there. Actually, almost knocked Blaze out, but that's got to be so annoying if you're Blaze. Just leave me alone.
Yeah. And remember, they were chasing down Blaze earlier on in the vehicle. Yeah,
Oh, they get him
baby!
too.
We get it done!
That's
Blaze, if you're in the chat, that just happened. All right?
But what do they do now? So, like, I mean, they're obviously in. They have a glider. They just refueled, but eventually they're gonna have to find somewhere to play, right?
Nah,
So
man.
where's that gonna be? I'm
Nah,
still
man.
actually so shocked people are not shredding this thing out of the sky.
If they had like a lot of grenades, I would love to see it. Whoa, Nerf buff ball hitting Balefrost with the pan. It's getting wild on Vikendi, man.
Yeah. I wonder why that happened. It's possible. Maybe disconnected, trying to stop him from running. I don't know. Odd though, very odd.
The craziest like kill in PUBG history has to be like if it's ever happened, like a pan from the glider. Like you throw the pan from the
I
glider.
don't think I've ever seen that.
I know that
would
would
be
be the
insane,
wildest
though.
ever. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll get back to the
Oh,
glider.
speaking of insane,
Insane
just like that.
eliminations.
Just the quickest of wipes. It's gonna be Relay and Will finding more success here, and a decent position in the circle as well. Actually, one of the only few pure compounds in the circle. So even though they're on the southern
The
leading edge,
glider
so
cam.
good.
Shout out to the
Download.
observers here. Real recognize real.
And they're just about out of fuel. I do love the tie-dye top on that glider, though. That's actually dope.
Kind of camouflages them almost.
Does it?
I'm joking. Can they get another
Cruising down
elimination
there,
up
the
here?
Aston.
Oh, this is on Terran and Pentalol.
Terran with that roof down as well. The convertible top Aston.
This is a great camera shot here. Penta
It is,
not
but Penta-
appreciating that.
Penta's had enough. Yeah, he's like,
Yeah.
you guys have been flying in the air for free this long?
Oh, got it. Oh, we're going down, baby. We're going down.
Yeah,
The
that thing is
captain goes
cooking.
down with the ship, though. Godspeed.
Actually, they should be able to make it as long as they don't have too much of a big impact on landing. They should be
Ah! Oh, Penta got
safe.
him.
Oh, that was the driver.
Oh. Oh, and that guy's like, yeah, what just happened?
Just like that, our glider adventures have ended.
Shout out to them though for making plays. They got heart and they got at least one
got some
elimination
points.
point.
Yeah, you got a couple points there. I think.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing as Penta and Terran continue their reign of terror with 3 kills.
Yep. Still alive as we get into that mid game. I believe Shinboy is the one taking shots at him right now. Yep. They're trying to make the push in the open fields. A couple smokes over here. We're able to find a little bowl. Hit the dirt real quick. Hit the snow.
If you are really curious as to why Penta and Terran are doing so well, just look back at the positions they're taking, right? Like they have this edge, they have control, their back is safe from backfill. They make sure that they are in a position that they can leapfrog forward, which they can here. There's more terrain for them to play in front, so it's just really simple, fundamental PUBG. I mean, that's why they're doing so well. Nothing fancy, just really good shooting, really good position, really good rotations. Yep.
Yo, Godspeed. Blazon's in the chat. Pissed, dude.
I was like, man, I'd be really pissed if I was Blazon right now. That's got to be a tilted.
You had a glider following you for like 15 minutes, Blazon. It's all right, man. One more game to go. But look at this. The pull-up. Oh. It was a pull-up. Balefrost, Nerf, Buff Ball. Couple more eliminations in the pocket.
Yep, pull up and quickly pulled back to the lobby is now Chun holding off Greta. And she is all alone. Nate fell earlier. I actually didn't see how that happened. And this is another duo that you expect to do very, very well. Very strong players. And Nate playing for forever. Greta as well. Actually, in comp with some success, but she's got to go big here. This is the second to last game too. Again, only 4 games, Dave.
Yeah, that's it. Grenade. Up. Follow up. Boom!
Oh! That was so sick. The bounce off the rock was actually perfect.
Greta hits those.
Way to go, Greta. She's a fragger. But she's got to get through Vegas now, who's holding out the edge in front of her. So that is your consolation prize.
3 eliminations on Penta and Terran over here on the west side. Balefrost, Nerf, Buff Ball, and the compounds up in the north, but Vegas still trying to get some points on the board here. You called it, Greta, walking right into Vegas's line of sight there.
I want to think it was the cards in the back wheel of that Huffy that gave her away. I heard those things flapping in the wind. You ever used to do that?
The card, yeah, that's how you knew you're the cool kid on the block, you know.
The pegs too.
The pegs.
You hit me with the rear
pegs.
I was like, damn. Did you have the front pegs too, though? That's the real question.
Nah, man, I didn't like. You couldn't see.
I was just
because my friend would always sit on the handlebars, like, bro, how am I gonna ride a bike with you right in front of me, farting on me? You know, like,
gross. Can't say I've had that experience, but yes, Vegas will go down as.
Here we go.
Roth though.
I think if there's a team to really put up a good fight up against Terran and Penta, it's Team 10, right? It is Team 10. But they are going to be on opposite ends of the map right now.
Reconical's behind them too. They have to be somewhat careful or aware of that as Relay will find another knock there or kill onto Super Duper Drew, who has been actually fairly super duper today for what we've seen. They land that inside. They do not.
Wow. The Death Shack right now. But they're also getting third party. We can see the hit markers on the mini-map. So Pat Caps, Roth just using that little ridge for cover. Trying to get these 2 eliminations ahead of them. Very difficult rotation though here, Godspeed.
Yep. This is not the way you cut it. Because they have to go through either Will and his teammate there in Relay, or they have to basically wrap even further into the west side, which option, but there's not a lot of cover, so they pretty much take this fight and hope that they win it. Is Will and Relay actually hold them out of the circle? They can even back up off this if they want to.
Looks like Penta was able to get the revive onto Terran here. They're going to be smoking up the ridge lines, pushing up just a little further. There's going to be a duo right on the other side here. Godspeed.
Penta trying. I can see what he's trying to do. He's actually trying to cut the offense ahead of them. But he has and does realize there's going to be a team on the other side actually holding them out, which is why he hasn't crested the yet. So they're taking the fight on the low ground here. But Relay and Will, great job to them. They are not giving them anything.
Let's see. Penta trying to open this up with the AUG spray. Relay, third partied right there.
Yep. And I mean, Penta and Terran don't necessarily know that though, right? They have no idea who the duo is ahead of them. I don't think there was any indications on the kill feed as far as a fight that happened there recently. So they're just actually going to send it here. There's a little bit of cover. And they should find it, but they're in a rough spot. This actually might be the first game Penta and Terran don't win.
Yep.
Which is great news for the lobby.
Yep. Opens it up. There goes pack caps, though. They did have a lot of eliminations, though, so they're not going to be too worried. Top 6, top 7. Oh, there goes the solo that took out Penta. But as you say that, Godspeed. Oh, it's not done yet. Relay up here on the high ground. The spray with the barrel.
Oh, Will got knocked. And Penta with an opportunity he saved.
Insane. Terran was thirsty, though, in the process, so not going to have the duo
She
here.
was thirsted hard as hell. I mean, the second she went down, that trigger never stopped.
Who's
was
taking
held out the
shots?
whole way
Batty
through.
Law taking shots? Yeah.
Even still, though, not a lot of points at the way of Penta and Terran for Papa Penta and Mama Terran. So that team will be doing just fine still. But as you said, if any teams are going to be the ones to somewhat kind of usurp them, it'd be a team like Pat and Roth. But they fell just before that as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Well, they did have a lot of eliminations, right? That
They
should
did.
try to help. Compared to Terran and Penta this game. Will we have a new victor in game number 3? Team 24, Buffball and Balefrost, the only duo still alive.
I will say that the games have actually, as far as like the action pacing, not as chaotic as I thought initially for NA with duos. I think EU got a little bit more of that, but yeah, it's been actually a lot of very smart, methodical play from these teams.
You're saying NA is smarter?
Given the situation, no, I didn't quite
did
say
hear you
that.
say
I'm just
that.
saying I expected different things from the regions, and I feel like they flopped.
Okay.
That's all.
Oh, yeah.
I got love for you, brethren.
Okay. Actually, there's 2 duos still alive.
2 duos, 2 solos.
2 solos.
Bale
Molly.
and Nerf in a very good position here to win this game.
Okay.
They just have to make sure they get all the kills here if they want a chance at really kind of tearing down that lead in first place. But finally, Penta will go down. But even still, in third place with like, how many kills did they have? Like 5, 6, 7? I didn't see. So
third place, what? That gets you 5.
5
5
points,
points, so
plus whatever kills.
Still another consistent game when it comes to getting these points here. Now we got a straight
it's
up 2v2 duo versus duo for game 3. Winner, chicken dinner.
Again, that Dragon of just still, even with the nerf, it just does so much damage. Such a strong weapon.
I feel like it's definitely one of the weapons of choice here in this duos event.
I think in general, a lot of people are just picking it up. It's such a strong gun. I personally still prefer the Mini. I am very much like Tiggleton, a Mini abuser myself. Obviously not to the level, but I just like the Mini. It's super consistent. Rate of fire is good. Accuracy is good. Damage is good for the most part. I mean, long distance, obviously, super long distance. Not going to get too much off it, but yeah, it's just such a good gun. MK12 as well. Honestly, the best part about PUBG is I think all the DMRs are still very good.
In a good
SKS
place.
Definitely on the weaker side, but yeah.
What about the VSS?
Dude, the VSS is nasty up close. That thing is disgusting. That gun actually is got a crazy time to kill up close. It's more like shooting paintballs when you're trying to shoot a distance, lobbing those bad boys, but I mean, it's 9 mil. What do you expect?
I have to assume these crates are already looted. Going to be somewhat of a stalemate for the time being.
Yeah, what Bale and Nerf need to do is because they have Nerf in that forward position is they just need to wait for circle, right? They should very easily be able to hold this out. They're kind of pinning Team 38, Picnic and Baznik on the back side of this, and so there's no real reason for them to peek. So really the onus is on Picnic and his teammate Baznik. They're the ones that have to make the move. This is actually a really good setup, but Bale has to be very careful, as does Nerf.
Baznik on the rooftop right now. Picnic going back to those crates, trying to salvage what they can here before the next circle closes on in. They know Balefrost is there. That's a fact.
Yeah, they have an idea.
Do they know Buffball's there though? Buffball might have been able to sneak there. Yeah. I don't believe they are aware.
Either way, the circle is closing, and they will have to move regardless.
Buffball's light show, by the way, casters.
That makes sense. I
Okay.
can see that. Actually, I don't know what I'm talking about. I had no idea that was light show.
Comes the smoke.
Here we go. As Bale will also have to move, but yep, that forward position there from Nerf is just going to be so strong, and that buys time for Balefrost to come up on the rear side of this in a 2v1. Baznik trying to throw some util here, and he'll get a headshot. Can he finish his plate? Oh, nice ring around the rosy. Well played. Well played from Bale.
Yeah. And they definitely didn't know that Nerf was there, right? Obviously on that push, and I think that was the spring in the trap that definitely secured him that winner chicken dinner. 6 eliminations on Nerf, 1 on his squad mate, 7 in total, plus the win. So another really strong game for our first place winners here. 17 points, right? If I know how to do math correctly. So that should start to at least close the gap a little bit. But Penta and Terran, another game, consistent eliminations. So Frank, bringing you in, man. The Polar Bears, what happened? We had you on the Polar Bears this game.
Yeah, so we tried to airdrop them on top of Terran and Penta. We forgot they didn't know how to operate a parachute. So we're just gonna move past it.
Very gruesome.
Yeah,
So what happened with them?
It was a little slip
drop
up.
the barrel.
It was a slip up. Yeah, but I have to say, watching that game from the sidelines, I don't know if it got picked up on any microphones, but I was losing it only because I couldn't get out of my head when we were watching the glider chase Terran and Penta that it looked exactly like a Fast and Furious movie. Like just in terms of like ridiculous action scenes that were happening. So again, shout out to the observing team and you guys casting it. That was probably one of the most just entertaining matches of PUBG I've seen, just in terms of the cinematic experience, if you will. Yeah. But gameplay wise, yeah, good to see some other teams finishing, and that's kind of the point we made kind of going into this one. It wasn't necessarily that like everyone was below Terran and Penta. It was simply that they were performing amazing, and they got caught out in that one. And I think we got to see some great action in that final 2v2 as well. Some great positioning out of Nerf, just kind of playing that angle. Great patience from them too to kind of close that one out in a great way. So I'm curious to see as well how the leaderboard and the standings kind of shake up, or if anything kind of even out after some great performances out of those other teams. But like you mentioned, Terran and Penta, just kind of, the placings are almost an afterthought at this point, because the amount of eliminations they're able to rack up is just continuing to keep them in that safe spot. They haven't really had to worry too much about anything at this point, just because the elims have came their way. I don't know, would you guys agree that they've kind of, like, the backbone of the eliminations is kind of maybe their game plan or their play style going into this, and that's kind of allowed them to keep that lead extended?
Yeah, I think so. 100%. I mean, as we look at these, dude, this was a sick nade. But yeah, as we look at the replays, Penta and Terran have just set themselves up to basically control whatever edge they're a part of, take care of the teams around them, and which does tend to be more of a kill-heavy playstyle. And hey, look, the placements came with it, right? If they're just killing everyone, eventually they're going to be the last team standing. And so the fact that they got such a strong lead, the fact that, as Dave said, they're playing with momentum, they're playing confident. I don't even think they can lose at this point. I mean, like I said, they could probably sit this game out and still take first place. But one thing that I want to note, besides the lack of polar bears for Dave, is you didn't get any storms at all, my friend.
Yeah, no storms in the forecast here today, unfortunate, but we did get the glider that we had the opportunity to follow for some time, and we also saw the results of that. Blaze in the chat, a little furious, I get it, but once again, like Frank mentioned, shout out to the observers, because the glider plays were just next level, and I'm happy that the glider bros got at least 1 point out of that.
Yeah, I think the glider was definitely the highlight for me, and like you guys mentioned, it was a little crazy. You have the tie-dye camouflage, like no one shooting at it was an insane, like maybe people just thought it was like not what it was. I don't know. There was some sort of psychology occurred with the combination of a glider plus tie-dye in a match with money on the line. I think it just broke their brains a little bit, and nobody knew what to do about it. Was the only theory I could cook up as to why it was able to kind of exist for so long in that airspace. But definitely an entertaining match, and yeah, we're already concluding map number 3, so we're going into that final match for the NA Grand Final. So we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break. We'll take a look at our standings when we'll come back, and we will crown a champion after this, so stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our final map of the day. We are going to conclude the NA Grand Finals here. It's been a ride for sure. Lots of ups, lots of downs, lots of excitement, but I'm excited to take a look at these standings and kind of see where things end up, because I think, you know, after that one, we had Terran and Penta not making it all the way. It didn't finish in first for the first time here. So here are your results after that one. So yeah, Nerf Balefrost, a solid outing, netting them 17 points. And like you guys mentioned, kind of the most consistent squad outside of Terran and Penta kind of seemed to be Roth and Pat Caps, and they had another solid place with 13 points. And then it gets real close. I mean, 3 other teams locking in 10, and Terran and Pentalol only securing 9 that time. But again, that is being added to their previous total of 43. So there you have 52, nearly doubling that, or actually, yeah, nearly doubling the second place team. But yeah, I think it's just a testament to what we kind of mentioned with EMEA as well. It's really who can come out strong and who can stay consistent. And, you know, Terran and Pentalol have done that. But Godspeed, Dave, what are your thoughts on our standing so far going into the final map?
The fact that they didn't win that third game, a little disappointing.
Washed.
But
Okay.
Roth and Pat, I mean, look, there's a world where Terran and Penta, Dave,
Go out early.
Go
with
out early.
No points. Yeah, no.
and
points.
Roth and Pat, I mean,
A win.
they could definitely get what, like a.
I think it's 25.
Yeah.
Is it 25?
Yep.
Is it
52. Yeah, minus 27, 25. So, what was that? 15 kills?
18 kills.
They could do it
say
though.
10.
That's what we were saying last game. Like if there was a team that could really pull that off, especially after their last game, they were popping off when it comes to getting into fights. They could do it here, Frank. Just maybe.
I will say, right, nothing's impossible here. There crazy things have happened before. We've all, you know, we've all seen those moments. It's improbable, sure. Impossible, no. It is kind of the delineation I make. Would I bet on it? Absolutely not. But it would be awesome to see. Like that's, you know, that's the, if my money's on the line, you know, no, you can't have any. But would I want to see it? Hell yeah, definitely would love to see something that wild take place. But yeah, I think, yeah, Terran and Penta, just the statement game one set the tone for the rest of the tournament here, the rest of these grand finals. And I was looking through, they even finished in first in their qualifiers. So this isn't even necessarily out of that realm. And for reference, they locked in. What I saw was even their first kind of set of qualifying, that first day of qualifying matches, was a slow start for them. I think it was something like no points in the first round. Just single digits, which somewhere around 5 or 7, and then they must have just figured it out, because then their next round was, and third and final round of that qualifying day was 23 points again. So it's kind of been this story of they've just kind of figured it out, is what it kind of feels like, and they haven't had to maybe scramble as much as some of these other teams in those situations across the board. So yeah, I want to say it's not even like, oh, it's just a today thing. They were popping off as early in those qualifiers and finishing in first. So a big shout out to their performance on the day here.
Yeah. I mean,
And it was a gauntlet too, right? Godspeed, right? Well, the 300 teams originally signing up
That's a lot
for
of teams.
Yeah, it was a gauntlet, man.
Yeah, we had 300 teams for both regions, and then that was over the course of a 2-day qualifying period for both regions. And this is kind of like almost an extension. The grand final is kind of really the final matchup of that gauntlet of series, which is why it's kind of just the 4 maps. But yeah, they've been performing the entire time. I guess, you know, maybe if that 1% or fraction of a 1% chance doesn't happen, where, you know, the other team, they get no points, the second place team finishes in first and gets 16 eliminations. What do you think what is the mindset going into this one? Is it just try to get into top 2, get that limited edition mouse, and just walk away with as much money in G coin as possible? Or, you know, are you kind of just, or the opposite side, what I might do personally is like, I'm just gunning for Penta and Terran? Like, I'm just looking to like take them out early and then see where the chips fall, or what do you think the mindset for these other teams is going into this fourth map?
That's actually a really good point, because I was thinking myself, like, if you're a team that's currently in second or third or fourth, like, do you really go for a push onto the first place team? Do you run into Penta and Terran early and get the wipe? Great, but you still have to kill many other teams just to even get a chance to catch up. So I'm not sure. I mean, do Pat and Roth try to just go balls out and go all out and try to get as many kills as they can? Or they're like, look, we're in second place. Do we just kind of chill, play the same game we've been playing, and find the same success we've had, and at the very least secure ourselves, you know, a top 2 finish? I'm not sure. I don't actually know what the play is here. Dave, what would you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely harder to hunt down a particular duo team as well, right? Especially with 40 teams, it's only like a one-day event, 4 games. You don't really know their drop patterns, and every single game has been a new map, right? So I think when it comes to Penta and Terran, they're just going to continue playing how they've been playing here tonight. And if there was a squad, Roth caps in that second place, 25 points. Hopefully the first place team gets taken out early, and then that kind of opens up the door, and the mentality is like, let's get number 1. You know, let's dethrone the champions who have been popping off here tonight. And if you're these other teams, like the Elevate, you know, we saw Profi and Battlelaw continuing to show up here. I think second place is a realistic goal, without a doubt here, Frank.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is our final map, and I guess the way I would kind of word it is there's way more to lose than to gain, but you want to stay focused. So like if you're Roth caps, you don't want to fall off and have a bad game 4, because there's way more to tumble down that leaderboard than move up. So you kind of want to stay consistent no matter what, regardless of who's kind of locked into that first place spot. Yeah, you're looking at, you know, the money, the G coin, and the mouse. Those are still all on the line for all of these teams. So definitely a lot to play for going into our final map. So with that being said, I'm going to bow out real quick, and I'll let you guys close this one out with our grand final. Have fun.
Thank you very much, Frank, as we head, as the gentleman said, to our final game of the day. And although we are fairly certain who will be the winners, we still have a lot to play for. Like Frank was saying, second, third, fourth. There's still another set of those mice up for grab on top of the G coin and just the prize money.
Yeah, G coin, first place 20,000, second place 10,000, third place 8,000. So we got G coin for days alongside the USD. Second place is 1,300, first place 2,000, third place 1,000, and it goes down from there. So really is Terran and Penta's game to not throw, right? Not get taken out early, because if they do, well, they might be losing out on that first place here after this game. Just maybe.
Yeah, there's a reasonable chance that if they go out early, we could see another team pop off. But yeah, realistically, all they have to do is just, like you said, just play their game. I mean, they don't need to do anything much different. And I mean, even if they can just secure like 1, 2, 3 more kills, right? That would pretty much seal the deal. As it's already, it's looking pretty Team Terran and Penta right now. But great for them. Honestly, they just had 2 insane back-to-back games. Yeah, good for them. I'm all about it. I love them both.
So I will highlight though, Vegas is right near them early on.
I do see that.
Yeah, looks like obviously Vegas doesn't know who it is, right? But
he's out of there. Yeah,
does see some possible points here. Just kind of getting that vehicle.
And quite a lot of teams have actually opted, Dave, to go towards melee base. See that a lot of
at least 4. And circle number 1 said, hey, see ya. Going out.
That's a classic. That is a classic West Coast circle, though.
Best Coast. Some early skirmishes happening right now here at Godspeed.
Yep, looks like Cowboy and IQ actually able to get a trade on out there, and this is Gatka proper, so they'll get Cowboy back up and a kill in their name and only have to deal with one other solo. And then there's a duo, though. There's actually quite a lot of people who drop Gatka. Not surprising with the plain path.
Oh. Roth also in the elimination feed already. That's that second place team trying to close the gap, right? So starting strong here.
Start.
Yep, starting strong here.
So I queue now, and this is going to be a little awkward because this is in the circle, right? And so none of these teams necessarily need to press to make a move to try to eliminate the other team to gain ground. I mean, granted, if this does start shifting back into Gatka, they'll be pretty happy with it, but even as it stands now, I mean, they're quite within the circle, so they're chilling.
I mean, you could chill. You could chill, but this is the last game, right? And you do want to get as many points as possible, on the flip end of that coin here, Godspeed. So
it's true.
It is true.
Yeah, if I'm one of the duos, I would probably look to clear out this compound, especially, as you said, given it's the last game. And, I mean, you know how far ahead Penta and Terran are, so you got to go for something, right? You got to go for broke. But if you're one of the teams that is in that hunt for second, third, I mean, playing slow also isn't a bad idea.
Do or die. Playing like you got nothing to lose. And let's see, we saw one pretty sick Panzerfaust play earlier on tonight. Will we see another one? The Panzerfaust Bizone combo.
Osmatic though, he's just running around this Prowl building, just looking for any and all angles. And meanwhile, as we kind of watch this slow burn, I'm looking at the map, Dave, and there's a lot of duos that are not in this circle, and a lot of those rotations are going to happen on the north and the east side. It looks like.
Yeah, and Roth Caps, they're going to be in Naya, so they're going to have a journey ahead of them. And then Penta and Terran on that West Bridge and Military Base Island. Just keeping tabs on first place and second place for you. Godspeed.
I appreciate you. That's why they pay you the big bucks, or I should say
the G-Bucks.
The G-Bucks. There
the
it is.
G-Bucks. Hey, it's been fun, Godspeed. Shout out to you, man. Really been having a great time.
You, Dave.
Shout out to Frank.
Variety. Shout out to Logitech, of course.
Heck yeah. It's been pretty good.
There she is.
Oh, that one hurt. Panzerfaust OP. Have you ever hit one of those Panzerfausts in your day?
I have. I've hit a Panzerfaust or two. Chun's gonna find devil vibes.
You don't pick it up. I know you don't.
Because
pick it
I'm
up.
dumb, I don't pick it up as much as I should. No, Panzers are so ridiculous, but I'd rather. I don't know. I hate getting knocked to Panzers.
Yeah.
When you're in a pub game and you get knocked to a Panzer, it's the most deflating and irritating feeling. So like I do unto others as I want unto myself. So I hope that if I don't use many Panzers, that I won't get Panzered much in return. But they are incredibly strong, and I should use them more.
So the Panzerfaust is the momentum deflator. Confirmation, right there.
That would be the biggest momentum deflating tool, I would say, in all of PUBG.
Shout out to Devil Vibes. We saw right there they did get eliminated here. They had a pretty solid run here tonight. Some highlightable plays from them. Thanks for participating here tonight. Did a great job.
I'll say all the teams. This has been a really fun little duos event. It's been very chaotic, very fun, filled with laughs along the way.
Gliders
as well.
Panzerfaust.
Sip little. I'm just good.
What didn't we see? The snowstorm, the blizzard. We didn't see that.
A snowstorm. We didn't see bears. Sorry, buddy.
Team 16. It's K1 has had some good shots here tonight as well. Godspeed.
Yeah, it's K definitely, and Gandhi as well. I mean, Team 16 have been doing fairly well for themselves, all things considered. So we see Team 14 fall. And this is happening right in Boatyard, so this isn't even in the circle, Dave. These boys are going to have to get this fight going as quick as possible so they can rotate out, and that's going to be a knock found. Lex will go down.
Oh, here comes another squad pulling up here as well. A little third party. A little flank from behind. So we got 3 teams up here. Duking it out, just trying to be the victors before being able to safely rotate into Circle 1 like you mentioned. And, well, we did get the revive over here on Team 18.
It's actually a big pickup, the fact they were able to get flexed up, so Israel will back up. And I was going to say, I mean, if this is the start of the tournament, I imagine these players would probably just back off.
Yeah.
And just pull off and, you know, go for a more safe play or just go in circle to try to set up a position. But especially if you're on the bottom of the leaderboard, like some of these teams are, just fight. Why not?
Just fight.
Go big or Brobrook, as you said.
Yeah,
So
you need to.
Looks like what they're doing.
You need to.
Yeah, because any of those duos in Boatyard could pull off and just, like, rotate out. But, you know, why not? Let's go for the fight. It's the last game. The infamous Game 6 Scrims vibe.
Talking about last game, Greta the GOAT taking out Kill Cookie 15.
Oh, your favorite.
Kill Cookie 15.
The real question is, what kind of cookie do you think they would make?
Macadamian.
Ooh, is that your
Ooh,
favorite?
you didn't think that. You didn't think that was coming through, but
I
it
didn't
did.
think you were so cultured, Dave.
It
but
did. I caught you off guard right there. Let me know in the chat.
That was good.
Favorite cookie. All right, favorite cookie. What about you?
I might be boring, man, but a good chocolate chip gooey cookie is, or like a fudge, like a chocolate.
Ooh, now we're talking.
Those are
Fresh out
bomb.
the oven. Mmm.
Like cookie dough is like one of my favorite flavors of ice cream. I just love cookie dough. It's bomb. I'm sure you can see it on
Oh, there goes Nerf Ball
Cookie Enjoyer.
and the feed right there. That's a big knock, just because obviously they did have a phenomenal last showing. I think getting a win is phenomenal, right? But going back over to the second place team, Pat Caps, Roth, FPS. Looking to get some more eliminations here. And yes, Naya.
Yep. Okay. Shots coming out here from Pat. As they don't even, they, like you said, they need to get as many kills as possible, and then they realize that. Now the flip side of that is if they go out early here, big chance for them to get passed up in second.
Yeah, oh, that's true too. That pretty much shields the deal, though, right, for Penta and Terran.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
if Pat and Roth go down here, the likelihood of anyone else really catching them is not very high. Nice pan throw. That'll come down
Nice
in about
pan.
3 minutes.
Oh, no. Grenades getting chucked left and right.
Pat is dancing and Roth is looking for an angle, but the rats are not giving, Grant and Tyson are not giving them any sort of opening. This is the craziest display of Ring Around the Rosie. Ring Around the Pickup I've seen in a while. This is
Oh, there we go. There we go.
finally something happens. Roth finds a knock.
Yeah, new angle. Who it is? Well, Ross said. Still, you don't want to get taken out though. You know, Pat Cap's not being overly aggressive yet, because this squad cannot afford to lose 50% of the team here this early on.
Oh, that vault was dangerous. They're gonna push that. They have to push that, right?
Yep.
Roth, you have to. Oh.
Yep.
Okay. The jumping shots. This fight has gone on so much longer than I thought it would
There we go.
because of how close they've been.
Oh. Got him.
Okay.
Got him. And you know what? They got to get the pickup. They got to get the loot from the crates. And they need to do the same thing about 8 other times, right? So their journey has just started. And the circle is as far as possible for them. So they're going to have one heck of a run here. But that is how you start it if you are hunting down that first place slot.
Ooh, look at that sick chroma right there. RB. That little car as it's going in a chase here with Top Nick to Punt Nick. Oh, he will find Bale, and that is it. Team 24's dreams are dashed. I think Bale and company actually had a decent position on the leaderboard.
Not too bad, if I say so myself.
Actually wonder how far they might fall
Another
now, because
glider, and
here
look
we
who
go.
it
It's the
is.
same boys.
Well,
Okay.
we lost I believe we lost the teammate early on to Profi, to a runover, actually.
Oh,
So
Profi. Oh,
yeah,
your
with the
boys getting
runover.
some frags there.
yeah,
Okay.
on the other end of the runover this time around. So
Well, at the very least, you can always seat swap and just become your own turret, right? So, Hoxie will find
that's
Profi
what
in
we're
return. He's
doing.
like, "Oh, you
The
remember me?
revenge play.
Oh,
Godspeed the revenge play.
beautiful angling there to get the backside of it, so he can't get shot. Nice flying skills right there. Okay, Hoxie's kind of sick with it.
Yeah. Hey Frank, can we get like bonus points out here for glider plays? Come on,
Just
Frank.
toss him 500 G coin. Come on, man.
Little something, something.
was actually that was slick. He's turned his belly up so he can't get shot.
Little
Went down
did you
quick.
know, Godspeed, there's a secret clause that if you win the game with the glider, you win automatically. I'm making that up.
Really curious if the players know about that. I feel like we definitely see more gliders. This is the Wild West shooter. His teammate.
Oh,
their teammate
hey, we're
nukes.
back to the glider, baby.
Just glider stuff.
My dude's got heart, man. My dude's got heart. Ooh,
How
I
much
see a
gas does that
couple.
thing have left? I wonder.
A couple peanut butter cookie spam in the chat. That's an underrated cookie flavor right there.
Peanut butter cookie solid for sure. Definitely don't sleep on a PB cookie.
So
Certain sugar cookies, if done right, can be really bomb.
Yeah.
I even enjoy a good oatmeal cookie sometimes.
Oatmeal's
Not my
yeah.
favorite, but I will enjoy an oatmeal cookie from time
I feel
to
like
time.
just cookies in general are good,
yeah.
regardless of flavor. Like, is there
Trying to
such
think of
thing
a
as
cookie
a
I don't
bad
like.
cookie, right? Like, is
I
there?
don't think so.
There's no such thing as bad cookies.
Look,
Unless
I'm
it's, like,
sure
burnt,
you
and
could
not-
go out of your way to make a bad cookie, right? But I'm
Yeah.
saying the ones that we're
The
used to, like I
normal-
don't,
yeah.
the normal cookies. I don't think
There's
a
no
bad one.
such thing as a bad cookie. My mind is blown right now because there's bad cakes for sure. There's
Yes.
cakes that are just straight up bad. But a cookie? I don't think
Name
there
one
is.
cake you really don't like, Dave.
Fruit cakes are horrible.
Okay.
For sure.
You fan
It's
of
not
carrot
even a cake, dude. I love carrot cake. Red velvet.
Carrot?
Good too.
Well, obviously red velvet. Red velvet, chocolate
but
cakes.
baking a cake is a lot more like difficult, to perfect compared to a cookie too.
Baking's a very precise and difficult thing to do, man.
Yeah.
There's good bakers out there, very skilled.
And this all started because Kill Cookie got eliminated early, by the way, if you're wondering.
Of
But,
course, yeah. That's the
of
whole
course.
reason we're on this.
It
cookie
is on
tangent.
topic, all right?
As we're also waiting for Circle to close, it finally has,
True.
and now the West Coast is an absolute war zone, and this is a very open circle with a lot of water still left in.
So, Terran and Penta. Where are we at? Where are we at?
They are still
Oh,
alive
they're
on the
edge.
southeast.
Yeah, near Quarry.
They're taking their
Roth?
time.
Roth, though. Where's the Roth check-in?
Roth caps is
Roth caps? I'm trying to find them. Don't tell me they got eliminated, right? Nah, they couldn't have. They couldn't have. Uh-oh, glider going down.
I actually still don't see them.
Glider going down. Glider time, baby. Cello fellow trying to get revenge here on the
also-
glider bros. Yeah, yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I'm thinking, Dave?
But
Oh, so Pat will find Slinky Fingers. I'm thinking a big reason why the gliders are even allowed to survive as well is because maybe a lot of the teams don't want to shoot and give away their position.
Yeah, their
or they're
position.
currently sharing
Yeah.
a compound with another team, and they don't want to. So I could see that.
yeah, for sure.
could see that.
That's what I was gonna say too, but I forgot. But Pat Cap still alive. We saw right there. Glider Bro landed right across from them. So we do have confirmation that the second place team and first place team are still alive and active here. But 2v2 happening.
2v2's
1v1.
happening, and Fargill will go down, just down to 1v1. The potential to save his teammate is there. For Fish Beast, at the very least, to put Nick will find Chun. That's a big team right there, as Rothcaps have found their way all the way to this side. How
Yeah.
have they done that from Yaz?
On the coast. Imagine if the Glider Bro takes them out too. That would be devastating.
I don't know if that glider's fit to be flying anymore.
For Earth, last one alive for Team 3. Fish Beast taking some shots. Knows exactly where Earth is. Yep, close the door. Oh! Pre-fire. Both
Actually
players
thought he got a
missing
little
some
bit of
shots.
damage off.
Yeah.
Hit the table.
Yeah, it's getting blocked here a
Fourth
little bit.
is it's actually just stuck in this room. If
You can't vault
Fish
out.
Beast had any util, I mean, that would be... Yeah, not that window. Oh, careful.
Let's go for Earth. Flash
That
him.
could be Big Flash.
Big flash. Oh, the
Get out
U.S.
that
is
door. They
blocking that
blocked
one
it, yep.
door.
They blocked it, and Fish Beast
Wow.
finally will go around and find the kill. So Very nicely done from him. For them. As Relay and Will still on the north side of that, though, and they were the kind of gatekeeping that fight earlier. What is this? I thought this was a squad game. I was like, oh, there's 3 members still alive on this team. What is going on? As IQ will find Trimble. Finally.
Yeah, that's going to be up here in the north, right?
Yeah, it's happening in the north edge. So they still have a long way to go to get in.
Ooh, teammate
And
bleeding on out, too.
Your boy Hoxie finally goes down. The man of the glider has been put
But the
down.
glider still lives. All right.
The glider still lives.
Ouch, look at that. That
Look at that
hurts.
foot.
Yeah, that hurts.
It's got to be sprained ankle or something right there.
Gotta see a doctor.
I don't think a doctor's going to fix the case of death, but that would be pretty cool if that could be a thing. No revive system here.
Technology, man. Technology. 14
Knowledge.
teams here. Knowledge. You see my books, Godspeed, all right?
I see him. I see all of them.
Knowledge.
It was more focused on the Lamborghini, but yeah, the books are nice too, I guess.
Nah, man, the books are valuable. Lamborghinis come and go. The knowledge stays forever.
Yeah, those bad
14.
boys drop heavily in price as soon as they drop
Yeah.
off a lot, so the book is definitely
Yeah.
worth more.
Pat Caps and crew. We see them out there in the distance.
Penta and
Still
Terran
alive.
still
Not
alive.
surprised.
That's got to be frustrating for everyone else.
They're doing
Pop,
everything they're
pop,
supposed to be
pop.
doing, right? Just surviving. Showing up in the late game. They definitely
like I
came
said,
into tonight with the strat, without a doubt.
Dave, I don't even know if they needed to play this game, but they're here, so why not? They are here.
Got the Cello Fellow and Magic right behind him, though. Gotta watch
I
out.
really like that guy's name. The Cello Fellow. I'm all about it. And taking some shots.
I don't think they're not aware, right? I mean, they're taking shots on the coastline. Obviously, they got the game sense, but Cello Fellow and Magic duo, they can really like backstab them, surprise them maybe.
Yeah, Penta's looking over that way.
Oh, he is.
They're mostly aware that there's the possibility of someone being behind them as IQ now goes against the emergency.
One man wrecking ball.
Yep. And he's wrapping around. IQ, does he not have any meds left? Or is he just waiting for a push? It's unclear. But Emergency was actually just going to back off a little bit. I mean, this is not in circle, so IQ's going to have to come up regardless. And good reposition here from the Emergency. I like it. Just backing off, giving IQ some room to move up. Give him a little nasty surprise.
Shout out to Young Pyromancer in the chat. They said Rothcaps took an E pickup. That's how they got on that coastline.
Thank you. Yeah, we missed that.
Yeah.
So that was a big E pickup too for
Clutch,
them to
yeah.
take. They were far
Clutch.
away.
G pickup. Next circle did pop, so Pat Caps no longer in the play zone. Looks like Terran and Penta still big chilling on that hill with Magic Duo and Cello Fellow right behind them. Good play spoiler. But regardless, Pat Caps, they need to start popping off, right? They need to start popping off. If they want to overthrow the first place team, which is going to be one heck of a challenge with only 10 more teams left. But regardless, they're also trying to solidify their second place right here as well, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yep, they're still in second. And the one thing I've noticed is that this circle, the center, it sucks. It's completely open, dead center circle here. As Penta now taking his sights from behind. Cello Fellow with a Groza, though, will do the work. And we'll get the deed done. That's going to be a knock just down to Terran now.
no eliminations. Oh, no. Magic Duo has the Panzerfaust here. Godspeed. Could they make the play?
I don't know.
You know they want to.
You know damn well they want to. So he will shoot the Panzer into the smoke. It's a wise play, but
Yeah.
Terran and Penta actually made the smart decision there to back out of the smoke a little bit and try to find some distance on that destructible shack that they're on, whatever cover they have left. They do have this little ridge to play with, though, so they're okay for now. For a very short time. If they can get rid of this team.
Cello Fellow with the Groza. Looking to mow down the grass right now here. Godspeed.
Yeah, the Groza is so good up close. Time to kill is one of the shortest in the game, and it's a beast. Such a good gun. And then a Vector. Is that a Vector as well?
Yeah,
the other member there?
Yep,
Okay, so
yep.
Vector up close. Again, SMG's got buffed this patch. Those things are no joke.
Great utility usage from both squads as well with these smokes. Create that soft cover. Looks like a Magic Duo. They're going to be backing up here just a little bit after that last push. Not successful.
Oh, and they got the shift. How fortunate.
Pat Caps.
Unfortunate for the teams that have to come in.
Pat Caps knocking at your door here, Godspeed. Knocking
How
at your
many
door.
ring around the rosies are these two guys gonna have to get involved with? But
That's
it
it.
will be, yep, it will be Roth Caps going out, and I believe they've done enough to secure second, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, yeah. $1,300 and 10,000 G coin.
The Special Edition G02 or G502, don't you forget about that.
I want to see the Cello Fellow and Magic Duo make a play over there. But everybody just waiting to see where this next circle takes us. Only phase 6, but 6 more teams to go.
Chad Rambo with a nice knock. I want to see Cello Fellow win. Just because
Right?
I like the name a
Win
lot.
the final game. Cello Fellow, the Magic Duo. Ooh, they're getting lit up.
Be so perfect.
It
Well,
would.
team on the north side here, 35 TGT. Your Chronicles. They need to start moving up here as that nade comes in.
And here
Definitely
comes the
start
push.
moving up in third party. Yep. Super easy.
They didn't
Clean.
appreciate the poke.
They
They
didn't
want none of
appreciate the
that.
cello.
They didn't.
You know?
They didn't want none of that.
Penta took that cello and he smashed it over his knee. Actually, that'd be really hard. Cellos are generally pretty large instruments. Aren't they? Am I
What?
thinking of the right instrument?
What are you
Cello,
thinking
right? It's a
about?
pretty
The cello.
It's a
The
big,
cello.
It's like a large violin, if you will.
Large cello. 5 more teams to go here. Chad Rambo. We saw Chad Rambo in game number 1. Trying to make a play happen. Final game of the evening here. North America Finals G Playdays. It's up to Chad Rambo to live up to their name here. Godspeed.
He's already hit one really nice bolty headshot, so he's got a decent start. He's still got to go up against the solo to his west, or to their west, but more importantly, they still have to deal with Terran and Penta, who are in
They're gonna
arguably
win,
the best
aren't
position
they?
in the circle.
They're
Yeah,
gonna win.
probably gonna win.
They're gonna win 3 out of the 4 games tonight. That's insane.
If Duos ever makes a comeback,
This is it. Yeah,
that
they're
might be
ready
the
to
team
go.
right there.
They're ready
Yeah.
to go. Sign them.
As we check out
Fine
the new
'em.
hot pink, or not hot pink, the new jeans.
Thanks for noticing, man.
But the new jeans, the new jeans boosters, as well as the new jeans skins are sick. By the way, if you haven't seen them, you should definitely check them out.
Frank did say the glider victory is like the golden snitch. Not an automatic victory, but 150 points. So
Ooh, I like that. I like
yeah,
that.
unfortunate though, our glider bros did get eliminated earlier on, so that won't be happening. But they were close, man. They were close.
Yeah, as the circle closes, though, all the teams, basically all the teams on the north are going to fight. It's probably going to be Penta and Terran taking control. Yep, as
Boom,
they do.
boom, 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 boom.
And the problem with getting that res, it's not even in. Phase 7 is closing right now. I don't know if there's time. I don't know if there's time for Presto to get up right there. I think they need to run.
Eight players alive, 5 teams to go. Phase 7, the final game of the North America Finals.
Oh, they will actually get him up just in the nick of time. The blue's going to start closing in now. Smoke's going to have to come out. It's starting to
Another
hurt
one.
quite a bit. The ticks, yep.
Not really anywhere to go though, honestly. Godspeed.
No, it's
Nowhere to go
this
over
is a
there.
big problem.
Open.
Big problem for them. IQ as well. I mean, where are you going to go?
Where are you gonna go?
Chad
do
Rambo,
appreciate
though,
the
with a big
smokes.
push. That's big. If Chad Rambo can get a knock here on the Terran or Penta, he opens it up for the other two in the north to start moving, as well as the solo to just kind of maybe go for an angle. But Chad Rambo, the game's on his shoulders.
Let's go, Chad Rambo. Chad Rambo with the barrel. Right here. They don't even know. They don't even know.
Don't.
Chad Rambo's teammate catching their attention right now with the pre-fire. Chad Rambo popping up from behind the tree, taking some shots, missing them. Ah, Chad Rambo. Not like
That's
this.
a big flub.
Grenade.
That's a big. That nade is so good too.
Boom.
Oh, you love to see it. Terran's been on fire with her util. No, call it a victory lap as she's just disrespect pushing for the flush with the drive-by. They know they have it in the bag.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still, though, for the other teams, I mean, they could jump up this leaderboard, right? They could
Yep.
still get into some G coins, some monies.
The monies.
Quite a bit to play for here, as it's just now down to one member.
Got to give it to Chad
Bambi.
Rambo, though. Homie's got heart. Going for the hero
went for
play.
it.
Yeah, you went
Respect
for it.
it.
Yeah, respectable play.
Sometimes
Respectable
you just gotta go
play.
for it. The spray wasn't true for him, but
3
least.
winner chicken dinners. You would think it's a buffet out here.
it's an all-you-can frag buffet.
I guess it is
And
going to
it
be a
looks
buffet,
like-
right? I mean, $2,000. You got the limited edition mouse, the G coin. I mean, it's
About to
all
hit
you
up
can eat.
Penta and be like, hey, take me out. You know what I'm saying? So, just like that, a
Just
6
like
kill,
that.
a third win of the day
Wow.
of the event. Crushing,
Wow.
as Frank said, coming in. Starting slow, but then when the
Yeah,
qualifiers
yeah.
were over and towards the end, I mean, they just really came into their own and they just dominated. They dominated today. I mean, there's nothing else to say.
Well-oiled machine, right? They just came out the gates swinging. But let's pull back in Frank here. Let's pull him back in.
Yeah, I
Back
mean,
in.
that was a fun one. I mean, a strong finish, right? Great for Terran and Penta. You love to see it. The third chicken dinner of the day out of 4 maps is crazy. And just like, you know, some perspective, right? I was kind of thinking about this in the downtime while that match was playing out. The first 2 games, they had over 10 kills, which is essentially, it equates to 2 more first place finishes in terms of points, right? So when you look at that leaderboard and you look at the standings, that's really where it starts to add up quick. Is not only were they securing the 10 points for first, but they essentially doubled up in game 1 and 2 in first place finishes just by also being able to keep place in the kills. And I think that's what kind of set the regions apart. Is EMEA much more focused on like positioning, rotations, and just kind of playing for the placement points. NA came out guns blazing, and Terran and Penta really kind of setting the pace there and coming out hot and finishing strong. So a well-deserved victory, I think, too, just in terms of that consistency. So was a super enjoyable one to watch. But the highlights here, some amazing replays powered by Streamlabs Ultra, and Map 4 as well provided some solid entertainment. So a great finish, I think. What did you guys think about our final map of the day?
I thought Erangel was super fun. I thought the Panzer was cool because we were talking about it in the last couple maps. I think the consistency from Penta and Terran, as you were saying, Frank, is really, really impressive, especially in duos, right? When we talk about consistency in squads, it's one thing, but duos can be so chaotic. It can be so many unexpected situations you get put into. And the fact that they were able to be this consistent, I think, is, it's just very impressive stuff for them. Dave, what about you?
Yeah, and I respect the Roth and Pat Cap's, play for game number 4.
Yeah.
They knew they needed to get involved early and try to get as many elimination points in the pocket to even have like the opportunity, just in case Penta and Terran did get taken out early, to be within the running, right? But not only that, to solidify themselves in a second place, hopefully. So both teams having a really strong game number 4, in my opinion. And Rambo Chad, he went for it, man. Rambo Chad, he went for it. So you gotta love those hero plays as well here, Frank.
Yeah, I think that was a great thing to see too. Is despite the performance out of our number 1 team, no one else really backed down or seemed intimidated by it. Everyone was just out there kind of giving it 110%, which I think made it really fun to watch. And it wasn't even too serious at times. Some glider plays, some so there was a great, I think, balance of really, I think, what we kind of set out to do with the Logitech G Playdays, which is, I think, what you guys mentioned. It's like, it's competitive, but it's also got that community side to it. And I think, with the gameplay, I was personally happy to see. I think we hit that balance pretty well, and got to say, you guys on the commentary just elevated that. So all in all, I think a great day to be both a PUBG fan and a PUBG viewer, because the entertainment value, I think, off the charts as well. I know on the back end right now, our operations team is kind of calculating totals, and in EMEA, I think we had like a 3-way tie that also needed to be settled. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah. I think we know who came in first, but there was a lot of movement, in between that 2nd through 8th spot. So I think we're going to throw it to a brief little break, and then when we come back, we will crown not only our champions, but the rest of the field as well. So stick around. We will be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we are about to wrap things up here for the NA Grand Finals of our Logitech G Playdays PUBG $10,000 Duos Tournament. Now, I know the suspense is killing everyone. Who could have come in first? You know, not exactly the same tone as the EMEA, where it was quite literally we were, you know, theory crafting if kind of a kill after the fact from an explosion was going to make the difference. We kind of have our first place here, but as we kind of move on to take a look in the standings, there are a lot of questions about where some of the other teams might have fallen, because like we mentioned, when it comes down to prizing, you know, first walking away with $2,000, of course, the limited edition G502 and the $20,000 or coin, G coin, not $20,000, but maybe next time we'll keep it. Hey, nothing's off the table. Nothing's off the table. If you guys like this one, you know, just let us know and maybe we can spin something up. But the 20,000 in G coin, and then second place, of course, also receiving that limited edition G502, 1,300 in cash and the 10K in G coin. And yeah, still some respectable cash down the line too. Third walking away with 1,000, the 8K in G coin. But you know, we want to make sure you guys who are tuned in, sticking with us, riding this one out with us, have a chance to win one of the limited edition G502 10th anniversary mice as well. You can go ahead, scan that QR code in the top left, or I believe there's also some links that will be posted in chat where you can enter that giveaway and have a chance to win that limited edition mouse. Again, only 502 of these made, and I do want to say, I like the attitude from NA. You guys said you would crack that sucker open and use it, and I agree. It's like, what are you going to buy a Porsche and just look at it? You know, like let's give it a test drive a little bit there. So I appreciate you guys backing me up a little bit on that as well. But I believe some of the results are in. But when it comes to the maps, let's look at how the fourth and final map of the day played out. Again, the third chicken dinner for Terran and Penta, nothing short of impressive and netting them an additional 16 points. But, you know, there's some shakeups potentially here throughout the standings. So we're going to work our way up to the top. And yeah, kind of a close spread, even from some of the lower placing teams. Saw Cello Fellow up there still putting up some respectable points. And you can see that just starts to narrow as things work our way towards the top. But of course, your winners here for the NA Grand Final are going to be Terran and Penta, walking away with the limited edition G502 mouse, $2,000 in cash and 20K in G coin. But it was Rothcaps able to clutch up, finish this one out in second, and also win that limited edition mouse. So Godspeed. Dave, what are your thoughts on our final results here?
Fairly obvious, but this was a fun event. This was sick. Terran and Penta obviously coming in strong. Rothcaps keeping it consistent, and then even Gosu and Squad, you know, coming in third, fourth, and fifth. This was it was just cool to see a duos tournament again. You know, it's been so long since we've had like a true duos event where something was on the line and there were some cool prizes, and yeah, I was just super happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, third place team definitely clutching out on that Vikendi map as well. So GG's to them for getting this cash money here. Frank, real quick though, we were talking this last game. Favorite cookies. I gotta know, Frank. Your favorite cookie. I'm throwing you a curveball, man. Favorite cookie. That's my final thoughts out here, man.
Yeah, I gotta go with a solid chocolate chip is just, you know, it's like the cheese pizza of it's the bar with by which other cookies are measured, right? It's one of those things. It's like you can't mess with the OG. And a great OG is going to be, am I in the mood for a peanut butter cookie sometimes? Am I in the mood for a macadamia? Absolutely, without question. But if we're talking, you know, gold medal kind of standard, you got to go with chocolate chip. And I think, you know,
Respect.
Taryn and Penta can buy a lot of chocolate chip cookies with
Yes.
with the gold they earned today. But yeah, from my side, wanted to say thank you guys for joining us here. Godspeed, Dave. You guys killed it. It was an absolute blast. And if you guys did like what you see, that PUBG Duos, make sure to join us in our Discord. Of course, that is discord.gg/Logitech G. We've got plenty more events, fun things to do coming up. So hop in there and you guys will be updated about everything we have going on and coming up. So I'll just say with one last time, Godspeed, Dave. Any final thoughts here before we send this one off?
No, again, for me, just a big thank you to Logitech G as well as Crafton for throwing this little event on. I've been using Logitech products, I mean, all the way since like the MX518. Like, absolutely love the peripherals. So just happy to be here, happy to be involved. It was a super fun event, and thanks for having me.
Yeah, shout out to the team, right? Putting it on, like Godspeed saying. Shout out to you, Frank. You've been there all day, holding it down.
Frank killed it, right?
Yeah, Frank's killing it, man. And you know, hopefully we get some more of these events in the future because the duos was super fun. You know, super fun to watch, and the chat's also enjoying it. So yeah, shout out to everybody involved.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I kind of mirror that. Thank you again to PUBG, Logitech G. Thank you to all of the viewers, the casters, the observers, and everyone on the operations team for making this possible. And I think it's a great idea to do something like this again. So I'll leave us on the cliffhanger, and we'll see you all guys next time. Peace.